No, this is the real stream, chat. No, this is we're in it to win it, chat. We are in it. No, ignore that. That's Stream Elements doesn't know what it's talking about. We are in it, and we are here to win it. Make it happen. Go crazy. Go stupid. Make it happen. Chat, it is a wonderful Tuesday. YouTube chat is on. I also, the thing on screen, I think is delayed the same amount as the client I have, but I think they're both delayed, so I think the moderation should work. So right now, listen, lean in close, open your ears. We've been working on getting, well, I say we, mostly AG, has been working on helping merge the YouTube chat in like a specific way that like it can still be moderated. That's the hard part. Merging's easy. The hard part's like so it can be moderated. I think we're close to cracking it, all right? We about to crack, not gonna lie. But until then, this is the what I got going. So I just messed with the Stream Elements thing a little bit to make it easier to read and blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I feel like I'm like advertising for like a car. Like, hey, this thing's gonna hold your entire family. And if you get in a crash, it won't flip over. Can we stop? Like, can we lock in? Yeah. So that's what's going on, chat. That is what's going on. Hell yeah. Good morning. I hope everyone had a wonderful day. Chat, kind of some crazy stuff in the pink cubed world that I'll tell y'all a little bit about. I kind of want to wait though until like it's too good of news to like talk about right away. So instead we can just hang out for a minute. Chat, why don't we just hang out for a minute, huh? Turn this off. Boom. It's a wonderful new day. Sharo, thank you for the resubscription. Why does... I feel like it's supposed to say it out loud. Oh, do I have alert box muted? Oh, I think I had it muted. Wait, let me try this again. Yeah, there we go. I had it muted. My fault. No TTS? Okay, I thought it would. Catching up to the Chapter 8 VODs I missed and just saw this creature. Wombat, Wombat, Wombat. Incredible. Incredible. Is the good news that you remain jobless? So the funny thing is it's actually exactly the opposite of that news. Of that idea. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. Your boy might be employed. And I'm not talking about streaming. And I'm not talking about streaming. No. No, yeah. It's I don't want to get into it too much. Because it's kind of a unique thing. But I am technically employed now. Yeah. It's been like an entire thing. It's been a thing that's been going on for like, or like yeah. Today was like my quote unquote like first day. So it was like a thing. Yeah, that's why I was awake early. So today was the first actual like work day. But like, it's been like a thing that's been in the works for like a while, like a little bit. But I wanted to like at least have it going before I like talked about it at all. I believe full-heartedly that I can maintain roughly the amount of content I'm putting out with this schedule. Yeah. I think it'll work out. And that's one reason I haven't been starting new shows and like jumping on a lot of new content. It's because like I haven't wanted to commit to too much and then have this work thing start and then me like collapse, right? Yeah. Is that why you got a haircut for an interview? No, I just got a haircut because I wanted my haircut. If your work days are weekdays, move streams to Saturday and Sunday. Oh my god, I would not want to do that. That sounds horrible. No. So it's, I don't know how much I really want to end up talking about, but I'll talk about it a little bit. It's in the realm of content creation still. So part of the equation is like the awareness that I'm working not as me, my name, but as like Pink Cubed. Like that's who I am as part of the job. So that's why I think it can like work really well with like adapting around like me still doing like content creation and stuff. So I think it'll be good. This is a good thing, okay? This is a good thing. Social media work at a company? Not quite, not quite. But yeah, no, I'll probably talk about it more at some later date. But that's more just letting y'all know a little bit about why the content's been where it's at. It's not OnlyFans. It's not OnlyFans. It also means I'm on 4.5 hours of sleep and woke up at 10 a.m., which for me is 4.5 hours of sleep. So we are good. We're gonna make it happen. But it's a little bit different than me waking up half an hour before stream like I normally would. Are you happy? Working on it. Working on it. This is definitely a good thing. I'm very, it's a blessed position that I'm in to be able to do this, because this is something that like the work presumably, or like it's content creation, right? And that's the thing I care about, and I'm like passionate about. So it's really awesome that I'm able to like spend some time on this in like a professional way, on top of trying to do it like as part of YouTube and such. So that's a little update, chat. Little update. We will be figuring out how this balances with the normal content together, and that's the fun part, bruh. That's the fun part. But I am confident that I'll be able to keep up at least about what I do, which is, all right, now I've been doing 2 streams a week pretty consistently, and then a handful, like bare minimum 2 uploads a week on Patreon with the season compilation stuff, and then, but also like presumably more. I think I'm solid with that. Is it connected to streamers we know of? Maybe. I don't know. I also don't exactly know what I'm supposed to say, so I don't want to like day one immediately cook myself. So I'm very agnostic on the subject until I get a little bit of a better idea of what I could say. Not that it's like anything hidden, but I just don't know. It's been a while since I've been employed, bro. It's been a minute, dude. Did you sign an NDA? Not yet, but I might. So, but yeah, that's the general. I'm keeping it kind of vague and ambiguous, but I'm officially more or less employed. And it's in the realm of content creation, which is really exciting, and I think it'll be good for the channel long term. Sounds like you're ready for a good day of drinking for St. Patrick's Day. Oh boy, I am ready. I would love to get schwasty. Oh man. Only FBI knows. Pink needs to support his twins after Higurashi. I Hoshino. Yo, dude, Oshino Ko season 3, by the way, is actually kind of good. Can you scream really loud? No. No, I can't. Not after what I've been through, man. But why do I feel like nobody been talking about how good Oshino Ko season 3 is? I actually been liking it. I've been saying. I feel like, dude, it's like, I don't know. Like, I kind of have like a, like, I kind of track how like, certain series do on other people's channels a little bit. Okay, I won't spoil anything. But like, I feel like both Oshinoko and Freerin have been like underperforming on other people's channels. Which is part of why I haven't been like as motivated to like, to do them. I heard this season was supposed to be bad. You know, it's not like phenomenal. I think Oshinoko was best. I think the first episode was the best episode. And then it kind of feels a little bit like we're in a cycle or something. But like, it's good enough that I'm like surprised that it's not doing very well, as far as I can tell. Not that I've been like tracking like what many hits it's got on like Instagram or whatever, or Twitter. But my zeitgeist approximation is that both Freerin and Oshinoko haven't been like popping off very much, and I'm kind of surprised because I don't think it's like a noticeable drop in quality or anything. Yeah, I don't know, man. Did you just learn that word? Are you talking about zeitgeist? No YouTube stream today? It should be live. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. 10 minutes over there. Thank you for checking though, Cheese. I mean, somebody maybe double check. How long do you tend to stream today? I don't know. 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 or 7. 6, 7. No, probably like 4 or 5. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have the game. Chat, I don't have the game. It's called Higurashi Ray. That's all I got. I got a name. So, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way, right? I'll ask you. I'll ask you, right? I don't have the game, and I have to mod it. It's true. No, you're good, Cheese. I appreciate people checking. No, I don't want to buy a Higu chapter. I'm trying to e-beg. I'll be honest. I'm trying to e-beg. I opened the stream without the game, planning to see if somebody would cave. It's like a prisoner's dilemma, dude. I just need what? Listen. Chat needs to win every time. I only need to win once. It only takes one person. It only takes one person to cave, and then I win the game for free. You're more employed than most people in chat? Barely! I just got it. That's just a brand new thing. I haven't even been paid, bro. I just got here. Let's hold him here for an hour. I will cave, but I need a favor. Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? If the favor's too high, I'm just gonna buy the game. I can't gift the game, but I can gift Steam Wallet money. Oh, I don't do that. No, I don't need that. That's too high of a level of e-begging, bro. That's advanced e-begging, bro. We can't be doing all that, bro. Nah, I can just buy it, chat. It's like $5. It's not a big deal. It's, I think, $6. Higurashi when they cry Ray. Higurashi. Let me just search it. Oh, this one's cheaper. Most of them are $8, but this one's $6. Oh, wait, I'm confused. Yeah, here it is. Wait, number 4 was also $6. They made it cheaper, dude. That's funny. That's crazy. I can gift the game if you finish the game this stream. That is my condition. Oh? 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 I mean, I was kind of planning to. I mean, it's only like what? People told me it was like 3 or 4 hours, right? Oh, wait. It's like 4 hours long, right? It's not like 7 hours. Cause I'm good to like commit to trying. I was planning to finish it. They lied. Yeah, no. Wait, how long is this? People said this was one streamable, but not like 12 hours. 5? Wait. It's 3 or 4 hours, but you'll take more time. 5 hours for deli. Yo, it's probably just slice of life slop, bro. We'll probably be okay. It's like 2.5, 6 or 7, 8 to 10. So okay, so you're telling me it's between 3 hours and 10 hours. Chat. It's between 3 and 10? What does that mean? Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're cooked? They told me it was 2 and it took me 5. Well, Deli, what was your experience like? Were you like going slow? Or did you just like watch through it? Like, what does that mean? 8 hours at most? Oh my god. Everybody but me is trolling. 2.5 to 3 at most. But longer for me specifically. It's more on how fast you read. Deli says he was going fast and it took him 5. That's crazy. Nando, thank you for the photo. I swear I've seen yo ass photo before. Nando, how do I check this? Where are you? I'm going to find you. Nah, I gave up. You win. You survive. You win. I don't listen to every line. Deli took 5 hours and he doesn't listen to every line. Guys, what do you mean it takes 2.5 to 3? I read it in 2 hours. You probably skimmed it. I know how you read, bro. Took a break in the middle. Deli just turned 18. Why are we talking about Deli being 18, bro? Okay, Ice, I'm willing to accept that offer, but like, if it fails because I die, will you like forgive me? Deli types theories every 2 seconds. Deli crashed out. Well, okay. I'm down to like try that. I'm down to try that. I can, yeah, I'm good to try for 5 or 6 hours. I'm good with that. And if we crash and burn, we crash and burn. Listen, worst case scenario. Okay, how about this? Ice, I will take your offer, but if I fail, I will refund you the money. Boom. Now we got a bounty on it. Eh? 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 Dude, people were saying I'd be able to like do like weren't people saying that it was like you could do this chapter and then do the tier list for the full series, plus do final thoughts, plus watch the anime, plus read some of the manga, all in one stream? Yo, y'all are tweaking. No, I don't believe any one of you. I don't think any one person has been consistent with the timing. Oh yeah, do you want to, we can add on Steam, yeah. We don't even have the game yet. It's already 15 minutes in. Chat, the stream was supposed to start at 5, so technically it's only 3 minutes in. Because I wanted to talk about my fun news. You're having chat. You're wasting time. You're wasting time. Can we time him out? Time out FBI for like 5 minutes. I don't want him to be here. You're wasting time. You're wasting time. Can we like learn to breathe? Are we ever reaching nirvana at this rate? No. Welcome to the samsara. And by welcome, I mean like continue to be here because we never left. Are you kidding me right meow? Are you kidding me right meow? W friend Claude. Like, I was waiting, like, where me and Ice are doing the thing, bro. It's not like I'm, like, sitting here just letting, like, stroking myself with chat. Oh my goodness, why isn't Steam working? There we go. I'm already friends with you, dude. We are already friends. You're already friends with this user. Oh, okay, and chat, wait, question. So, let's all believe. Agreed. I like your name, Looper. I'm looping. That's a fun name. W name. Oh, I have a friend pending invite. Who's trying to friend me? Oh, I know you. Accept. W. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. For the... Because I want to look at some of the manga parts. I think that'd be cool to look at. Specifically, I remember people were saying over and over that, like, some of the Takano story was, like, in the manga quite a bit. And so I'd like to at least see that. And then anime wise, I mean like OPs, I've never seen any of the OPs, so that'd be fun to watch. And if there's any other like good clips from the anime, I guess. Though, is that something like does somebody want to assemble that isn't me? You know what I mean? Because I could just like flip through the manga on my on screen, but it you know, if anybody wants to like have an idea of what to hit and a little bit more guidance, that would be kind of lit. Watch the VN openings too? Yeah, I'd be down. Shion shaking Keiichi on the ladder. Oh yeah, and she started tweaking because it was actually, yeah, it's funny, like we thought it was Mion, but it was Shion. Always asking for something, my streamer heartbreak. It's rage bait. I know it's rage bait, so why am I mad? So why am I mad? Steam is dying right now for some reason, but I'm gifting it right now. I'm gifting it. Plan would be to give you a list we made for you to check out. Trust the process. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure there was a process going. Yeah. Because if there wasn't a process, then it'd be, yeah. I'm just trying to check. Man. How are you, Cubed? Like, how do I... Never mind. Lock in. Chat, I need it to reach inner peace. I don't think I've hit nirvana, bro. Have I even improved? I feel like I've been, like, cycling in my, like, my spiritual state recently. I feel like I'm like growing into a more beautiful freaking golden sun child, but then I will like habitually respond to someone in a way and be like, I'm the same as I've ever been. You know, where it's like you think you've changed, you think you've grown, and then you like some habit will be exposed to you, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is so deeply ingrained. Like, the way that I communicate with people is more habitual than it is intentional. And so I have all this intentional change, but, like, I feel like I have to uproot. Thank you, Ice. I just saw it. Thank you, Ice. The caption is pissed, W. Get it, chat. Everybody, W Ice. Yay, yippee. Thank you, Ice. Thank you, yippee. Thank you. You know what I mean? It was a how are you cubed pink, like name of the person being asked, not how are you that thing. Oh, I see it. See, I took it the other way. Okay, I'm downloading it, and then I have to make a another, like, a decision, right? Or a decision. Chat, I have to make a decision, right? We finally get choice. We actually get to play the game. No, the 07 thing I gotta do real quick. I forgot how to do that. Linkers. Best part of Higurashi Season 1 is probably the opening. I don't hate the anime. It's frankly probably the worst way to experience the story of Higurashi. Or so I've been told. Where is mod for 07 mod? Linkers. This is me messaging in the Discord. I might be incompetent. Is this normal? Chat, okay, rank, tell me, okay. Two questions, chat. I have a part A and a part B. I'm gonna need both forms submitted by the end of day today. Part A, do you watch other streamers? If so, who? Because I'm curious. Part B, thank you, Sphero. When you watch other streamers, oh yeah, I already had this installed. When you watch other streamers, how competent are they? How competent am I? Like, and this is me putting my soul in your hands, by the way. Because you could just say, like, lol, not at all, lol, and then I would cry, and you would win the game for free. Don't watch any Higurashi claps because it'll ruin your imagination, blah, blah, blah. I kind of want to. I don't think it'll ruin my imagination too much. Because, like, I've already experienced it. Like, you can't ruin something that's already happened. Those moments, those imaginations, those experiences, they're all immortalized. You and me in the fabric of time. Chat, we should have, I should have an AI chatbot right here, like on a stand, that helps me commentate the entire time, right? You're right. Mion is the devil. We have to kill her. Takano? She is a hottie, a baddie. We gotta deal with her. Now, go quiet. Come close. Listen closely. Mind that cobblestone. Make a pickaxe. Slay the dragon. We're gonna win. You know what I mean? Have you guys watched those clips? Studio Dean will go back in time and ruin your experiences. Holy crap, it's a Higurashi reference, going back in time. Pink AI assist. Fit perfectly with your channel. Okay, wait. So, chat. What is... Wait. This thing is called Higurashi Rei. But in the 07 thing, I don't see Rei. I see Saikoroshi, Hirukuwashi, and Batsu Koishi. Is that it? That's the thing I'm seeing after Matsuri Bayashi. Is this the right... Oh, that's Umineko. Oh my goodness. I just scrolled down and there was like a man doing a Phoenix right point. That... Whoa. Wait! Hey! Arm down! Down! Saikoroshi. Okay, thank you. Oh, now it says right. Useless. I don't have enough space on the drive. Okay, I have to delete some space on the drive. Give me a second. I'm close. It says I need 10.8. I have 9.9. Why do we need 10.8 for a VN? There's nothing on the screen. But 10.8 gigabytes of what? Still images? Hello? What are we doing? That doesn't make any sense. Let me clear my recycling bin. Maybe I have a bunch of stuff worth of recycling bin in here. Okay, let me re-see. Oh my god, I'm still not there. Okay, this is gonna take me a minute. I wasn't expecting this to take 10 gigabytes, man. Freak, man. Let me just find like some old thing that I can get rid of that's like really long. There's some in here. Oh my goodness. Where are all my fat things? This I can delete. I think I can delete this. I think I delete this. I think I delete this. I think I delete this. That's gotta be enough. I'll delete this too. Okay, this has gotta be enough. I just deleted like 6 different entire folders. Are you certain that's 10 gigabytes? That's what it says. Warning, not enough space on drive. Have 9.9, need 10.8. GG, lose the game for free. I don't know why. It maybe just wants extra space so it can like do stuff. I sent Steam wallet money with the message of don't trust ICE, but I think it was too late. Are we for real, bro? Did I just double dip for free? Win the game for free, double dip? I don't see a notification, but we can mess with that later, and I can refund you or something probably. Okay. Now it looks good. It looks good, chat. Yep, I freed up 10 gigabytes. We're good. 3D open world Higurashi remake. What's the name of it? This is just Ray. I mean, this is the right thing. It's Ray full patch. I think it just wanted extra space so it could work with. High quality sprites on, right? High quality sprites. You don't deserve trust. I hate ice. Whoa, okay, there's a lot going on there. High quality thing on, and then start installation. You definitely got a virus. No, it's fine. Chat, trust. If I got a virus, then I got a virus, bro. Honestly, bro, I think viruses are made up to try to make it so you don't spread information. Right? That's got to be some sort of governmental ideology, right? It's a psyop. Viruses are a psyop. Right? Because they don't want you to feel comfortable downloading things online. Why wouldn't they want that? Because they don't want you to transmit information online. Why wouldn't they want that? To cripple your ability to think freely. I'm just saying it makes a little bit too much sense. Now, chat, if you believed what I was saying there, you might want to look in the mirror because I am yapping. Rena type shit. No, literally. Dude, if you actually felt convinced there, then you need to take a deep breath and be like, why am I so convincible? What about this handsome, strapping, young, virile man is so convincing to me, right? Is it because he's pink? Is it because he's cubed? Is it because of the schnoz? What element is provoking such a thing? Pink is the magician of words. Agreed. Chat, it's at 45%. W. Wants to be Keiichi so bad. I am Keiichi, bro. It's because he reminds me of Okanogi. Okay, install was successful. Please get me out of that conversation, bro. Just get me out, man. Just get me out. Okay. Cut the Minecraft music. Char. Higurashi Ray. Let's log in. Jins or new? It's Jins, right? We do Jins background music as opposed to the new background music. Oh my goodness. Imagine if we did the original background music this entire time. I feel like I listened to one of the tracks and it like killed me. It like made my ears bleed. Jins, but 2014. It's just, I don't see 2014. It's just Jins. Okay. He teaches us that when we're suspicious of our friends, it's because there's a huge government cover-up conspiracy about a sickness made from sacrificing a god. Yeah. Yeah. You know what they did when I first saw Okanogi? What did they do to you, Daddy? Did they send a picture of me as Okanogi? I'm so sorry. They showed me your picture. Wait, she's posed up with her wine. Okay. She thinks she has so much aura with this one, dude. Yo, can we, like, relax? Can we relax, Rika? Hard R Rika. Oh my goodness, what is that? Oh
listening to these streams every Monday on YouTube since chapter 1 while at work. Thanks for making my shift less boring for 9 months now, but sadly I have gotten a haircut and can no longer hide my earbuds, so I probably won't be able to tune in.
Nando with a $50 drop, just like that, casually. Holy Nando, that is so nice of you, bro. Holy crap, thank you very much. That's incredible. That's crazy. That is insane, man. This is these streams every Monday since chapter 1. Yo, can we, like... sound effects? Music? What are you? Okay, it's so loud. It's so loud. Relax. Listen to them at work, while at work. Thanks for making my shift less boring for 9 months now, but sadly I've gotten a haircut and can no longer hide my earbuds, so I probably won't be able to tune in. Unlucky dude. Wait. You don't have to tell us, Nando, but what's your job? You don't have to tell us, but it would be so funny depending on what it is. But yeah, it's up to you. That is so funny. I'm so glad that you were able to hide Pink Cubed in your eardrums, bro. Oh my goodness, this may be even funnier if I don't know. Like, you could be doing anything, bro. I mean, it could be as simple as like being like a secretary. Oh my goodness, are you a secretary, dude? Secretary got that Pink Cube locked in? Yo, how do we go full screen? I'm a genius, bro. What would be the best occupation to be having while you're listening to Higurashi on the down low? I mean, like, teacher. Obviously, you could do teacher. Like, imagine Chie-sensei is just tuned in. I mean, that's pretty lit, right? And so you're like, in the middle of dude, like, okay, chat. When you were in school, assuming you were in school, why are we looking at her chest? Dude, I don't know, bro. When you were in school, did you ever try to, like, take a peek at what the teacher was looking at on their computer? Like, whenever you were, like, visiting the desk? It's like you'd go up to the desk to turn in your homework and you'd, like, take a little bit of a gander. I was a ganderer, man. I'd be out here gandering on them streets, bro. And imagine taking a little peeky around and you just see full-on Pink Cube screaming at, what was his name? Not Satoshi Piss Boy, but other Piss Boy. You know what I mean? What's his name? Keiichi and... yo, what's his name? Kumaga. I think it starts with a K. Not Kumagai. Keiichi. Kama. Help! Kameda. Thank you. Clutch. Yeah. I mean, that would be peak educational experience. Anyways, thank you, Nando. That is very gracious of you, and I really appreciate it. I'm glad you've liked the Higurashi streams enough to be here since the beginning. I hope you enjoyed the Umineko to come. That should be fun. Good at avoiding bait? I don't believe that, actually. I think I'm horrible at evading bait. I just love the cheese too much, man. Call me Nyin. Please call me Nyin. You think you could ever get a girl that would call you Nyin in bed? Or vice versa? Lay's barbecue chips. Okay, we should probably actually get into this, huh? AG, what's wrong with you, bro? Oh, wait, 1 second. I gotta get the thing up, the Higurashi thing. The cork board, bro. Where is it? There it is. Okay, chat. Ready? It's about to lag. Okay. All right. Let's make it happen. Now, we don't know exactly... I don't even know exactly what this is the fun part. Oh, there's 3 scenarios? Oh. The difficulty here is malicious. Wait. This is the tale of... Well, I don't know if I want to read that. Nah. I mean, it's called the worst option. Oh, we can't see. True. Dispute over jewels. Higurashi Daybreak. Okay. Bible of Blazing Passion. After Party. Continue only if you can vow that you are truly degenerate. Huh? What does that mean? Don't read the rest. Degenerate, Jim's fucking thing. GG. Saikoroshi is the only one that you're playing. Rest is bonus. Oh, okay. Lock in. Bread rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that they preferred bread. God descend from the heavens. Until I know it will make you all happy, water shall rain down. If you give a mouse a cookie. Chat, that's actually true, bro. By the way, that's actually, I actually talked with her when she wrote that one. And we actually kind of co-wrote that one together. And it was a writing project that was meant to, as much as it describes God, it also describes the streamer, right? Because you can give out a piece of content and some of chat will be like, I prefer meat. And then other chat will be like, I prefer bread. And you can't always make everyone happy. And the entire point is that God and a Twitch streamer is one and the same. Agreed? The cicada's chorus had been growing increasingly lively. Why does the text look different? They changed it. I hate change. Change is bad. The strange weather during that never-ending June had been hot enough to make us feel like summer had come early. But even so, it was still only June. Once we got closer to summer in July, the season graced with even more summery weather. Today, to fulfill my dream, we all went to play at the swimming pool. The dream might have seemed humble at first, but I didn't have to look back on the 100 years journey it took to achieve it anymore. Still, I decided I shouldn't forget about it. For many people, this was a perfectly ordinary day, but for me, it had taken so many years of wandering just to get here that it made me feel faint. And remembering it made this seemingly average, regular life fill me with such profound happiness. Yippee! Dude, I thought she said Kamada. It sounded like Kamada. Reference, the final subchapter of episode 8 was 4 hours long and you need 6 to read this. This is 4 hours, so it should be similar and easily doable in 6. Heard. Heard. W-mens. Yeah, post chapter 8. I assume so, based off of the dialogue there. So I assume we're just be getting nice. We're gonna get like to see them actually hanging out and having a good time, as opposed to plot. Because presumably we kind of like won the game for free. Or there could maybe be a few little loose ends. Shady swim trunks? Swan underpants. Yo, Rika, don't talk about Keiichi's swan, dude. Like water off a duck's back. Console exclusive chapter. Yo, wait. Oh, I remembered. No, the entire point. Okay. Guys, the entire reason we're here, I figured it out already. I'm about to go on a 3-hour tangent. I hope you're ready. We're gonna get Satoshi. We gotta get Satoshi. That's it. I just remembered Satoshi. Yeah, that could be a reason that this exists. Because we've never, like, Satoshi's still, like, snoozing. So I could see, like, a Satoshi getting, picked up arc, like, thing. That could be really cute. Umi right away, or 2 weeks from now, or... I've talked about it a few times. I think the plan is... Probably one more stream, like, final Higurashi stream after this. For, like, tier lists and, like, anime stuff and, like, manga stuff. Why are you still not finished with Higurashi? I am technically finished. But, listen. Yeah. And then after that, we're going to Umineko. I might take a week break. I don't know. Name the corkboard the pink cubed corkboard. Sure. I'm just gonna put the word pink cubed on it. like unceremoniously. Yeah, that's good. That is good. But yeah. So, relatively soon. Stuko smiled at me looking for my agreement. So I sent her back just as brilliant a smile, expressing just how much fun all the romping about today had been. Bro, smile? Who's Leela reference? Holy. If we want to end it this stream, we need to throw the corkboard into a fire. Oh, ye of little faith. As we all reminisced on our romp at the pool today, we got on our bikes and started to head home. Hinamizawa didn't have any pool, so we'd gone to a public pool in Okinomiya. We could swim in the swamp. There was an elevation difference between the two communities, and while going downhill had been very pleasant, we had a long trip upward on our way back. For Hinamizawa children at the zenith of their energy, it wasn't much of a chore, but we naturally fell silent as we quietly pedaled up the hill. Seeing everyone so silent made me want to screw things up somehow. Messing with Satoko at times like these was so much fun for me that you could call it the very purpose of my existence. True. Oh, wow, already got a CG. I pedaled harder, caught up to Satoko's bicycle as she pedaled in silence, and gave her a nudge on the shoulder. Oh, I thought we were Keiichi POV. Lol. After pretending to be mean to Satoko, I sped up. Of course, she sped up too and chased after me. Satoko struggled to somehow nudge me back, but I was no slouch either. Our speeds naturally increased, and we began to quickly pass the others in the group. Oh, so responsible. This was a public road, and cars sometimes came and went. But we'd lived here a long time, so we knew not many cars came around at this hour. It's a white van, we're screwed. Rika, if we get hit by a car, I'm gonna... No way. Okay, we're not getting hit by a car at the start of the chapter. That would be so funny. We get hit by a car, Hanyuu spawns back in. Rika, are you serious, dude? It was a week. You lived a week. Oh, also, where is Hanyuu? Did she despawn? I kind of thought no, but like, where's Hanyuu? Hanyuu! So when Satoko said that, I thought she was just trying to distract me. A car horn. When I heard it, I realized Satoko's warning wasn't a trick. But it was so sudden that I was overtaken with surprise. When I looked in front of me, the car was right there. I panicked and violently swung my handlebars. The motion was more than aggressive and sudden enough to throw me off balance. As my body lurched forward, I realized I was flying through the air. My nose caught the whiff of asphalt, told me I was a moment away from being hurt. Freaking ow. I heard Satoko shriek. No, the sensation I was experiencing was so unreal that I only could say I thought I heard her. I couldn't even figure out if the side of the car coming towards me as I hurtled through the air was real. But that absence of reality probably only lasted about 1 second. I wasn't even given the time to say, oops. Did we get hit by a car? Did we just crash? Are we in a coma? Imagine. I heard the cries of Higurashi in the distance, and those cries dwelt such cool tenderness that I wanted to listen forever. Isekai truck enters the Mushoku Tensei world. Welcome back, Rudius Grey Rat. Eventually, the silence was broken. The sound of many steps approached, pulling my mind back to reality. Snap back to reality. Suddenly, the cries of the Higurashi were gone. The cries filling the room were that of cicadas. I thought I'd been hearing the Higurashi this whole time. Was that a dream? I was in a bed. I didn't recognize the ceiling. This ain't the clinic? Where was I? The room was small with an office desk and shelves full of medicine. I recognized the smell of that medicine. And the voices of children mixing with the cicadas' cries. I knew right away. I was at school. I was in bed at the nurse's office. Oh? The door opened and Chie appeared. Why are we at school? Behind her, unfamiliar stealing, sure. Behind her was Satoko and, huh? My mind went blank. It was the face of someone who couldn't have been there. Whom? Whom?
本当に心配しましたよ。もうすぐ診療所の先生が来てくれますからね。まだ横になっていてください。
Boop, boop, boop. Hey! Oh! My beautiful boy. My beautiful boy. How long you been in town for? I didn't realize we were just chill like that. I didn't realize you were already up. How long have we been... Wait. How long have we been out? We been snoozing? Are we...
本当に心配したよ。
Yo, get over here and give me a hug, Satoshi. Mind was still blank, dazed. I kept staring at his face as he spoke words of concern. This person could not possibly be at school in 1983.
Satoshi.
Oh, but no, it's my boy, bro.
大丈夫?
What happened? Are you real? What's going on?
先生が来てくれるまで横になっていなさい。それより、北条聡子さん、どこに隠れました?
Chie raised her voice and turned back towards the hallway before Satoko poked her face out, looking as though she was sulking.
私、そんなに強く投げてないもん。
Throw what?
さんが大げさなだけだもん。
Okay, why did we time travel to a different coma?
そんな謝り方はありません。
What, we like knocked... In this, what, did Satoko knock her out with a ball? Or something?
ちゃんと古出さんに謝りなさい。
Because she talked about something else. I sensed something a little strange about Satoko's tone and mood. In any case, judging by the situation, Satoko had done something to me. And as a result, I've been carried to the nurse's office. That's how it looked to me. Yeah, and that don't make no lick of sense. But didn't I pass out after falling off my bike on the way home from Okonomiya with everyone?
ほら、聡子さん。
Chie called Satoko in a firm voice. Chie called Satoko Satoko-san before Satoshi went missing. The only time there were two people named Hojo was when Satoko and Satoshi were both here together. In other words, before June 1982. Okay, does she look younger? Because I feel like you should be able to tell that if she's like a few years younger, right? Then was this the past? Was I repeating everything again? I felt a chill start to crawl through me. I'd gone through all that hardship to get past June of 1983, and now the world had rewound to the past again? The dead end of June 1983 that I'd challenged for over 100 years and finally broke through. Would I have to defeat it again? I certainly learned many things and defeated my fate with certain willpower, but I was also saved by a lot of luck. There was no proof I could challenge June 1983 again and defeat it like I did last time. Which meant I was probably hit by that car in the bike accident and killed. And what, you're flashbacking? And just before dying, I'd rejected death and rewound the world. Or the... Okay, no, that makes more sense. I thought Hanyuu controlled that low-key on the sleazy. The way that unrealistic memory cut off was definitely similar to when I'd rewound the world previously. Then would I have to undertake a terribly long journey again? No, we can speedrun it. We can speedrun it. Listen, Rika. Listen. Rika, I'm gonna be honest with you. We know it's Satoko, or it's Satoko. She's the one doing it. Low-key, this is actually a blessing. If this is the case, all you gotta do now is be like, oh, it's Takano. We already know it's Takano, and we know all this stuff with Tokyo, and hypothetically, you could fix it now before even Satoshi gets sick. That seems kind of lit. It'd be really... Oh, Keiichi's not around, though. That kind of sucks. You know, it'd be really hard, but, like, this is kind of an OP position if it's real. And also, how did we get this far back? I thought we couldn't go back more than a few weeks. We, like, jumped way back. That can't be. The idea was infinitely terrifying. Or she could just be confused with Satoshi being back because she doesn't realize that we actually skipped forward. That's what also makes sense. The idea was infinitely terrifying, and as it dawned upon me, I felt as though my vision was growing distant. I still hadn't fully understood just how terrifying this was just yet. Satoshi, have you ever been in the basement of the Ire Clinic? That is not a good apology. Stoko's apology was strange. It wasn't even an apology, really. It literally just sounded like an excuse. Stoko, be nice. She looked at Chie and Satoshi, wondering if that was enough. Stoko, you're nicer than this. Be nice. It didn't seem like Stoko had any intention of apologizing for throwing the ball at me. Because Stoko wasn't even looking at me, not really. It was like I didn't belong in her world. Yeah, I don't think them two are like super good friends here. She never treated me this coldly before. Okay, so this is messed up. Yeah, okay. Officially, we accidentally like... Yeah, no, this is bad. And before anything else, she's talking strangely. It didn't seem like the situation that had befallen me was a rewind to so far in the past that Satoshi was still around. Something else had happened, something bizarre that I didn't understand. That's how I felt as I listened to the odd way Stoko was talking. She sounded far more normal than the Stoko I knew. Stoko made a face like reading out a standard written apology was enough, then ran off into the hallway. I checked the clock. It was right in the middle of afternoon break. She was probably rushing back to the schoolyard because she didn't want to miss any more playtime. As she turned her back on me and ran away, I suddenly felt very cold and sad. If the Satoko I knew had hurt me enough to put me in the nurse's office, she would have stayed with me the entire time. Her footsteps vanished before she'd even looked at me once. It didn't seem like she hated me. It felt like she wasn't even interested. What was happening? What year and what month was it right now anyway? Hanyuu was nowhere to be found. Despite wanting to know, no calendar or anything like one was nearby, so it didn't seem like I could find out right now. Most normal people would give you a strange look if you asked what the year and month were, and I learned from my long journey that I had to be careful about that. Instead, I decided to push that question aside for the moment. Satoshi, have you and Shion, like... Satoko's older brother Satoshi apologized in her stead. He seemed no different from the Satoshi I knew. Yeah, because Satoshi's a goat. He is the thing that keeps all the timelines together. His pure heart. They all go back to the same root. Satoshi is the origin. Think about it. Satoshi gave a little wave of his hand, turned, and left the nurse's office. A new set of footsteps approached in his place. From their pace and sound, it wasn't a child. It was probably Coach. Chie had called for him. Ide comes in, missing an arm with an eye patch. Punished Ide. Is it about to be some random guy? Hello? It was a throaty voice. It wasn't Ide? The man who suddenly appeared was one I'd never seen in the clinic or even at the Ide Institute. He was a large man with round curves, the exact opposite of Ide. Normally I would associate this with Oishi. The stubble on his face made him seem rugged, but he was so distinct that I wouldn't forget him even if I'd only met him once. And yet I had no recollection of him. But he was wearing a white robe. And she had called him the doctor from the clinic. So he must have been a doctor from the Ide clinic, but I'd never met him before. Is this an alt Ide? What's your name, man? What's your name, man? Give me a Sprite. You gotta give me a Sprite. You gotta give me a Sprite, please. No Sprite? Come on, please. Without waiting for an answer, the mountaineerish doctor felt around the back of my head. His fingers were uncultured, completely different from Ide's delicate hands. Oh, his name's only Doctor. Oh, man. Who are you? Dr. Otaku. This is, okay, we're in an alternate world where the Otaku became the doctor of the Ide Institute. Takano. Oh, what if this is just like a world that Hinamizawa syndrome like either doesn't exist or like Takano never came here. And so it's like this big question of all the horrible things we went through in Higurashi, like in the first 8 chapters. Was it worth going through those things because it ended up with us being together and forming really strong relationships? Or was it better to not ever go through them at all? Which is like this world, where like that stuff isn't happening. That'd be interesting. It'd be like the, is it better to love and have lost or never have loved at all? But it'd be like, is it better to have suffered but prevailed or never suffered at all? Mmm. Yo, tattoo that to your forehead. That'd be my current hypothesis. And then we get to have the line from Rika in Countdown 3 hours that says, "No, even if it means fighting through the 100 years again, I would do it for my friends." I'm Izuku Midoriya. She does say that. The doctor laughed uproariously, spraying spittle everywhere. Chie gave a look of relief too, as if it was a sign that there were no problems. My sweet little Chie. Let me pinch your nose. My sweet little Chie. The big doctor, acting too familiar for my taste, pushed me out the door, and before I could fight my feeling of wrongness, I was taken out of the nurse's office. That was a weird transition. That's new. What was this world? You know what's crazy, dude? The text is a little bit different from normal. That transition was a little bit different from normal. Bro, it makes me feel like I'm in a different world, too. Oh, Rick. I have to read this. Sometimes the dice came up with strange numbers and caused little differences, but this was the first world that felt this wrong to me. Did the dice rolls turn up something rare? After repeating this world for over 100 years, I thought I'd figured out pretty much every event, and yet this all felt so strange to me. There was something immeasurable about how strange it was, and I couldn't help but feel intensely anxious. The text is pink too? You better cut that out. Cut that out. Why I ought to. I put my shoes on at the entrance before being taken to a parked car in front of the school gate. Air conditioning? All the while, I stared at the big man's back as he walked, racking my brains trying to remember him, but I couldn't come up with anything. No matter how much I thought back, I couldn't recall any man like this in the Mountain Dogs, much less the Ide Institute. If Satoshi was here, that meant it had to be before June 1982. Hanyuu would always be there as soon as I woke up, and she'd tell me what was going on in that world. But in this world, I haven't seen Hanyuu even once. My sweet little Han. The radiant sunlight, the annoying cicada cries, the lively voices of my classmates, I knew them all so well. But something was different. It almost made me sick. Hanyuu, where am I? What kind of world is this? Hanyuu didn't answer me. Fine then. If I went home and opened a bottle of wine, she'd be sure to come rushing in. Not once had she ever allowed me a few elegant minutes to myself. Oh, Rena's here! Are we friends with Rena? Yeah? Who's boy? Is that a random boy we don't know? I saw several classmates playing a game of dodgeball. Who is boy? Mian and Rena were there in the crowd. Rena? Any world where Rena was present was later. I was about to bring that up. Well, but they did overlap a little bit, right? I thought Rena had overlapped with Satoshi a little bit. Am I wrong about that? Maybe I have it wrong in my head. Oh, I actually no. I think I'm wrong. Wait. I hate timelines, dude. That's like always been my worst thing with everything. Cause Rena moved in like a year before the main events, and Satoshi was 2 years before? Yes. Yes, they overlapped? Well, I guess they're about to explain it properly. Yeah, they literally talked. Okay, I thought as much. In fragments. Yeah. Yeah. And then Satoshi disappeared from the village in June 1982. The only time Ren and Satoshi could be here at the same time was a short span from April to June 1982. Okay, thank you. There we go. It didn't seem like I'd gone as far into the past as I'd feared. But I still had to repeat the June of 1983. That hadn't changed. Did I still have to complete those long, difficult days of nothing but strife yet again? Teaming up with my friends, trusting each other, grappling with our suspicions of each other, believing in miracles, and fighting alongside everyone. And all the coincidences in the world to help save us. If we missed any one of those elements of the process, this world would end in horrific tragedy. I'd gotten past this dead end before. This was the second time, so I understood a little of how to fight against Takano's group. So I probably wouldn't have to spend another whole 100 years. Even still, it would definitely take several of those years, if not dozens. But I never wanted to spend another day in that June of 1983 ever again. The despair I felt at reaching the goal once, then getting kicked back to the start. Sigh. No, but it's about the eternal return. We have to accept this and affirm this, Rika. We gotta be into it, dude. That's the point, man. Lock in. We'll see, though. We'll see. I got into the man's car, and as it bumped over the rough roads, I sorted out the situation I was in. That day, in July 1983. I went to have a good time at the pool with everyone, and on the way home, there was an accident, and I died. And right before dying, I used the power I never thought I'd have to use again to turn back time once more. This world was probably in June of 1982. It was considerably hot, so the Watanagashi Festival couldn't be far off. That meant the countdown to Satoshi's disappearance had already begun. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Earlier in the nurse's office, he'd given me kind and considerate words, but an unyielding darkness would have been starting to take control of his heart, his fear of his inescapable terminal illness's footsteps. Well, not if Hanyuu's not around, but still kinda, but yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's super true to be bummed out. Yeah, no, 100%. Randomly hit by a car sucks. Absolutely. I'm just trying to. When I'm saying that to Rika, it's not Rika, you're wrong, how dare you? It's me trying to probe what the point of this is. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to like nurse. I'm trying to like provoke the theme a little bit, more than anything else. It's obviously fair for Rika to be upset about this. I thought back to how the Hojo siblings had looked in the nurse's office, and to Stoko and Satoshi's everyday sibling relationship. It would cease to be an everyday thing in just another few days or weeks. Stoko's somewhat cold treatment of me had hurt, but when I remembered that, I felt pity for her. Satoko, for now at least, treasure that time. Your relationship with Satoshi is limited. That cruel fact hadn't been overruled a single time in any of these 100 years of worlds. In other words, it was inevitable. I could only sympathize with the fate awaiting Stoko now. Eventually, the 8A clinic came into view. Every time I saw it, I was struck by its magnificence. It was almost too much for Hinamizawa. But this time, the clinic building felt a little dull, as though affected by the sadness coloring my heart. The car came to a stop in the employee parking lot near the back entrance. Yeah, man, thanks, man. Who are you, man?
後から突然来ることもあるから怖いんだ。きっちり検査しような。
Denied, Lola.
何事もなければ。
Low. This was the first time I'd met this strange doctor, but he didn't seem unreliable. Maybe the cloudiness in my expression made me look like I was worried my injury was serious, and that was why he tried to cheer me up. Yeah, he seems cool, alright. His attempt at encouragement was off base, but for now I told myself that he wasn't a bad person at least. Yeah, no, he seems chill. Where Ide at? The air inside the clinic smelled unfamiliar to me. Inside, it was the same clinic as the one I knew. But something was different. On the whole, it felt old, like I'd find cobwebs if I looked. And I recognized none of the nurses we passed. Weird. The only person I knew were some elderly villagers chatting as they watched TV in the waiting room. I mean, is this like a butterfly effect situation? And if so, what was the butterfly? I mean, I'm thinking it was, the one idea is that the thing at the end of the secret ending of chapter 8 that we watched with Takano, like Takano's backstory, which was so sweet. Oh, Takano. My poor villain that's also a victim, but is still nonetheless a villain. That would be my hypothesis, but who's to say? Holy crap, I need caffeine. I gotta lock in. The only people I knew were some elderly villagers chatting as they watched TV in the waiting room. Rika-chan? I thought I was Rika-sama. Is my mom alive? Yo, is her mom alive? Low-key, none of the Watanagashis have even happened. Rika-chan instead of Rika-sama, and you're an old person. My mom's alive. I'm not even the queen bee carrier right now. Yo, mama. Are you like, can you give Satoshi a kiss? Make sure some pheromones hit him up so that he doesn't go crazy? Oh, Chama. Same difference. Agreed.
頭は怖いからね。でも若いんだからボールの一つや二つ平気平気。
The old people laughed aloud as though rubbing some spit on the bump would fix it. Something about their behavior was strange too. Agreed. The people I knew would get out of their beads, start praying, and make a big fuss just because they got a bump on the head. Maybe they'd say 1 or 2 balls is fine because you're young, even if I were a normal child. Or like, I'm thinking, is she even like the daughter of like the priest thing? Maybe like even some of that's messed up. Or maybe like Oyashiro-sama, maybe the butterfly goes all the way back to Oyashiro-sama never existing. That'd be cool. Like Hanyuu just never landed in this world or something. That'd be a crazy backstep. But then that would explain the 3 families not developing. But for me in particular, in Hinamizawa, that was impossible. This all seemed very wrong. Something huge, something I couldn't ignore was different about this world. She's like, wait, but I want to be God, actually. Wait, I have to be a normal girl? I want to be God. After the large man went straight into the examination room, he called me in. The Queen Carrier had come for an examination, and the next logical step was that Irei, the director, would appear, but he hadn't appeared yet. The discomfort I'd been feeling this whole time got even stronger. And then I spotted something odd. It was a notice from the hospital hung in the waiting room. Please be sure to bring your insurance card on your first checkup of the month. Takano Clinic. Okay, interesting. Takano Clinic. Not the Irei Clinic. So Takano's involved. But this, okay, but probably Takano being our Takano or being weird other guy Takano? Probably our Takano, because I think the other guy was too old to be like doing this thing, but who knows? I'm just throwing it out there. Our Takano? Huh? Takano Clinic? Looked around at the other notices hung about the waiting room. All of them had Takano Clinic written at the end. Not a single one said Irei Clinic. Where am I?
Rika-chan, dozo.
Dude, and if she told them what was going on, they'd be like, oh, you have a brain injury. Like, for real. I heard the man's deep voice from the examination room again. I ignored him and burst out the front entrance. Why? Because I wanted to know the name of this clinic. Takano Clinic. It looked exactly like the Irei Clinic I knew, but there it was, the answer to why everything felt so out of place. I could feel the strength drain from my body. My legs gave out and I sat. For a while I stared dumbly up at the name that was inexplicably different. I'm not sure how long I stayed like that. The doctor's probably like about a tweak, yeah. Eventually the big doctor from before and a nurse came running out. They asked me if I suddenly felt sick, and if I didn't answer, they would annoyingly get even more concerned. So somewhat offhandedly, I lied that I felt a little dizzy for a moment. But they must have thought the vertigo pointed to a symptom of something. That's super reasonable. They picked me up and brought me into the examination room, hooked me up to an EEG terminal, and told me to rest.
I'm
sorry. I'm just weaker. Meep, 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 low, 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 low.
何でもないかは医者が決める。わしがいいと言うまでそこに横になっていなさい。いいかね?
I felt like the more I tried to say, the more complicated things would get. So for now, I decided to play along so I could get out of there.
先生、入江というお医者はいますか?
何?
Who?
誰だって?
入江です。
Irie? Are you talking about that one guy that got disbarred for doing the lobotomies? Yeah, he was executed actually. Like, what do we got, dude?
どこの病院だい?
How's Limbus treating you? Limbus good. Limbus is our Thursday game, but yeah, Limbus has been fun. We're in Kanto 7, I think. We're getting nowhere. Is Irei not in this world? Compared to everything the other adults like Akasaka and Kasai did during the long battle of June 19, Irei's presence might have seemed to matter little, but it was extremely important that he was around. That's actually facts. Yeah, we haven't been hearing those sound effects too much, huh? For like a while. It is kind of a throwback. Just checking in, W checking. Without his determination to sever the chain of sadness created by Hinamizawa syndrome, there was essentially no way for Hinamizawa to break free of its 1,000-year curse. And Irei wasn't here. Plus, Irei was my only ally who knew I was the Queen Carrier. That ally was gone. The strange way Stoko was talking, the absence of my only ally from Tokyo, Irei. No doubt some unpleasant die had landed on it one. Then despite my ally Irei not being here, was Takano still behind everything? And you get one bad roll, you get a bunch more.
高野先生はずいぶん前にお亡くなりになられてるよ。
Okay, so maybe OG Takano.
この村にこんな立派な診療所を建てられた功績を
That instead of doing stuff on
称え
his
てね
own, he like
その名を
went to
診療
Hinamizawa
所
and made
名に
his own
残して
clinic.
るんだよ。
May Olympus God have mercy on your soul. Oh god. Oh god, what does that mean? Kanto Seppen about to be crazy, dude. Huh.
わしはお会いしたことはないんだが、大変
Okay, dude,
立
this
派な
is
先
like
生だったという話
so instead
だ
of
よ。
doing a bunch of like psycho like a lonely research on his own, he went and founded the clinic. I mean, that's kind of lit. Yo, what if he just cured Hinamizawa syndrome? What if this timeline, the butterfly effect is old man Takano was goated and just made a clinic and solved the syndrome by himself?
立派な先生ですか。
That would be so lit. Would the occult obsessed Takano ever be praised as a splendid doctor? And she passed away a while ago? I don't think it's her, man. When I looked around the examination room, I found a picture of some old people hanging in a frame. On it was written founder and first director Hifumi Takano. Yep. Hifumi. Hifumi Takano? Bro, I bet Takano be chilling with her parents, bro. You know? I don't know what she's doing, but maybe she's in like, I don't know. You think she's still a doctor? Maybe she's in med school right now. Aw, Takano. Probably not. She's probably doing something chill. Wasn't that the man Takano looked up to, who she called her grandfather? He was the first one to discover the Hinamizawa syndrome, but nobody accepted his theories about it, and he passed away in despair. Takano had understood his chagrin, and eventually made a big decision, then began to build a future so stable you could call it fate. That Takano?
鳥の高野高野さん？高い低いの高野先生じゃなくて？
Yeah, no, bro. I bet she never even met him. I bet she never even met him.
わしが来る前に辞めた古い看護師さんかね？
Man, are we about to have a line that's like better for the world but worse for Rika because she lost all her friend connections? That would be so
そんな看護師さんがい
sad.
たら、ぜひうちに勤めてもらいたいね。
Okay. The man guffawed with delight. He certainly didn't look like he was lying. All right. She would be a great true crime podcaster. Then even Takano is gone? Ide was absent. Takano was absent. The Ide Institute didn't have its director or vice director. What did that all mean? Who was the director then? Oh, and what about the Mountain Dogs? I don't think they're here, dude. The Ide Institute was at its heart a research institution. Without them acting as its hands and feet, it couldn't exist.
おこのぎ造園という造園屋さんはありますですか？
Oh my goodness, they're gonna think she has so much brain damage.
造園屋さん？さあね。造園屋さんにご縁があったことはないからね。ちょっとわかりかねるけど。
Like, why is the little girl asking
それは
about
ど
this?
この
You
業
know?
者さん？
沖宮に事務所があったと思いましたです。
なら後で電話帳で調べてみたらいい。個人では載せない人もいるけど、会社とかなら大抵は載ってると思うがね。
Could the Ide Institute not exist in this world? Would that mean this world didn't have a dead end at all? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I couldn't figure anything out. Which dice were showing 1 and which were showing 6? Or was the stranger part the dots on the dice themselves? The game board I was a piece on now and the game board I knew, were they different? Let's be a little more optimistic. Was it possible that Tokyo hadn't chosen Ide, but this man instead? Then would this man know I was the queen carrier? If he did, then a number of things would fall into place. The prudence of giving me a brain scan after just getting knocked over by a ball to the head. Wasn't that because he knew I was special and that I was the queen carrier? I don't think so, dude. I don't even think you're the queen carrier. Then was this man playing the role of Ide in this world? I looked at the name tag on the robe he put on after coming to the room and read the name. Yamamoto. We're not gonna remind me it? Okay, I have to... I guess... Should I put this on the cork board? Yamamoto? I'm gonna put him in this little circle that what is this? What is this? What is this, like, orb that has this, like, slight tether? Huh? I'm putting Yamamoto in here. Okay, there's Yamamoto. What is that? I have no clue. It's just chilling. It's literally just chilling over here, dude. I think I'm curious why there's two colors. Ouroboros, maybe? Oh, maybe, and this is like a snake tongue? Yeah, I like that. Okay, Yamamoto is not associated with the Ouroboros. Well, okay, wait, low-key he is, though. Okay, yeah. He's associated with the Ouroboros because his existence is part of this looping phenomenon, which is the Ouros. Which is the Ouroboros itself, which is the looping. Right? Yeah. You drew that once and you went, I will draw this random bullshit circle, and then a few days later, I will question myself, and it will be the funniest shit ever. And I think I was right. He does it again. He does it again. It was a natural response. It seemed the name Yamamoto wasn't a problem. Was this Yamamoto person the director of the Ide Institute, or rather the Yamamoto Institute? It was also possible that he'd crowned this clinic with a Takano name in commemoration of him succeeding Hifumi Takano's research.
Yamamoto wa Hinamizawa Shoukogun no koto wa wakarimasu ka?
Hinamizawa なんだって
How does he do it, man?
わかりますか？
女王様リカちゃんじゃまだお姫様ってところだな。
Yeah.
将来は女王様になりたいのかいそりゃでっかい夢だね。はい、OK。もう外していいよ。
I learned from just that short exchange that Yamamoto had nothing to do with the Hinamizawa syndrome. There are a few people unconnected to Tokyo in the Ide Institute too. Oh my goodness. Yo, do you hear that? Do you hear that knocking on the door, bro? You hear that? The Cow TV back at it again. Have a great stream. Thank you, Cow. Hope you had a good stream. Yo, Cow, you've been making work, bro. You've been making work. I've been watching your YouTube posts, man. The grind set ever continues, bro. Yo, everybody, if you don't know Cow, go check out Cow TV W Reactor, bro. I'm sure everybody here already knows Cow. How could you not, bro? But yeah, good stuff, man. We are currently in Higurashi Ray. I know I've been in this game forever. I know I've been in this game forever. But listen, this is like the epilogue extra little treat at the end, and then we're done with Higurashi. So we're almost done, guys. We're almost at the end. Isn't that incredible? So believe, man. Believe, man. Believe, man. But yeah, thank you, Cow, for the raid. That's very, very nice of you. W, Cow. Yeah, man. Lock in, man. Lock in. But there were only a small handful of nurses and office workers. And besides, the Queen Carrier was currently in the clinic. Say that 20 times fast. Anyone connected to the Hinamizawa syndrome would have come rushing to me. And Umineko next. Oh, delicious. I think this is the only extra arc we're doing. That we're planning on doing, by the way. Boomsicle. Boomsicle. Metro boom and make it boom. Yamamoto had rushed to me, but he didn't know that I was a Queen Carrier. What did that mean? I listened hard to try and catch the sound of Ide's indiscreet laughter, but all I heard was the TV in the waiting room and the motor of the goldfish aquarium. That maid-obsessed man with his ulterior motives during checkups, insane question, or line, was nowhere to be seen in the examination room. It was simply uncomfortable, and the smells of dust and medicine made me feel unpleasant. Now I knew. This really wasn't the clinic I knew. It wasn't just a strange feeling anymore. It was a clear fact now. Well, I don't know about the whole Kikiyona thing. Yo, what is Kikiyona, bro? Kikiyona? Kikiyona? Yamamoto left for a moment, then came back and told me there was nothing wrong with my readings. Is this a bonus thing? Yes. Yes, it's basically a bonus. It's like a bonus arc. There's a couple of them, but this is the only one we're doing. And otherwise, yeah, I mean, all the full Higurashi playthrough is over on the YouTube, bro. Thank you, Sif, for the link. Thank you. And so, yeah, this is like our last huzzah. So far, though, it's a little like kind of curious what's happening, you know. This is a mysterious little situation. Our poor little Meeper. He denied Meep. He denied Meep. Oh my goodness! Now we know we're really not in Kansas anymore, dude. Meep didn't just get she didn't just get to walk away after saying Meep. That's like her classic maneuver. Meep and leave. Denied meep. Holy. Rika's gonna, in her inner dialogue, be like, I just rolled another 1. Maybe there's no hope for this world.
大丈夫です。一人で学校に戻れます。
He don't freak with the meep, dude. Honestly, Yamamoto's based. I want to know where Yamamoto has been in the normal lines. Because shout out Yamamoto. This is just like a good doctor doing his job. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. When I saw Yamamoto pick up the phone on the table, I spotted a tabletop calendar next to it. June. What does that mean? Showa 58? What? What does that mean? This guy is giving Graggle Simpson vibes. Dude, literally Graggle Simpson. Wait, I want to see a picture of Graggle. I gotta be pulling up my boy Graggle, bro. Gotta be pulling up my boy Graggle. Yo, Yamamoto, who are you, bro? Look, it's Rika, Shion, Satoko. Wait, no, Shion's not around. Satoshi's the dog. Rena's the... wait. I got it. Pay... Oh my... Give me a minute. Mion is Homer Simpson. Marge... We'll get to. Lisa is Rena. What's this kid's name? Wait, there's 2 baby girls? I thought there was... Wait, there's 2 of them? I thought there was 1 of them. Satoko is the dog? Who's the dog? No, Bart is Satoshi. Satoshi's Bart. Mion, I don't know. Rena, Satoko is baby girl. And dog is Keiichi Mayabara. He got reincarnated as a dog in this timeline. And then Graggle is Yamamoto. We're in. Yeah, I've been praying for about a pregnancy, dude. I'm about to actually give birth to Higurashi. This is actually, by the way, the giving birth stream. It's a live birth. Remember that actually got streamed on Twitch? Hanyuu is Ralph Wiggum. Who is Ralph Wiggum? No way Keiichi got done that dirty. Bro, Keiichi don't even exist in this timeline. Keiichi is currently serving time in juvie for sniping children in the eyes with BB guns, okay? Keiichi ain't pulling up, guys. I got bad news. He's in the pound. I am planning to play Umineko, yes. I didn't read the rest of the message because it got deleted. Lol. Showa 58. What was that in AD again? The Pacific War ended in Showa 20, which was 1945. 58 minus 20. I'm bad at borrowing, but luckily I don't need it. 38? 38, 20, 58, 50, 83? It's 1983? June? Wasn't that the same period of time I had just been living in? Oh, so instead of time traveling back, she just time traveled sideways. If this is a live birth, it's premature? Dude, I've had this in my belly for 9 months. I can't keep waiting, bro. Bro wants to get out. Guys, I might be giving birth to Keiichi Mayabara. Huh? That's impossible. In 1983, Satoshi is here? Will there be an Umineko board? You bet your beautiful little booty there will be. Delicious. And Ide isn't here, Takano isn't here, Stoko is acting strangely, and even Hanyuu is gone. Where am I? Hanyuu, I know you're wasting time somewhere. Get over here with your ow, 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 and tell me what kind of world this is. Dude, this is a world without Hinamizawa syndrome or something, bro. Let's go. Got you, Brotato Chip. I got you. I walked through downtown on my way back to school. All the storefronts were familiar, nothing had changed, but for some reason there were less people and more stores with their shutters closed. This apparent state of decline reminded me of New Year's or New Year's Eve. It was a strange sight during the season where you could hear the cicadas crying. Are they even going to have Watanagashi? I low-key think no. I barely passed anyone, and even when old people walked by, they didn't talk to me. Normally, if I met an old person in the middle of the day like this, they'd ask if I had a cold and was staying home from school, or they'd start rubbing their prayer beads and saying weird things. There was none of that. Just like the old people in the clinic, they reacted with disinterest. I wasn't in the mood for it anyway, so I was thankful they didn't do any of that. But there was already a heap of oddities before me, and I couldn't help but feel like it was growing even bigger. Afternoon break was long over by the time I got back to school, and it was now time for afternoon classes. Umineko, just a week away. Yeah, I know. We'll worry about that later, chat. Lock in! I went through the entrance and changed into my schlippers. And then I noticed another strange thing. Bro, slippers are actually goated. I don't even wear shoes outside the house anymore. I only walk around in slippers. I go to the store in slippers. I drive in slippers. I throw out the trash in slippers. I do everything in slippers now. I don't gotta put socks on. I don't gotta tie my laces. It's just snug on the foot. Talk about it. And then I noticed another strange thing. There was a lot of empty shoe cubbies. Empty was different from absent. Anyone enrolled would leave either slippers or regular footwear in the locker, no matter what. If neither were present, that meant they weren't in this class to begin with. Sometimes people took their slippers home to wash during the weekends, but any lockers being empty during the day was unthinkable. I counted a little over 10 pairs of shoes. That was only half of how many people were in the school I knew. What about Okamura and Tomita? Everything was so messed up, I had no idea what was going on. I stood myself and opened the classroom door. Everyone turned around to look at me. There truly were only half of the familiar classmates here, and they weren't absent, because only half as many seats were actually in the classroom.
フルデさん、着席してください。はいはい、皆さん。
Hi, hi!
授業中ですよ。ドリルに集中して。
Rika's gonna be like, we never did drills back in where I'm from. Jay clapped her hands and everyone looked down at their desks and workbooks, ignoring me altogether in my seat. Oh, Satoshi. Satoshi was sitting at the desk. What if it's a Road to Amalus situation? Where, like, because Satoshi is having a way better time in this timeline compared to other timelines. Satoko, like, is hard to tell because, you know, she's not friends with Rika, but, like, she's got Satoshi. But, like, Satoshi at least is getting to have a good time and not be, like, losing his mind to L5 in a basement. So, That didn't seem to be my seat. Then where was it? Soon I found an open seat looking small and quiet in the back near the window. I could tell from the pattern on the floor cushion with my disaster hood on it. That seemed to be Rika Furude's seat in this world. It was in the corner as though the classroom had forgotten about it. There were no seats next to it and nobody would see it when looking at the blackboard. In a place where I wouldn't block anyone's view whether or not I wasn't here. That seat was almost symbolic of how I'd been feeling ever since I awoke. I sat down and took out my workbook, then pretending to study, I looked around the classroom. Mion Sonozaki was here. She didn't seem very different. Rena Ryugu was here too. The way she was helping the child in the next seat over with his work was very like her. Satoko and Satoshi were studying together as friendly siblings. Satoshi, being the older brother, was teaching her things, but Satoko looked disgruntled, and his words went in one ear and out the other. To me, it was almost like she didn't hate studying, she just didn't like their roles being reversed, and she looked after him at home, and it made her smile a little. And it made me smile a little. I still felt a tiny pain in my chest from Satoko's cold treatment of me in the nurse's office, but as far as I could tell by looking at her individually, she seemed totally normal. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong there. When Satoko was with Satoshi, she was often gloomy because of problems at home or their aunt's abuse, so they were acting like normal siblings, and though I knew it was rude to Satoko, that felt wrong. But if Satoko had a normal life, that was fine. The bigger shock, though, was the absence of the most important person in our group of friends. Shion Sono's... No, Keiji. I looked around the room several times for him, but he wasn't here. Kamada. Keiji Maebara wasn't here. Like, that got some aura to it, no? It's called aura, bro. I don't stink. You're talking about... You're not just saying Keiichi Maebara. You're talking about Keiichi Jesus Christ Maebara. Keiichi the Ubermensch Maebara. Keiichi overdosed on Fent Maebara. Keiichi, you must forgive yourself Maebara. That's my boy. I made multiple excuses like I wasn't seeing right or he happened to be absent today. But even the list of students on cleaning duty hanging on the wall didn't have Keiichi's name on it. Everyone in the class would have had their names on there, but Keiichi's wasn't. Keiichi Maebara did not exist in this classroom, even though it was June of 1983 in this world. I see. On rare occasions, there would be a world where Keiichi hadn't moved here. Okay, new strat. We're going to slam our head into the wall until we, like, reality shift, not to Hogwarts, but back to the world we're supposed to be in. On rare occasions, there would be a world where Keiichi hadn't moved here. It wasn't the first time, but it was a sad thing. Keiichi was an important key to crushing the fate of 1983. If he wasn't on the same game board, then this game was predetermined to be a loss. But was this even a game at all? No Ire, no Takano, no signs of the Institute from Tokyo researching Hinamizawa syndrome. If none of them were here, didn't that mean there was nobody at all to fight? Wait, new tech. Rika, let's go even further back in time to make sure that Takano's parents die in the train wreck. Okay, Rika caused the train wreck that killed Takano's parents, or the bus wreck or whatever, I think it was a train, in order to set the chain of events that would lead to Takano being the villain, so that then it would unite her and her friends. That's the twist. Rika is both the ultimate protagonist, but also the ultimate antagonist. Period. Holy crap. Get me in the writing room, bro. If none of them were here, didn't that mean there was nobody at all to fight? If I didn't need to fight, then, in a sense, Keiichi's absence wasn't an issue. Actually, in this case, June 1983 wasn't fated to be a dead end, and, in other words, in this world, the 1,000 dice all turned up ones, and that changed that absolute fate Takano had constructed with her certain willpower into something else? You're not gonna board that? I feel like boarding anything in here doesn't make that much sense, because this is like a self-contained little mystery. So, like, I mean, it's pretty funny. I guess I could. I'm gonna do it on, like, over here. This is definitely our section. This is our section. The Yamamoto timeline. That's it. Rika went back in time to crash Takano's parents' train in order to cause the chain of events butterfly effect to make Takano into a Nazi in order to unite her and her friends. Yin and Yang. Alpha and Omega. Hero and villain. Protagonisto and antagonisto. Okay, I'm letting it run off the screen. Or go back in time to get Takano off the menu. Talk about it, baby. And now I'm gonna draw yin and yang. Honestly, okay, honestly, that was a good yin and yang. For just whipping that out, bro, I got that easily? I got it. I figured it out. I'm gonna just leave this all. I don't know if I want to tie it in. I mean, I guess I can. Let's see. There we go. There we go. I had no idea what was what. Could this world even be explained by what dots came up on the dice? Where am I? Someone tell me. Obviously unable to focus during class, my head was filled with the listless cries of the cicadas and the feeling of being out of place that I couldn't get rid of. Dude, where are you gonna sleep tonight? I don't think you're living in that shed. Tied to the center, Mayor Kimiyoshi's bald head. I think you're onto something, dude. Oh, but there's gonna be a cosmic alignment force of balance, and Mayor Kimiyoshi's gonna become the Nazi. Bow. Thankfully, Miyot was still class president. For some reason, that was a relief. Oh. Was there even a club in this world? No, I don't think so. If I could receive the baptism of those crazy club games, maybe it would clear up my feelings a little. On days we had clubs, she'd always call all the members right when school ended. Expecting that, I stayed in my seat as everyone ran out into the hallway. Toko was one of those who dashed out. I got bad news for you, dude. She was flying headlong toward the entrance, jostling the other kids her age. Satoshi left too, following behind her. Mion and Rena talked to each other as they got ready to leave. As far as it looked, we didn't have club. The club was annoying at times, but I yearned for it so much now. Was there no club in this world? As I started to feel lonely, I saw a grin spread across Mion's face before she and Rena approached me. Normally that grin would look gross, but when Mion did it, it didn't feel bad. Our eyes met. Thank goodness. Even this world had the after-school club it was supposed to. What is she about to say?
Hey, Rika-chama.
Okay, Chama.
お帰りになる前にちょいといい?
What does that mean?
部活なのですか?
For the first time since coming to this world, I smiled. Oh, no. I had no idea what was going on in this world, so having one of my hopes come true made me very happy for the moment. Who's gonna tell her?
違うよ。明日の日直でしょ? はい、これ日誌ね。
Oh!
で、部活って。
Oh, and she's laughing at us.
なんだ。リカちゃんも私の部に入りたいの?
What's your club? I gleaned two things from Mion's few words. One was that I still wasn't a club member. The other was that even so, the club still existed. I don't know if it's the same club, dude. For me right now, that was an incredibly happy thought.
ならばフルでリカ。君に我が部へ
What's your
の
club?
許可しよう。みーちゃんおかしい。
Rika, I got bad news for you. I think they're trying to kill you, Rika. They're trying to kill you. They put insects in your bloodstream. You gotta rip them out. They are hunting you down. Alright? They want you dead. Don't trust them, Rika. They aren't your friends. They're imposters. Here to take you. Alien invaders, Rika. Rena laughed like it was a funny joke, but why?
ただリカちゃんとは同じ部になれても部活動は
You
一緒には
can't
で
do
きないん
club
だよ
things
ね。
with us.
どうしてなのですか?
You're too young? What is it?
だってリカちゃんちと私たちんち方向違うじゃない?
Oh. Mion said her club. She probably meant the club of not having a club. The going home club. And she must have been saying we went home in different directions, which is why I couldn't do club activities going home together with her. In other words, the club doesn't exist in this world either.
みーちゃん、その部活動、たまにはリカちゃんと一緒でもいいんじゃないかな。
Does Mion not want to?
方向じゃん。
Okay.
たまにはいいんじゃないかな。
Rena's trying to like invite Rika in, but Mion's like, I don't want to deal with that. After I realized I'd have to go home all alone, Rena said she'd leave school with me. That kind consideration was just like the Rena I knew so well. We didn't have club, but Mion and Rena were still Mion and Rena.
私は悪いけどパスするわ。
Lol.
チャキチャキ直帰して、おじさんとこバイト行かないとなんないんで。そっか。じゃあ、帰宅部の放課後活動
Oh,
は
thank you, Rena. Rena's such a goat. I love
二人で
Rena.
しよっか。あり
What a
がとうです。
darling.
レナ。
The three of us headed for the entrance. Our outdoor shoes were the only ones left.
僕が知っているより、上履きの数が少ないのです。
Yes, I decided to naturally mention it. Rena responded right away.
寂しいけど仕方ないよね。よらば大樹、長いものにはぐるぐるってとこさね。そんじゃ悪いけど、私はこのまま失礼させてもらうわ。じゃ、レーナ、リカちゃんのエスコートお願いね。
Whoa! 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 Detail, detail. So nobody got any other trauma? Man, why is like the non-trauma world lame? Yo, Keiichi's probably currently top of his class, ready to be a lawyer. Oh man. Keiichi, that's not like you. You shouldn't be a lawyer at the top of your class. Come join us, Keiichi. You can live in the middle of bum nowhere and almost get killed. Isn't that better, bro? Oh no, man, no.
レイな。
This timeline, but like the thing, you know what's the worst part? Is that the timeline is only cooked from Rika's perspective. Like if we take out Rika, and like the context of the timeline we came from, this timeline is actually like lit. Nobody is suffering. Satoshi's fine. Satoko and Satoshi are hanging out. Rena didn't have her like her own trauma that led to the Reina thing. Hinamizawa syndrome might already be cured. I'm kind of thinking. I mean, this place is lit. Takado's not trying to be a Nazi. Yeah. This timeline is fine to anyone growing up in it. Yeah, exactly. Like, this timeline is kind of lit. But Rika is like a, a man at a time. So it just throws it all off, man. And also, like, the place that the last timeline landed in, of them all, like, as a group, like, biking together and, like, being friends, that's, like, a pretty awesome place to land at. So it kind of sucks that that's not, like, they're not friends here. Like, not being friends with Satoko is a loss. So there are a few losses mixed in. But, like, hey, I mean, dodging a lot of trauma is kind of goated. But Rika is unhappy, which makes it the worst timeline ever, actually. Wait, isn't this the malicious chapter? Wait, didn't it say the difficulty is malicious? Oh, no, it's not gonna get better. It's just gonna be Rika depressed. Oh, not the malicious chapter. Rena was the kind Rena I knew, but her name wasn't Rena. Reina, that was Rena's real name, but in the worlds I knew, she'd thrown it aside, which meant she hadn't given up on being Reina? Or her path leading to today was different from the one in the worlds I knew? I knew Rena hated herself because she considered herself responsible for her mother's divorce. And as she'd mess up both her life and herself, she would have decided to part ways with that old self, start over, and rename herself Rena. But that didn't happen. That wasn't the only thing I learned from this conversation either. Regarding the number of people in the class, when I mentioned there weren't that many people, they acted like there was a reason. That meant the current number of students in this world hadn't been that way from the start. It had decreased to this number. Yeah, and like the stores being like more vacant and stuff. Mion ran off and Ren and I left school together. Maybe like it got cured and then people just started leaving because they're like, oh, frick, I don't have to stay here anymore. And I was getting like mind parasited to stay here. I'm out of here, bro. Frick Higurashi. Frick Hinamizawa, bro. When we went across the schoolyard, I saw Satoko fooling around playing tag. Her name was different, but she still picked up on these things quickly. She's the goat.
悪気があってボールをぶつけたんじゃないと思うよ。許してあげて。ね。別にどうとも思っていませんですよ。
Reina seemed to be trying to smooth it over. It would kind of sound like Stoko and I weren't normally friendly with one another. So I asked.
僕とサトコは友達ではないのでしょうか。そんなことないよ。ちゃんと同じクラスの友達だよ。
The way she said that was enough of an answer. Now I knew why Stoko acted so coldly to me in the nurse's office. Remember when Rena was in hell tier? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Chat, how do you feel about plaid on plaid, by the way? Wait, real quick. Chat. Plaid on plaid? I feel like we're actually making a move with this one. This might be high-class technique. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I feel like, yeah. Stoko and I weren't friends. Maybe that made sense. After all, if Satoshi was I keep doing this on accident. I mean, they are kind of PJs, but like... PJs are made up, actually. I don't like it. Those are actual clothes. Well, yeah, plaid and plaid's a bit. This is not actually a good fit. But, dude, what is a PJ? What is a PJ? PJs don't exist, dude. Clothes are just clothes. You know what I mean? That's it. Right? You can wear anything you want in any situation. You could sleep in jeans. You know what I mean? And you can wear PJs out in public and then, like, you know what I mean? That's tech. That's tech. Just wear what you want, where you want. It's a different colored plaid. Hell yes. Hell nah. Man. I used to sleep in jeans, TVH. That's insane. That's insane. I know I used it as an example. I'm immediately flipping on you. You've been exposed. That's insane. Why we sleeping in jeans? Different color plaid is a war crime. I wouldn't even wear it to sleep. Who are you trying to impress while you're asleep, dude? Who are you trying to impress? You're not even conscious. You can't even be impressing yourself because you're not even there. Man. The reason Satoko and I got to the point we could call close was because Satoko ended up all alone and I asked her to stay at my house and we started living together. Of course, we were friends before that too, just nowhere near how close we were in 1983. My own pride. Your pride is a cage. Your pride is a cage, and you are proud of yourself for chaining yourself to the floor. Y'all wild, Ember. Maybe in the end, our relationship was nothing more than me sitting in Satoshi's empty seat. Ouch. When I thought about that, when I considered what would happen if Satoshi was around in June 1983, maybe this was the most natural future. With regretful eyes, I watched as Satoko frolicked about. Satoko looked like she was having a lot of fun with her other classmates. She wouldn't ever notice me going home from school. I'm going to stop thinking about it so much. Before the true world I need to reach, this world is all but a defective one. I don't need to bother trying to understand a broken world. I sleep in Shion cosplay. Okay. Okay. Now that I understand.
ずいぶん開いてるお店も減ったね。
Yeah, tell me about why. I'm curious. When we went through downtown with all its stores with their shutters down, Reina spoke up. I didn't care about this world anymore, but as a classmate going home with her, I answered unconsciously.
どうしてこんなにもお店が減ってしまったのでしょう。
Applies makeup
そ
before
れは
bed.
当然だよ。
Yo, oh man. Okay, the only part of this conversation that like I actually agree with is it would be kind of lit to sleep in not only jeans, but jeans, like a shirt you would wear outside, frickin' a jacket, socks, and shoes. Okay? If you're gonna do it all the way, and then as soon as you wake up, hurdle yourself out of your door and immediately start running down the street. Make it like, while your brain is still like processing that you're a human on planet Earth, you need to be hurdling yourself into a jog. I think that's tech, right? It's the best way to wake up. You know? Because what I do is I roll around in bed, like cozy out of my mind for like hours at a time. But imagine just being able to immediately start booking it. Like, oh, I'm here. I'm locked in. I'm active. Jackets, socks, shoes. Do not wear pants to work. I forgot about pants. I did forget about pants. Jeans. 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 Yeah, frick it. Run without pants. It's fine.
来るお客さんだって減る一方だし、早めにお店を畳んじゃう人がいてもおかしくないよ。
Wouldn't try to do all that, but with the shoes, then I put on snow boots and head out for a 3 a.m. walk. 3 a.m. walk sounds lit. They can only do business until next year anyway. Did we lose the dam project? Wait. Is the dam project gonna flood the village?
来年までしか
Oh,
営業できないのです
wait. Don't do it. Don't say it.
か。仕方ないよ。立ち退きだし。
Don't say it.
残念だけど仕方ないもんね。それに村は沈んでも村が
Even if
育
the
んでくれ
village
た
sinks.
私たちの魂
Well,
が
so
滅
I'm
びる
thinking that
わけ
there's
じゃない
not even like a... There's not the 3 families potentially. There's not Hinamizawa syndrome potentially. Then I'm kind of curious why Rena even came back. Right? If she didn't have her breakdown. Like her breakdown was like part of her reason for coming back. So I'm curious why she's here if she didn't have her breakdown. I gave a start when I heard that. That couldn't. No, it was possible. In every single world, the story of Hinamizawa being submerged under an artificial lake was always present, but the Ida Institute, working from the shadows, would make sure that the dam project was cancelled. If there's no Ida Institute around to make them cancel it, that meant the dam project was proceeding as planned, and...
じゃあ
That's crazy. That's a pretty bad ending.
ダムに
Feeling kind of thing.
注水は来年で決定らしいよ。水没にはかなり日数がかかるそうだけど、私は見たくないな。湖になった後ならともかく、沈んでる最中を見るのは悲しいかな。反対運動とかはなかったのですか？最初はあったらしいね。でも国の発展のために私たちだけが
This ain't the Hinamizawa I know. This is not Hinamizawa. We can't be selfish when it comes to helping the nation grow. Yo, the Hinamizawans I know would rather, like... I don't even, dude. They would kill the nation for Hinamizawa. Like, the nation is Hinamizawa. Don't you understand? There's no nation. There's only Hinamizawa. I don't get it,
は知
man.
らないけど、国の人も親身になって相談に乗ってくれたらしいよ。
I mean, this is the thing is, this actually is kind of reasonable. Like, eviction sucks, but like, you know, I don't like the dam conflict I was hearing from Raina wasn't even a conflict in this world. Everything regarding the dam was completely different from the worlds I knew. Like, if they're getting like paid a good amount and stuff, like there is a world that this is like done fine, probably, and nobody had to get like cut apart, right? El nationalism. They proposed the Hinamizawa Dam project, which was the same as the worlds I knew. Relationships between the nation, who wanted to evict us, and the residents, who refused, gradually worsened and eventually broke down. It snowballed into a dire conflict over the dam, but in this world, it had been different from the very beginning. First off, dude, this means that Shion doesn't have, like, super gun practice in this world. This is so sad, because she never went to Texas. Oh, no. Wait, the Sonozakis didn't go to Texas in this world? Yo, refund the world. First off, relations between the country and the village were stormy at the very, very beginning, but apparently that was resolved quickly. The Sonozaki and Kimiyoshi families negotiated on the village's behalf, and they accepted the eviction. Yo, dude, this branch of the Sonozakis. On the promise of a large sum of compensation money. After that, the conversation was between okay, so the three families exist. The three families and the villagers. Nobody wanted to part with the soil of their ancestors. But for the villagers, who certainly couldn't be called wealthy, the money the nation would provide was no trivial matter. They worried over it to no end. Rumors flew about, wondering if Oyashiro... And we got Oyashiro-sama. Okay. Oyashiro-sama's curse would befall them if they abandoned these lands. But the Furude family head, my father, in other words, declared we couldn't be cursed if we build Oyashiro-sama a new shrine somewhere else and remember to honor him. Did he ever say that in the main world? Maybe that's like a key difference. Despite many objections, the elderly agreed on the cooling-off period of several years. In addition to the compensation money, they demanded from the government the movement of the Furude Shrine, the graveyard, and its symbolic trees, in addition to the guarantee of a new place they could call Hinamizawa. Honestly, that's not bad. And if those requests were fulfilled, they would consider agreeing to the eviction. The nation consented to this. They proposed preferential occupation rights of reclaimed public housing land in Shishibone. With regards to giving the town a new name, they considered the residents' proposal as most important, and they consented to the movement of the shrine, graveyard, and other locations as well. Dude, moving a graveyard? How do you do that? We just digging them all up? I guess. In conclusion, though there were several years of turmoil, the damn conflict never happened in this world, and everything was resolved through talking alone. Like, and remember, this was like the thematic point of chapter 7, was that they were able to communicate it and like bring everyone together, you know? And like, yes, like it was like, instead of having violence, they were able to communicate it, you know? And that was because it was 7 as opposed to 3, where 3 was violent. And here, they did that extra early, and now Rika's like, but wait, when you do it this way, it's bad. Crazy. And the villagers had actually agreed to the dam project. Actual construction on the dam had begun a few years ago, and apparently construction vehicles were a constant source of traffic on the villagers' wider roads. And the eviction deadline was set at the April of next year, so more than a few families had begun moving out in advance. One closed shop's shutter had a worn paper notice on it. On it was written, "Our deepest gratitude for your many years of patronage." I spotted a few other notices with opposed to the dam on them, but those had deteriorated over time, a silent indication that the dam war was a thing of the past now.
クラスの子も全員が公営住宅に行くわけじゃないみたいだね。さとこちゃんちなんかはよそへ引っ越しちゃうみたいだよ。仲良しのみんな全員と会えるのも来年までかと思うとなんだか寂しいよね。
The village I was born and grew up in being submerged was very sad. But all my classmates enjoying this day to the fullest, even though they knew that, seemed so strong to me. And if the dam war never took place, that would cause several other effects. For example, the relationship between the Sonozaki and the Hojo families. Yeah. In the beginning of the dam conflict, the Hojos declared themselves in favor of the dam, and with the Sonozakis in opposition, the former ended up as a scapegoat of the village for a long time. Yeah, and I don't think any of the curse years even happened, right? But that trouble never occurred in this world.
さとこちゃんのお家？さあ、普通だと思うけど、別に兄ちゃんちとも特別接点はないと思うけどな。さとこは家族と仲良くできてますか？ああ、お父さんの話？
Even without the dam conflict, the presence of a stepfather would be a burden on Stoko's mind. And with the L5 symptoms appearing... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the L5 symptoms. Yeah, they'll appear. They exist. Think about it. She would push him off of the viewing platform at the park and be given into the care of her malicious aunt and uncle. Because her stepfather's presence would be the very gateway to Stoko's later unfortunate fate.
今にして思うと、最初の頃のギクシャクした関係もいい思い出かもしれないね。血がつながっていない親子だからこそ、互いが父であろう、娘であろうと努力することによって、ひょっとすると、
Oh, her stepfather? Yeah. They have a stronger relationship than even if he was a biological father. Low key. That's crazy.
それ、さとこの今のお父さんの話なのですか?
Oh, they're not just tight, they're giga tight. Which meant in this world, none of the dice threatening Satoko had come up on a 1. For Satoko, did that make this world a happy place for her? My walk home with Reina was very significant for me understanding this world. And I found out that this world's composition betrayed every last bit of my common sense. The reason Reina wasn't Rena. That was different from the very start. First, the Ryugu family didn't move to Ibaraki. Oh, they never left. That makes sense. They had lived in Himizawa the entire time. Her mother was still working as a designer at a small company in the city. Oh, never got the job idea. So she never... Okay, but you know what kind of sucks about this? He's living with a wife that would cheat on him. But he doesn't know that. And she doesn't know that either. Like, she would be, the worst. But she hasn't had the chance to be. Or maybe she declined it, but like, would she decline the opportunity to cheat? There's kind of like a weird thing there where like, there's like a sin that she has taken in an alternate world, but she hasn't had the chance to take that sin. But do we like still like view her as somebody worse? I mean, because I think that's still a demerit, because like she's corruptible, and I think being corruptible is almost the same as being corrupted. I kind of view them like similarly ethically, you know. Yeah, like if you would be a bad person if you had the opportunity, that's kind of the same as being a bad person, because like the only difference is your environment. And so that's kind of like where she's at, you know? However, the truth nuke behind that, I think, is that everybody's capable of a lot of craziness. I think you can only be judged by what you actually do, not what you're capable of. Well, like judged like legally, like yes, of course. But like, I don't know. It's one of those things that like we have no way, like with the alternate universe thing, it's like such a, like the introduction of that into morality is like not how we've ever done morality. So it's kind of like I think a pointless hypothetical, but like you would need some sort of like technology that's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. What if there's like technology that was like, Pink Cubed would cheat on his girl in X situation, and it was just like stamped and like approved, like yes, this would happen. Is that something that then, like if I had like if you could somehow like accurately measure corruptibility, then is that something that you could like judge people on, you know? You committed genocide in another timeline. Do you have any grounds to stand on? Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Environment shapes who you actually are, though. True. That's why I think stories like this with multiple timelines are so interesting, seeing different aspects of people. Yeah, very psychopath coded. I still say no. I think that's valid. Keiichi and Shion offed multiple people in past timelines. Do you blame them for it? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too, right? Like, I mean, no, but like, if it was a little bit different, there's a world, I think I would. That's the thing, I'd still judge people for it. Like, if I learned that me in another timeline was like a horrible piece of work and like did a bunch of evil stuff, I would be like, dude, what's wrong with me here that if I was offered the chance, I would have done this? I would let that hit me, you know? Neither of them did anything wrong. Well, yeah, and that's why like the situation literally, I mean, like, they're all L5 and the situations are insane, right? So, like, I don't have any judgment for them, even within those timelines. You know? Of course, you still judge them. Look how you treated me on. True. What if you flipped it and the you in an alternate timeline was better? Oh, that's a fun flip. Yeah, I mean, I would find that inspiring. I'd be like, oh, frick, I could have been awesome. Like, what could I do to, like, approach that, you know? That'd be really cool to look at. And try to see, like, how to get there. Every single one of the new backstories actually all have to get noted down in the corkboard. We're gonna be here forever. Who says that's still the same you think you know? True. I mean, yeah, like, what makes, like, yeah, that's some high-level play. Because you could do the conversation that they aren't the same people. That you in a different timeline is not you because your lives were so different that you were functionally different people, even if you came from the same root, right? Kind of like saying, like, oh, like, you might have like, we all have a common ancestor, bro, but we're all different people. Kind of like that, but instead of, like, different beings, it's, like, different lifespans, you know? So instead of it being throughout all of humanity, it's just within one life. That's, like, yeah. Are you still the you 1 minute ago type shit? Yeah, kind of deal. But, like, we at least, like, I at least am willing to accept the premise of me being the me of my past and me being culpable for the things in my past. But it's a really interesting question if you do, like, the past and then the diversion. And then how do we feel about this? Because, like, I'm culpable for my past, right? Which goes back to a point. But then what if I use that point to make a branch? How do I feel about the branch? It comes from the point that I'm culpable of. So it comes from the same root. But, like, is the branch not me anymore? Is that a different person? That's a cool idea. And if you believe that that's a different person, then this isn't Rena. This is Raina. And that isn't Mion. That's Mion. It's a different Mion. It's a different person. Like, it's different. It's a different Satoko. This isn't the Satoko that I love. This isn't the Satoko I have the relationship with. Saying that from, like, Rika's perspective, right? In which case, like, you don't, like, what loyalty do you have for Satoko? It's just a what could have been. And then maybe the truth nuke on the truth nuke is that every single person in the universe is somebody that you could have had a lifelong awesome friendship with, but if the circumstances were different, and that you didn't have the opportunity to because of the environment. Which means that every stranger on the street, every person that even you hate, you could have been best friends with if things were a little bit different. So maybe you can use that to change your perspective and perhaps actually treat people better. Whoa, try to flip it positive, right? Every single person in these alternate hypothetical timelines you could have been friends with. So maybe you can use that to be like, dang, maybe I can, like, treat them better and try to, like, use that as an aspirational future in this world to try to reach somewhere more beautiful. Now get over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. Boom. I feel like that's a cool play. So, but that would be accepting. So that's kind of a different idea than them being different people, right? Like, it's kind of like where, I mean, I think you can make them work together. You can make those ideas sing together. But yeah, me randomly meeting Boom on a 30-person, wait, okay. Boom? I don't know what this means, but yeah. I found a link to on a public Twitter post. Who's Boom? Oh, Boom, that's you. You're talking to each other. Lol. Lol. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Like, it's absurd how a lot of us, okay, like, okay, first off, don't get parasocial. But it is crazy how each of you, I know some of you as individuals, like, decently well. Yeah, my fault, Boom. Because either you, like, chat a lot, or, like, you're in the Discord and I, like, know you from that. And there's a couple people in here that, like, I've heard your voice speak. And, like, whenever I hear someone's voice, it's very humanizing. Like, you kind of change from chat messages to, like, a person. Or, like, I don't know if I've seen any of your faces. But there's a few chatters who I've seen their face. The only reason that connection at all exists is because of the most absurd, random, algorithmic butterfly effect that led you to my channel. That's insane. And then all the relationships that everybody in my community have with each other is all just as absurd and, like, as likely to happen as unlikely to happen, you know? Like, all it would take is for you to have, like, refreshed your YouTube algorithm page, like, 10 seconds later, and it could have been an entirely different thing. You would know different people, you would have different experiences, you would spend your time in different ways, right? It's like an entire thing. Like, the whole what could have been is like an infinite time spend, you know? and you'll get lost in it. You'll go crazy. But I think the way that I like to use the what could have been is pretty much what I said earlier of like, what could have been, I want to only use to bring me closer to people, right? And like be more lovely and more good, right? Okay, Ui was destined for this location, understood. The universe, or like, what if I never played Higurashi? Boom, I mean, like, that could be another one. And the only reason I'm playing, like, oh, if we want to trace the butterfly, it's actually kind of interesting, right? Like, I'm playing Higurashi largely because, like, the chat wanted it, but I think it was kind of, like, FBI that rallied, like, people to spend $100 for me to, like, play Chapter 1, because that was, like, a thing. And so FBI kind of rallied people to do that. The only reason I think FBI knows about my channel or is in my server is because way back, I did like a collab thing where like Saikoroshi interviewed me once, and then a couple of like Saikoroshi community jumped over to my server, as I always do, right? Well, and that's how you found me, right? FBI, it was through the Saikoroshi thing, I think. And that only happened because of Blade, one of my old mods, who connected that. And you know, there's like a thousand things that had to require all the way back, you know? It's crazy. You know, and the only reason that happened is because I watched Made in Abyss, and the only reason I watched Made in Abyss is because somebody wanted me to watch Made in Abyss. I don't remember who recommended it, but like boom, 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 it goes all the way back. And so like, if you change one little thing, like the entire life changes, you know? That's just crazy. And so I like to use that, instead of getting lost in the infinity of it, I just like to think like an uplifting angle of what could have been as a way to bring me closer to people. It's like, I have like this, this is like the last thing I'll say on it. I'll kind of wrap this up. Is that I sometimes have this like fun little, like daydream. That's the word. I have like this fun little daydream I sometimes do where it's like me with my like online friends, but we all like lived on the same street as kids and like grew up together. It's kind of like a cute little idea of like, oh, what if we grew up together? That would have been such a fun little alternate universe, a little fun timeline, right? It's kind of like that, right? Where I like using the alternate universe to imagine a world where I'm even more connected to other people, you know? And that's, I think, really cool. Yeah. I've mentioned that before, but that's kind of specifically how it connects for me. No, the killed by an angel thing is an entire another can of worms, bro. Yeah, specifically, it's a spear in my side, which I came up with and like it like cemented in my mind, and then I later realized was like a Jesus thing. So basically, that's crazy. I think I like subconsciously was doing like a Jesus thing when I thought about that. Anyways, lock in. Her father had switched careers, and now he's a salesman for his wife's designs. The couple must have been on good terms for one to design things and the other to sell them. As always, her mother's position seemed to be stronger, but the relationship was an average one, and divorce at the very least seemed impossible. That meant a nice, peaceful family for Aina. That satisfied her fully, and she even said that she lived a happy life. The fact that she knew that without going through hardships, though, she really was still Rena. I asked about the Takano clinic, too. It was as the big Dr. Yamamoto had said. The night of the stream cage, you forgive yourself? Lol. The Takano of Takano Clinic was indeed the one who had been Mio Takano's adopted grandfather, Ifumi Takano. Right after the war, he built a surprisingly grand clinic in Hinamizawa. Oh, is that the original change? What's the butterfly change? Which had no doctors and became a celebrity to the villagers. I learned that there was a monument dedicated to Takano in the place of the one dedicated to Ide in the worlds I knew. After Takano's passing, there was nobody to succeed his place in the clinic, and for a long time it had been left empty. You've grown? Why did I take that as an insult? I know this dude, what is wrong with me? I have been like, I'm like acting like a feral dog. I'm like actually a feral dog. Where like, oh no, I'm an abused dog. I am an abused dog where this is a purely positive message, but I read You've Grown and I took that instinctively as saying that the past version of me was lesser, and then I took offense on account of the past version of me, and then I was like, that's an insane thing to be doing. Why am I doing that? That is not at all the situation. Yeah, I like immediately like called myself out on it, and was like, what? But the reason I'm like that is because chat abuses me, and so I have been grown into assuming the worst out of chat messages. All right? Because all I see is, let's all go find someone to impregnate. True. All I see whenever I look at chat is like long nose, long nose, long nose. Of course I've got a persecution complex because I'm actually getting persecuted. I fixed the YouTube deletion. I've been working on this for hours. Can everybody praise AG, by the way? Can everybody praise AG? Yo, everybody on the YouTube stream right now, praise AG, who has been working tirelessly to try to actually fix the merging and the deleting and stuff so that we can bring YouTube's chat into this, bro. Thank you, AG. Thank you for working on this. W-mans. W-mans. I only know him because I think he likes feet. At what point in your time do you think your schnauzer was the longest? Birth. It's the first thing that came out. I breached head first. Nose first. That was a man from Okinonomiya Yamamoto. Frick you, man. Takano had discovered the Hanyuu syndrome and searched for research sponsors, but found none. And eventually Mio Takano would succeed him. But what if the older Takano had found a sponsor? Neither Mio Takano nor Ire would appear, and the Takano clinic being built right after the war would make sense. The YouTube stream has been reading test 1, test 2, etc. all stream. That's awesome. No, yeah, yes, I know 100% that you were being very wholesome and pleasant, because as you said, like I know how you type well enough, and that's why when I was like, why am I taking this so poorly? Chat, I try to self-introspect live on stream because I think it's an important thing to do. I was like, wow, why did I take this way? And there is no shame in taking your internal processes and laying them out in front of you and really looking at them. No shame in that. That's a good thing to do. So I try to do it as like a part of the performance, you know? Because I think it's important. And I try to be what you should be. Be exactly like me. A bum. And a gooner. And a feet lover. Alright, strike the last 3 from the record. Which meant that Takano in this world had been blessed with good dice rolls. At this point, I had a vague idea about something. Weren't these dice rolls the exact opposite of the ones for the world I knew well? The people themselves hadn't changed at all. But the dice god had cast for these people were all reversed. So it made sense that it turned into such a strange world for me. Here's a Muga train for you as a reward. I love Muga trains so freaking much, dude. How do I cultivate a chat environment that spams Muga train? All this like normal talking, who gives a frick, man? I don't want y'all to be smart. I want you to spam Muga train all the time. That's a way better chat. Sorry. I learned one more thing from talking to Reina too. In this world, I had no friends. I was all alone. Keiichi never transferred to our school. We didn't have a club, and Sudoku had no connection to me, so maybe it was only natural. At that point, I finally realized why Reina had sympathized with me going home alone and done her going home club activities with me. Play LobCorp again, so true. I miss LobCorp, dude. She's surprised she lives here. For a moment, I was confused when she said goodbye since we weren't in front of the temple, but I quickly understood. We were in front of the Furude main house. Since Takano never appeared, there was no Ide Institute nor any research into Hanyuu syndrome, and so my parents never died. At first, my parents cooperated with the researchers. But when I fell ill with a high fever one day, they stopped cooperating, which had some kind of trouble and were assassinated. My mother was the hysterical type. When she made a fuss, settling her down took a while. And because she made a fuss, the Ide Institute, which wanted to do its research in secret, naturally wanted to make sure she didn't talk. She'd held such an attitude even knowing how shady the Institute was. So in a sense, I couldn't deny that she reaped what she sowed. El Bozo, am I... Wait, this is like an Am I the Asshole post. Am I the asshole for not wanting my daughter to take place in this shady experiment? They're claiming she's a queen bee and they want bathwater from her. Am I the asshole? You are the asshole! Reap what you sow! In any case, no matter how many times I did this over, no matter how many times I warned her, it never worked, and I'd resigned myself to the fact that I no longer have parents by 1981. And I'd repeated it many times. I'd seen my parents for dozens of years in total, so I was fed up with them. We weren't on good terms to begin with anyway. And now in June of 1983, they were here again. This is interesting. This could be a really interesting scene. Thank you, Rena. Thank you for being nice to me. W. After seeing Reina off, I looked at my real home. I saw my mother patting out a dried futon in the yard. In normal worlds, they would always die, but in this one, they were alive the whole time. Found myself unsure of how to talk to my real mother.
リカなの？お帰りなさい。
みー、ただいまなのです。
手を洗ってうがいをしなさい。
Rinse out your mouth? Is that typical tech?
明日持ってく教科書は
Wait, is that typical tech? Why are we rinsing our mouth, bro?
宿題は出なかった？
What are you implying? That I eat dirt? Yes, she was my mother, alright. Honestly speaking, I wasn't used to the Furude main house. It was my true home, but it had only ever been my home before 1983, like a prison of time while I waited in melancholy for the day Keiichi transferred here. Oh, Keiichi, my goat. But Keiichi wouldn't transfer here, my parents wouldn't die. Which meant in this world I would never get out of this prison. But maybe that was a weird way to think about it. Without a dead-end fate, there was no victory or defeat, no destiny or miracles. This was my actual home. There's nothing more and nothing less. I went to my room, put down my book bag, and took a breath. Usually when I was by myself, Hanyuu would appear. But in this world, she hadn't shown up. How long are you planning on wasting time? Dude, she's not there, dude. Hurry up and appear and take me back to my original world. Oh, it's hopeful. It's hopeful, but it's not there. I knew by now that this world was odd and filled with what-ifs. I'd had it up to here with my exploration of this alternate universe. But Hanyuu didn't appear. Oh, that's right. Hanyuu was by herself in the ritual storehouse a lot. Maybe she was there right now. Oh, you're gonna get in trouble for sneaking in. Maybe. In any case, whatever else happened, I just wanted to see Hanyuu. I put on my shoes and ran out towards the shrine. As I turned my back on my annoying mother who called after me, asking if I'd really rinsed out my mouth. In a world when my father was alive, it was hard to get the key to the storehouse. But thanks to the innumerable worlds I'd been through, I found a way to get into the storehouse without it. Yeah, like the crack in the roof, right? Didn't like Stoko go in once? I could hear the elders having a pleasant talk in the assembly hall. My father's laughs mixed in with theirs. My father hated me even going near the ritual storehouse. Well, considering what it stored, I could sort of understand why he wouldn't want to let his beloved daughter inside it. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up a tree growing behind the storehouse. Yeah. My climb didn't go as smoothly as when Satoko had shown me she could do it. In any case, I crawled up stubbornly and jumped down onto the storehouse roof. I was a little scared of jumping. I climbed pretty high off the ground. Even a centurion witch can't... What? What is that? A centenarian witch? Does anybody know what a centenarian witch is? A centenarian witch can't escape the danger of heights. Oh, like century. Like a century long-lasting witch. Aha. A witch that's been around for a century. If I recalled right, there was a broken lattice window on the roof, and you could get in and out through there. This world was betraying all my expectations and giving me the exact opposite. Yeah. And sick. Sick.
Hanyuu?
Do we feel any spiritual energy in here?
Hanyuu? Iru?
No answer. I was too afraid to call out again. Because maybe if I did, I still wouldn't get any answer. For me, personally, Hanyuu not existing in this world was the one dice roll that couldn't happen. Oh, this is sad.
Hanyuu?
Oh, poor Rika. And I felt something I couldn't describe. Okay. The presence of someone, but not a person. Something only I could perceive. The presence of Hanyuu. Oh? But Hanyuu always answered me when I called for her. She wasn't now. What did that mean? But when she was here... But she was here. She was. I couldn't help poking my head through the roof. I climbed down a bundle of hanging chains and entered. Okay, that's something. That's just something to work with. Oh! 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 Oh, there you! I can hear you! This time I heard her for sure. Oh, this is great news! There was no doubt. Hanyuu, I'm lost! Hanyuu was like sifting through all her memory fragments right now. Just throwing them aside. Hanyuu's feeble words implied she was actually the one who couldn't hear my voice. I thought answering me might have to do with her being like in a coma or something, like knocked out. But where are you doesn't really work with that. Where are you implies that, like, she's aware of the timeline stuff. Hanyuu's feeble words implied she was actually the one who couldn't hear my voice. I looked for a place where I could hear her better. Before I realized it, I went to the altar in front of the holy vessel. Something that looked like a small crystal ball was on the altar, and I sensed it giving off a faint light. That was where Hanyuu's voice seemed to be coming from. The ball was about the size of a large toy marble. But it was seated respectfully on a small cushion, which told me it was no ordinary stone. I took the crystal ball in my hand and pressed it to my ear. Ooh, this is cool. My sweet little Han. There was no doubt. I was hearing Hanyuu's voice from this crystal ball. And it sounded exactly like it was searching for me, growing more distant all the while. Okay. I'm in this bum timeline, dude. Get me out of here. Keiichi never pulled up on you. And Satoshi's alive. Give comms. Okay, crystal ball. That's a comm. I'll take that. Okay, she denies it. Give her some, like, temporal coordinates. We need temporal coordinates. Of the fragment. I got you, Hanyuu. I'll be calling your name all night. Hopefully she doesn't get, like, heard and, like her, like, dad comes in or something. That'd be bad. For a while I kept shouting her name as if I'd gone mad. It was like clinging to a tin can telephone right before the string snapped. If Hanyuu's voice cut off in the middle, if she left me behind alone in the darkness of the storehouse. That was scarier than anything else I could imagine. So, as she told me to, I shouted her name over and over again. Hanyuu had told me had to be searching for me by listening for my voice. I didn't know what her situation was, but it seemed Hanyuu and I were far away from one another, that we were immeasurably distant. And as the crystal ball's light strengthened, I knew she was coming closer. Okay, W? She does look like a schizo to anybody else. At first, the light I sensed from it had been faint, but now it was bright as a weak miniature light bulb. And I could clearly see it was shining. I don't know, bro. There's this guy named Yamamoto. It's the Takano Institute, bro. My parents are alive. I can't be drinking wine like this. Wait. What did she say? Is she struggling? I can't enter the world you're in. Oh, I swear, if one of my ancestors is a dude, I'ma be pissed. They're supposed to all be girls, man. Maybe the line got broken. Hanyuu, get me out of here! Lock in. Your world rejects me. Given that she's both a paranormal existence and a deity, I couldn't imagine any situation that would make her anxious enough for her to weakly say, this is impossible. All I could do was keep on wailing half insanely for her to do something, anything. Okay. There's an ow ow ow. Thank you. Dude, ever since you were all happy in the world that we were at, like the last timeline, she was way too happy. All of our ow ow ows were like, ow ow. Ow, ow! That's a Rena, ow, ow. That's Rena, how, how. I want Hanyuu, ow, ow, ow. This is an ow, ow, ow. Give me it, listen up. There we go. Ow, ow, ow has some pain in it, thank you. Hanyuu, were you rushing or were you dragging? Chapter 7 ow ow was different, bro. Way better than chapter 8 ow ow ow. A power that rejects me. Okay, we have to find the red marble. Clearly there's a blue marble and a red marble. We have to find the red marble at the bottom of Unigafuchi Swamp. Oh yeah, that's the ending. The place is gonna flood and we're gonna be in the village as it's flooding in the swamp. I got it. Satan! Satan? Satan? Satan stole the
どう
fragment.
してかわからないけど、かけらが今リカがいる世界に紛
You
れ込んでしまっている
somebody
の
dropped
で
it.
す。
Somebody knocked it over.
かけら
I bet Keiichi and Mion were making out in the celestial realm at the end of chapter 7 and accidentally elbowed it and it fell. He predicted the ball with yin and yang, kinda. It's
私にもわ
true.
かるように説明して
Man, am I not onto something? That's what we're talking about, dude.
私にできることなら何でもするわ
Low key. Am I right or am I right? A power that's rebuking Hanyuu in another timeline? It's gotta be the time demons, dude. Low key? Low key. I like watching the lag. Continuing to act so deranged won't help with anything. I managed to figure out what Hanyuu wanted to say, and now I knew I had to eliminate the obstacle. The situation utterly escaped me, but it seemed like if I didn't do something, Hanyuu couldn't appear in
取
front
り
of me.
乱して悪かったわ落ち着くからもう一度説明して一体どういうことなの
リカ、どうしてかわかりませんが、神の世界にあるべきかけらの一部が今、リカの
Okay.
いる世界に紛
One
れ
of the
込ん
gods
でいるよ
knocked
うな
it
ので
over.
す。それは例えるなら、開けるべき扉の中
You
に
gotta slide it back out
その
under the
鍵が
door to let me
閉じ込められ
in.
ているかのよう。
かけら
Okay,
って
okay, okay.
何
What's a fragment?
リカにとって世界に見えるものはより高い次元の世界で
Oh,
は
frick. Hanyuu, break down the higher dimensions for me, bro. You see in this in 4D or 5D?
そのかけらをジグソーパズルのように組み合わせて世界を渡り歩いてきたのです。
なるほどその例えでなんとなく状況は分かったわ私が今いるこの世界というかけら
It's a crazy fragment, though.
いえジグソーパズルのピースは噛み合う部分がどうにかなっていて周りのピースと組み合ってくれないとそう言いたいわけね
そうです。その欠けた部分は必ずこちら側にあるのですが、なぜかこちら側ではなくそちら側にあるのです。
神の世界にあるべきかけらがなぜか人間の世界にこぼれ落ちていて欠陥を起こしているってこと
そんなところなのです。
Oh, that was such a good
分
one.
かった
Again. Again.
そんなところなのです。
Oh, man. It's like the whining of a disabled puppy to my ears.
そのかけらをどうにかすればいいわけねあなたの指示に従うわそのかけらはどこにあるのそれをどうすればいいの
Ew.
そこはあうあう言うところじゃないでしょ
Is this really the time to be
どこにあるのよ
owing? It's always the
その
time
か
of
けらとやらは
owing. Dude, this is exceptional. Listen to it. I don't know. I love it. I think it's
そして
great.
どんな形をしているのよ
Verbal, like cute verbal tics don't work for me. You need like miserable verbal tics. Then it works for me. She's panicking. Oh, you don't know. Oh, honey, you worthless. You my sweet little worthless goat.
僕だってわかりません。
I don't know what it looks like.
ここからはリカの声しか聞こえないのですから。今の僕にはその世界に干渉することが何もできないのです。
かけらってからにはこんな感じの水晶のキラキラ光るかけらみたいな感じ
Suddenly, Higu's worth it. Yes, this is what made it
そうだと
worth
思いますが
this. Hearing Hanyuu
当
panicking.
時の世界にあるべきものが人間の世界にもたらされた場合、どんな姿に変わる
Yeah,
のか
it's like the
想像も
Tesseract,
つきません
dude. You're telling me the
です。
Tesseract just like dropped into the plot? Oh, this is the beginning of the endgame connection. Yeah, one thing I was spoiled on is that this is actually part of the Avengers universe. And so this is probably how the Tesseract got in, right? I felt all my energy drain out of me, and I heaved a sigh.
探し物の形もわからないとは最悪ね。で、仮にそれを
I would
見つけた
never
ら
I would never hurt
どうすればいい
Hanyuu.
の？
Let me make that very clear. Hanyuu is a beautiful creature. I would never hurt her, okay? However, if she is owing, what's wrong with that? Right? Like, it's just like it's empathy. It's like, oh, you know? It's like a baby crying. It's like being like, oh, like, the point of a baby crying, biologically, is to get you to go deal with it so that the baby doesn't die, right? It's like a come deal with me thing. Come help me, come help me. Hanyuu owing is the equivalent of a baby crying. It's being like, I'm panicking. Give me a little bit of assistance. Give me a little bit of something, right? Same way, like, if you screamed in pain, it's like letting people around you know that you're in trouble. That's like the point of it, right? Evolutionarily. And so, me being like, oh, I love ow, that's me engaging with it. If you were neutral on ow, then you would actually be worse because you wouldn't be engaging with it, right? It'd be like, oh, I like my baby crying, so I'm gonna go help the baby. But it's not like, I don't want the baby to keep crying. But I like that I'm like, it makes me feel needed. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yes. I would repeatedly hit Hanyuu in the head because it'd be fun to do. I only feel that way with Satoko and with a desk. Nah, I'm joking. My girl Satoko, I don't even want to say that. I'm trying to reference the time that Shion was clubbing her. Jesus. No, I don't like crying babies. I hate crying babies. But yeah, it's like, Hanyuu, it's like, I wouldn't want Hanyuu to suffer. I would want Hanyuu to not suffer. Period. But I also, if you're going ow, I like that because it's a cute sound. It's just great. It's a chat. I've said this before. It's about vulnerability, right? Ow. It's like Hanyuu, you know, we're close enough to Hanyuu that Hanyuu's willing to ow around us, right? So it tells us something about the relationship because Hanyuu's willing to be vulnerable. And that to me implies depth, and a relationship with depth is something I value. And so ow equals sign, transitive property, value. Do you like crying men? If a man was, okay, yes, sometimes, strategically. And I only like I only like it if it's like, if you're willing to cry to me because you're like having a really tough time, then it's like, bro, I'm here for you, bro. I got you, bro. Like, that's good. I appreciate that connection. And it's the same thing with like a man or a woman, right? Because it's just about relationships and not even like romantic necessarily. Ow yourself. Ow yourself now. Lightning bolt. I also just kind of like how worthless she is. I have no idea what I'm doing. Ha 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 ha. I laughed mostly at myself, and before I realized it, I couldn't stop my tears from falling. After getting sent to this crazy world, I don't even know how to get back. Today, of all days, I was in such high spirits going to the pool with my friends. That tiny fragment of happy days we'd all finally obtained after escaping the dead end of June 1983. And just because I was messing around on the way back, just a little, I got sent to this horrible world. Yeah, you did get hit by a car. And that car for driving recklessly. Like, hello? What are we doing, man? Thank you. I lost my balance on the bicycle, got thrown off, and then fell into the car. There. A common traffic accident. A common death of a child. Oh my goodness. It just happened to be me this time. In the future I'd won after 100 years. Now, just because of that, everything was in pieces. I mean, that's life, right? At any moment. Dude, I could be right here. We could have a freak accident. A tree falls and crushes my skull live on camera. I could die any moment, dude. You just kind of, like, and it's super unlikely, but, like, that's just life, man. I could wail all I want, but the only thing at fault was my own carelessness. Also that a little bit, for sure. In fact, I should be thankful to Hanyuu for letting me live. True. Yep, you getting to be alive in this world is something most people wouldn't get. But sending me to a world like this, it's too cruel. No, it wasn't as though Hanyuu sent me here because she wanted to. I know that, I know that.
私を助けてくれたということ。
What if Asgore killed Rika through drunk driving? Driving in my car, da 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 da. Hey, what's that? It's shaped like a deer. DUI. Something that a die, da 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 da. Bum bum da 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 da. Wait, you right? You right? Wait, I need a. Okay, wait. There's got to be a way to incorporate this, right? Asgore driving in my car. There's gotta be some. Wait. I'm putting this on the thing. I don't even care. There's gotta be a tech. There's gotta be a tech. The Yamamoto timeline. Yamamoto pictured. Yamamoto pictured. Holy. Yamamoto is the person that hit Rika. We're in, dude. We're in. It makes sense. This is the origin of the Yamamoto timeline. Yamamoto is Asgore from Undertale, dude. / Deltarune. Shout out Deltarune. Shout out the Deltarune playthrough on the YouTube. It's somewhere in there. Deltarune's good. I like Deltarune, man. I'm excited for the chapter releasing this year. Shout out. That's awesome. Your body flew off your bike. Did her shoes fly off? That means you're actually dead. We all know that's how it works. Really? Wait, you're telling me that the entire cast watched as Rika got hit by Asgore's car and then got her head rolled over? Was it like a watermelon moment? From Hanyuu's words colored with sadness, it felt like she watched me fly off, get run over by the car, and die. Oh my goodness. Yo, W epilogue. One of the little girl characters got ran into and killed. GG. Lose the game. For free. Oh, Hanyuu. That's so terrible. Oh my god. The power of friendship versus my Bergen truck. Oh my god, it's peak. Wow, that is so deeply realistic that it's like, oh yay, power of friendship, the ideal. This is so awesome. Versus the cold indifference of random chance. Like, you can be the most golden person, enlightenment, blossom, wonderful, full of light person that everybody knows and is uplifted by. And if you get bad RNG, you are getting hit by a DUI idiot. Or struck by lightning, if you want to make it not even a person thing. You can just get cooked at any time. And that there is no amount of ideal that will save you from that. Damn, bro. But that's why this entire thing is part of the equation, dude. This is why you live your life passionately and powerfully and full of light and full of yourself in like a self-actualizing way. You live your life like that because any moment it could go away. Don't let this be the reason why you hide away from life and refuse to do things. Let this be more fuel on the fire of, I got limited time. I don't know when I'm gonna die, so I better make moves now, you know? And that's like as part of being at peace with death, I think. There's a really, man, what was it? There's a really good Greek thing on this. Do I even want to look it up? Greek, I forgot the one. About writing your will every day. No, I don't think it's Socrates. Was it Seneca? Yeah, wait. Seneca. Was it Seneca? Oh, it wasn't even Greek. It was Roman. Lol. I think it's Seneca. Seneca wrote death will every day. Is this true? Am I thinking of the right thing? Yeah, I give up. I'm just gonna give you the story without giving the source. The idea was that, like, there was, like, this philosopher dude that on his way home, he stopped by and he carved into, like, a tree or something his will. And like an update to his will of, like, oh, if I die, I want this to happen. And the idea with that is that he isn't even sure if he'll make it home. Like, he could die on the way home, and so he writes his will on the journey home in order to, like, accept that he could die on the way home. Period. And it's not out of fear, but it's out of, like, an acceptance of, like, yeah, I could die on the way home. Let me just, like, get this really quick, like, tidied up, you know? And I find that to be a really interesting relationship to have with death. And I mean, a bunch of, you know, Greek or Roman people have a bunch of thoughts on death, but I've always found that specific story to be interesting. Because it's, like, the amount of, like, commonality or, like, casualness. How casual it is to write your will on your way home just because you're like, oh, I might not make it home. And, like, it's not like it's burdening him and he's, like, suffering as he's carving into the tree. It's more like, oh, I just got to do this real quick. Like a grocery list kind of thing. And having that perspective towards death is really interesting. Yeah. Basically, just live your life type shit. LMAO, live your life, don't get hit by a car next time. Unlucky. Run it back. Or run it side. That's what happened. Run it side. Oh, I'm sorry, Rika. I would start talking about nonsense in the middle of you struggling. My fault, girl. I could imagine the rest of the story without Hanyuu telling me. That fun day we had was wiped out in an instant by my careless fooling around. We've dove together into the longest June 19th, 1983 of these past 100 years. And the peaceful future we finally reached through the sharing of countless miracles was wiped out in an instant. My corpse was too horrible to look at. Stoko came running over first, and then everyone else came. And they all wished they'd wake up from that nightmare until they lost all hope, broke down and wept. Compared to that heart-splitting sadness, the one who was actually careless, grumbling about wanting to go home since this world was uncomfortable, counted for nothing. Did that mean in the end it was all my own fault? I'd struggled through so many years to reach that future, and I'd carelessly lost it by nobody's fault but my own. And I was blessed since Hanyuu was here for me, so I should be thankful. Because if that had happened to someone other than me, they'd just lose their life and nothing more. Just the fact that there was hope, even if it was only a single tiny ray, surely meant I was fortunate. Can we, like, get back in that timeline, despite our body being kind of mangled? Also, I like this gratitude. W gratitude. Gratitude super OP.
日本中にいくらでも溢れてる。私もそのうちの一人だった。だから、しのごの言わずに死ねばいいものを。こうして、あなたのおかげで、妙なことにはなりつつも、生き残っている。そして、とても難しいことには違いないけど、元の世界に戻る方法がゼロなわけじゃない。おさらいするわね。私を元の世界に連れ戻すには、羽生がここにやってこなくてはならない。
I mean, we'll just spawn in a new body. It's all good, bro. We body snatched then, bro. Did we body snatch the Rika that was here? That would be so funny. Imagine there's a Rika in every timeline and we just body snatched this one. Because this isn't going back into your own past. This is jumping into an alternate present. So there was a Rika here. What happened to that Rika, dude? We just overwrote her? We killed Rika. We killed a different self. A different ourself. Did we? Bro, this is why timelines are crazy, man. We started pulling out new hypothetical technologies. Maybe the Rika can have her body back when we jump away. Whole fanfic about that I've been reading that's pretty lit. There we go. Good fanfic idea. Good mentality. I like it, Rika. That's what I'm talking about. That's unfair and that sucks, but that's life. I trust. You can cry. Whoa, wait. No. Rika, you can cry. You can cry. You can bemoan. You can curse your fate. But don't stop fighting. That's what matters. Baby girl, it's okay. Hanyuu is here for you. All right? It's okay to cry. It's okay to show weakness. Weakness is part of being alive, bro. You just gotta keep pushing. Don't give up hope. That's all I ask. That's all I ask, Rika. Come on. We got hope. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, too. We could do that. That would escape the body problem. In this storehouse in which I could smell only dust, I thought I caught the scent of incense. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but somehow I knew. It was my funeral. Whoa. And I thought I could hear them. My friends are heartbroken, grieving over my coffin. Oh my god. Their cries were incredibly sad, so painful, as though it would tear me apart. I understood. My carelessness. It had destroyed not only my life, but everyone else's happiness. There we go. Now, where's our super marble, man? Where's our red marble? Where's our fragment, man? Yeah, there is definitely a lot of connection you can make to ReZero. That's facts. Yo, shout out ReZero, bro. I'm excited for the next season coming soon. My tears filled with sadness, mixed with determination, mixed with saltiness, dropped to the floor. Hanyuu saying, lock in. We all believe in you. Even when we're far apart, our belief is close together. Oh, no. Wait, shut up. Even when we're far apart, our belief is at home in our heart. Man, I'm good. Even Takano taught me that too. Damn. I mean, low-key facts, though. Low-key facts. Fate was thinner than a goldfish scooping net. And strong enough feelings can reshape the future. Worst sound you've ever made. Should I steal the Germa bit where you do like worst sound of the year award at the end of the year? We can have a bunch of like streamer awards for the stream. Worst moment, worst sound, worst audio moment of 2026. Yo, somebody write that down. Write that down. We gotta be keeping track of these things, okay? I thought it was good. 100 years of atonement, by the way, for one fooling around on the bicycle. I can't believe her face got ripped off. That's so insane. That is true, Shiro. And yeah, I've always been a little, like... So, did we ever, like, really turn back time? Or did we just jump? Yo, okay, wait. I'm not gonna make this an entire thing. I mean, I can maybe... let me show it off in the corkboard. I'll be, like, quick about this, though, right? Like, I used to think that it was like this, right? That we would have the... Oh my goodness. Lag is crazy. Even just for drawing? No, okay, it's fine now. No, it's not. Wow. It's fine. I think the audio comes through fine. That's what matters. I used to think it was like this, where we would, like, jump back into time. But I think it's actually more like... Wait. You get what I mean? I think it's more like this. So yeah, and so you're jumping to alternate worlds. So what happens to the Rika of these worlds? Have we been like killing all our Rikas? You know? That's crazy. That's crazy work. Yeah, and so that also is like simply has to be the case because of the Yakasaka stuff, you know? I guess this one, so the only notable thing about this one is that we didn't go back in time like almost at all. But the conditions of the world are incredibly different. Yo, does she have quantum immortality or whatever it's called? Where like the idea that if you die, you shift to a different world where you didn't die. Yo, she's gonna be dying for, she's gonna be like getting reincarnated forever. She's trapped. It's hell. Welcome aboard. Or maybe it could be heaven. Wait, what?
はい。今のその世界には僕の力は及びませんのです。だからどうかリカ、くれぐれも注意して。
分かってる。二度と道路でふざけたりしないわ。
ヒントは確かにありませんが、でも。
You know I would not take quantum immortality because when you get just stuck in like an infinite immortal death spiral at the end, where you'd be like, I feel like you'd get stuck in this idea where like you're like on your deathbed about to take your last breath, and then you shift to a different world where your last breath is like half a second later, and then you shift to a different, yeah, the old age part of quantum immortality is the fucked up part. I'm not sure how this all works myself. It's also worth noting that the characters can recall other fragments, which means they're all somehow connected. True. Yeah, that's a good point. It's magic, bro. It's magic and it's divine. Who cares? Something, something. I feel like that's the real tech. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah, you can make the meme of like, you know the thing where it's like the guy looking? It's like the guy looking. And it's like, oh, it goes like over your head and it's like the theme of friendship. It's like you think the theme's about friendship, but really it's road safety. I mean, that's pretty much Higurashi, no? It wasn't about friendship at all. It was always about road safety. That was the real message.
その僕に干渉する力なのですから。おそらくその力も村の中にあるものだと思いますです。
Yep, I think it's valid.
この村のどこかあなたに関わるものだとしたら。
Maybe it's in the other one, the uncle's dude. Bald Kimiyoshi. Bald Kimiyoshi. Bald Kimiyoshi. Bald Kimiyoshi. Maybe Dumel. Yeah, that'd be a funny idea.
目立つものって保証もないんでしょ。
僕に干渉するくらいなのですから。多分神の世界に限りなく近い場所に踏み入ったことのあるリカなら、その気配を感じ取れるかもしれませんのです。
また難儀な話ね。少なくともこの祭壇にあるものはこの水晶玉も含めて何も変わりないと思うわ。しかし不思議な水晶玉ね。ただのビー玉のくせに。ずいぶん偉そうなところに陳列してある。
Yeah, where's Oishi? Oishi, I need you.
フルデ神社の司法、カムの御のりと呼ばれるもの。かつて僕がお社様としてフルデ神社に奇跡を示したとき、その印として残したものです。長い時間の中で込められた力のほとんどは薄れてしまいましたが、幸運にもこうして理科に及ぶ唯一の僕の力となりましたのです。もっと力が残っていれば、あるいはこんな力に屈せず、その世界へ迎えに行けたかもしれないのに。
ということは、この水晶玉であなたと話をするのも限られた時間だけということなのね。
I mean, at least she was getting closer, right?
理科には僕の声が聞こえていますか
？Time loop as a narrative and thematic tool. Explore the characters from different angles based on their reaction to unique circumstances. Thematically, it's to tell the story of a village stuck in the past and able to move forward. Yeah, I like both of those. I like that read. Both of those reasons. I mean, there's also I think I talked about it at length in one of the first times the like time travel fragment stuff was like really getting dropped, where I went on like the whole like eternal return thing, which is like Nietzsche, because I love bringing up Nietzsche, and about like fighting, like even if you live the same life over and over, you should fight for it every time. kind of deal and like to double down on everything you're doing. Kind of. That's me like super reducing. But yeah, I think there's a lot of aspects of it that you can like try to push into the narrative. There's also like this like really beautiful thing of like constant improvement, you know, because they learn from their past like guilt and worries, and so it's a really cute idea and like really hopeful to imagine that like any mistake that somebody makes, they'll be able to, that guilt goes somewhere. Like their desire to go into the past and fix it does go somewhere. It helps teach them something in the future when they go through it again, right? So it's like the looping, this looping timeline idea that like with Nietzsche is like this the same thing over and over and over, but instead of it being the same thing, it's like slightly improving each time, and that's like really hopeful. Oh, we're fading away. And we're fading away.
わかった。無駄な連絡は慎むようにするわ。それならもうしばらくは話ができるんでしょ。
多分。
十分よ。
Can you
私
tell
はこれか
Hanyuu you
ら
love her?
最後殿の中を漁るわ。この水晶玉と同
Can
じ
you
サイ
tell
ズだ
Hanyuu
と
you
したら
love her?
どこに紛れ込んでてもおかし
Can
く
you
ない。
please
そ
tell
れに
Hanyuu you love her?
最後殿の中とは限らないんでしょ。
She's your
根気のいる作
grandma.
業になるわね。
リカ、どうか頑張って。僕はここにいて応援することしかできない。そしてその応援の言葉すらもう限られてしまっている。
大丈夫よ。絶対にこちらの世界の扉を開いてあなたを招き入れるわ。あなたと一緒にあの楽しかった世界へ戻ることを約束するわ。だから
Nice and hopeful.
あなたも頑張って。何かヒントになりそうなことが分かったら教えて。
はい。
じゃあもうこれくらいにしましょう。更新を終わるわ。またね、羽生。
Aww.
約束する。
Hanyuu, say I love you too.
冷蔵庫
Oh, that's
シュ
basically
ークリ
saying I
ーム
love
で埋
you.
め尽くしてあげるわ。
そ
I'll
の
hit you
約
with the
束
cream
楽
puffs.
しみに待っていますのです。
I got you, my goat. Hang up. Hanyu's voice gently vanished like water seeping into sand. But that didn't mean Hanyuu had vanished. It was kind of like I was talking to Hanyuu on a public phone and my 10 yen ran out. We may have been in different worlds, but we were cooperating, trying to get out of this world and back to the last one. When I thought about it, Hanyuu had always been an ally in my life. In this world, that ally was gone. Maybe that was a fitting punishment for wasting my life by being careless. To get back to the last world... Yo, baby, let me tell you something. Oh, I'd pile up as many stones as I needed to? Wait, isn't that a reference to, like, the thing where, like... Isn't that a reference to that thing that they also referenced in Monogatari with Hachikuji that one time? Am I right or am I right? Holy crap, he's learning. But hey, this, like, you just rode around on your bike and then some guy hit you with his car. I'm low-key, dude. She's making this into, like, a punishment thing. Honestly, punishment is interesting because it has intention. I think this was just random bad luck. And that is maybe scarier than the idea of being punished, like, karmically. I think having bad luck and shit just randomly going wrong is scarier. But I think that's just more what it was. But that's just me. You know what I mean? For these were the banks of the river Styx. Nirvana, from my viewpoint, as one who had lost her life in the previous world. But I'll get back, I swear I'll get back there. Then suddenly the inside of the storehouse brightened. Someone had just turned on the switch for the naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. Okay, chat, I'm gonna use that as an opportunity to go piss. That's a piss break privet. No background music? Wait, let me wait for background music. And then with a heavy clink, the door opened. My father appeared there, yeah. I kind of thought that would happen. His face was like a demon's. Ah, that was right. I'd entered the cordoned-off ritual implement storehouse. I only received the right to enter the storehouse when I succeeded them as the head of the Frude family. In other words, in a world with my parents alive, I wasn't allowed to come in. Okay. Background, W. Alright, be right back, chat. Chat. I'm gonna come clean. Do you want me to come clean? I've been sitting here. I did piss. I didn't lie about pissing. But I have been sitting here just eating a bag of chips for gotta be like a full minute. Because it's like, I want to eat these bag of chips. I'm freaking hungry. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I washed my hands. But I was like, I don't want to do it on mic. But then I was like, what am I scared of? Am I scared that they won't accept me for eating chips on mic? And so now I'm going to just eat these chips. Because I can't do it while reading, man. So I got to do it right now, man. Man? Nothing wrong with a snack break. That's what I'm doing, man. Hey, yeah, man. Oh no. Oh no, I'm out of chips. Whatever am I going to do? Oh no. Oh no, I'm out of chips. Whatever am I going to do? Yeah, you think that of me? Come on. Tap in. You know what I really hope? I really hope somebody in this span of me eating chips while staring into the camera joined, took 3 seconds to look at the screen, and then left. In fact, I'd rather them join and leave that fast than join and stick around. The idea of that being their entire experience of ever seeing my face, I think that's actually what we want. Why would you send me this image? Is that from Shipwrecked? FBI. Ads are running right now so they can't see it. I hate my life. All right. 2 bags of chips down. Because I'm actually starting to feel like I'm waking up. I feel like I've been asleep all day. I feel like I'm more awake now than I was for the rest of my time. Gotta get the barbecue. Gotta get them crumbs. Gotta get them Lola Bunny action. Talk about it, man. Talk about it. She got that body. Yo, she wearing jeans. You think she sleeps in these jeans, bro? I can tell you from experience, she does not. No, I don't have any plan to take piss access to YouTube. I don't want to. I just don't want to. I don't know how, like, YouTube works with, like, ecchi-esque stuff. I know, like, gushing, I would have to literally go in and censor. So I don't want to do all that. And then, like, I assume I would kind of want to censor or do a little bit of something on Kiss 6. And then even if I didn't, it's like, for what, dude? You gonna test fight it on YouTube? Oh, I could. I haven't tested. I don't remember. I feel like I tested copyright and it didn't go great, but I don't remember. Mine got removed for nudity. Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? Oh, yeah, I did see that earlier. Yeah, and like, what am I trying to say? I forgot. It should be fine if you add a filter. No. No, you would have to, like, go in and censor it. Like, gushing has actual, like female nudity, right? Like, I would need to go in and censor all that. I mean, unless you mean by filter, you mean literally, like, going in and censoring it. But there's no way that they're, like, yeah. I would say they're about equal in terms of, like, NSFW-ish. I don't know, but a filter wouldn't, like, you would still have nipple on screen with a filter or a mosaic, right? It would just be between, like, where the filter isn't, like, on, you know? You can just remove the feed when straight nudity. Yeah, I mean, at that point, then, like, you don't even need the filter. I mean, the filter then doesn't have to do with the nudity, it just has to do with copyright, which is the same as every show. You know what I mean? We about to get spanked. Okay, can we not get on the spanking and not that the spanking from gushing? I will spoil episode 1 of gushing. I don't care. I don't value it, so I will be doing that. Rika's about to get her booty whooped. Okay, we know this happened to Satoko when Satoko like broke in the one time. Oh wait, no, didn't Rika get whooped for that too? Oh yeah, wait, wasn't that like a Satoko sin? Oh yeah, that like Rika took the fall. Low, 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 low. Yeah, we're cooked. My father was in a rage. Thanks to the property imprinted into one's very genes that made children tremble when their father looks at them with a scary face, I reflexively cringed with fear. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and took me outside, and then I ended up being disciplined, something I'd forgotten for a very long time. Ah, my parents being here is such a bother. Okay, wait, that's kind of aura. Wait! That's kind of based. Mid-discipline, she's like, dang, this is annoying. LOL. I think that happened in the main timeline, yeah. Though maybe it was just in a variant, but I kind of thought it was just part of the past of the main. But who knows, right? Like, the timelines are fucky. Just when I thought I'd been lucky that they made it through the year of 1981, they're getting in the way of me returning to the final world. In the storehouse, I'd been shouting Hanyuu's name pretty loudly, so he'd probably noticed. I would investigate the storehouse for real tomorrow, but I have to take extreme caution so that my father didn't find me. In the middle of the night, unable to sleep face up on my futon because of my rear end swelled up from all the spanking, I bit my pillow and cried again. Then thought back over what I had to do. This was my room, this was my futon, but this wasn't where I was supposed to sleep. The futon I was supposed to go home to was in the small house on the second floor of the renovated warehouse, the one next to Sotoko's. But in this world, the youth group was probably still using it as a meeting place. So my futon obviously wouldn't be there. Then what futon was I supposed to use in this world? Punishment for doing something stupid and careless, bringing the future we all won to nothing. I need to find out what was keeping Hanyuu away so I could call her here. It would take a lot of effort. For that reason, I need to build up my energy and get some sleep. Shedding tears was nothing but a waste of time and stamina. I knew that, but until I fell asleep, I wept into my pillow. Bruh, there was a cutaway right here, and I pissed then. Look, they put a shadow behind this. That's weird. Things are changing, man. Tips? Tips? Another 8-3. Find yourself in another world. No tip menu, dude. Just kill me, dude. I'd hoped Satoko would be there when I woke up that morning. I'd hoped this baffling world was just a half-awake dream of mine. So when I awoke not to a familiar ceiling referenced, but to the one in the Furude main house, I could feel nothing but disappointment. Hanyuu was the tip. Okay. My mind hazy, I recalled the situation I'd been put into. Thanks to my own carelessness, I'd gotten lost in this strange world. Hanyuu's power couldn't reach here, so it'd be incredibly difficult to escape. It was like trying to climb up the spider's thread to paradise, but the spider's thread was still there. No matter how thin it was, its presence meant that there still was a chance. To discover what was blocking Hanyuu's power, and I didn't even know what it looks like. The only possible clue was that Hanyuu was the deity of Hinamizawa, so it's probably in the village somewhere. I picked up the crystal ball, which had snuck out of the ritual implement storehouse. The ball gave off a weak and somehow unnatural light. I pressed it to my forehead, and I could sense a faint presence that only I, as a witch, could feel. I was sure that whatever I need to find, I would get the same feeling from it as this. But again, like the crystal ball, I'd probably have to hold it to my forehead to sense anything. It didn't seem like things would be as simple as wandering around until I felt something. But if it was related to Hanyuu's power like the crystal ball was, it was almost certainly in that storehouse. Unfortunately, the storehouse was a complete mess of everything from ancient torture devices to piles of old documents to mountains of trash I didn't even know how to use. The only place with any semblance of cleanliness was the space around the vessel and the altar. Finding anything, especially an object as small as this crystal ball, would be no simple matter.
Rika! 早く食事を済ませて学校に行きなさい!
I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen. The school in this world wasn't the one I went to. If I had the time to go somewhere I didn't belong, then I should be using it to search the storehouse. But there was no proof of my search would only take 1 or 2 days. I really hated to say it, but since I didn't even know what it looked like, maybe I need to prepare myself for the search to take years. If I didn't go to school, Chie, ever conscientious, would call the house to see if I was staying home that day. W. Chie. If that happened, it would cause trouble with both the school and my parents. I couldn't imagine how much time this search would take. If my parents grew suspicious, things would get harder. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Although it was frustrating for weekdays, it would be better to pretend I was going to school like normal. I let out a languid sigh, got up, and decided to eat breakfast. During mealtime, my mother's ramblings about how I was never allowed to go into the ritual storehouse again steadily made the food taste worse. Dude, why is the perspective on this roof, like, tweaking me out? Does this perspective look right to you guys? I feel like this spot is actually tweaking. Right? It's like bending weird. My mother was always insistent and long-winded. Like, it's as if the edge, like, this corner, wall... Do you kind of see what I mean? Okay. And long-winded, I hated this part of her. The elders in this village laughed and said she couldn't help it since she did it for her only beloved daughter, but to me, she was just a nuisance. Tough love wasn't what I needed at the moment. Dude, I mean, they're trying their best, dude. I know they kind of suck a little bit, but, like, dude... They're still your parents, man. The only thing I could be thankful for was, maybe, that I didn't have to make breakfast for myself. Like, being able to be in this world, even if you end up going back, could be a blessing, because you could say bye to your parents and, like, get maybe closure if you wanted it. I mean, it's not like people need closure, but, like, necessarily, but, like... You know what I mean? Not sure? Bruh. It's actually a very deep element. The weird perspective on the roof represents Rika's mental state, or something. It's actually very deep, you see. So the funny thing is that actually kind of cooks. I think it is a happy coincidence, but and it's also, this isn't a roof we've seen before, right? I mean, that's kind of representative of the same thing. It's unfamiliar. But I could do it on my own, so I almost would have rather she left it to me. After I was done eating and started getting ready for school, my mother continued to nag me about making it on time. What do you call somebody that nags someone else a lot? Ah, how aggravating. Me going to school wasn't so bad. I wouldn't have had to see my mother's face for half a day. I thanked her for the food, cleaned my plate and utensils in the sink, and left immediately for school. If everything was going to betray my expectations anyway, I wish class would too. But even in this world, class went the exact same way as the world I knew. I thought I'd escaped that world, and now it was repeating. Thinking that way made me feel even more listless. Normally I'd distract myself by teasing Satoko, but her seat was far away from mine. And we're not, like, tight. She was probably also so bored with class that she didn't know what to do with herself. Satoshi, earnestly studying in the next seat over, was constantly trying to get her to focus. That'd be so annoying. Mion seemed to be butting into Reina's business too. But they weren't fooling around, it was strange, though a pleasant sight. They were helping one another learn. Actually, they weren't the only pleasant sight. Everyone in the classroom was like that. I felt like I was the only one left out. I didn't know whether my seat was in its own row because of the odd number of students, or if I'd chosen this seat on purpose in this world, but it felt like my seat was separated from the rest of the classroom. Like, dude, okay, wait, remember that conversation we were having earlier about, like, alternate timelines and, like, what if you're evil in a different timeline? Imagine Rika, like, gets knocked into a new timeline, goes to her room, and there's, like, someone's corpse in there. And it's like, oh wait, I killed this person? Why the hell did I do that? Somebody get on it. Somebody make that a world fragment. The world fragment where Rika freaking assassinated Satoko for some reason. And then a good Rika jumps into that world and is like, what happened? Whole world makes me feel a weird knot in my stomach. Valid. When lunchtime came, I felt even more alienated. I think the creepiest part, as I was kind of saying, is like how it's like literally and objectively kind of good. A lot of the events are like more good, like a lot less people are dead, but it still sucks from Rika's perspective. So it's like it sucks, but it almost feels like it only sucks selfishly. My classmates formed groups with friends and took out their food. The club members who would always eat with me weren't here. And it kind of like induces the question, induced pregnancy reference. It kind of induces the question of what happens to the worlds you leave behind kind of deal. And we actually kind of got an answer for that, for her to be able to like hear her funeral. So it kind of implies that like every world is going on at the same time and she's just hopping between some. Which means that like 99.999% of the worlds are cooked. You're telling me 99.999% of Rikas just get freaking murked? And like 80% of Keiichis go crazy? Oh man! That's brutal. That's kind of the vibe, right? Stoko was part of it. Well, at least a couple worlds though are like this, right? Which are like decent. It's just not a good fit. Stoko was a part of a circle of several friends, including her brother. There was no place for me to wedge myself into. Mion and Reina were sitting face to face as they ate. No room for me there either. And nobody asked me if I wanted to eat with them. And they had fun eating their own meals, so they seemed natural, like it was something that happened every day. For a short while, I waited, hoping for Satoko or Mion and Reina to invite me over. After the clock's minute hand moved 5 and then 10 places, I realized I might even be left behind in eating. I finally gave up and opened up my bento box. That is so sad to imagine her just like alone in the corner with her closed bento box, looking at everybody else eating. What a sad visual. Inside were the leftovers of last night's burned Hamburg steak and white rice with nori seaweed that was now sticky. They burned my steak, dude. Spinach wrapped with gooey nori. It's gooey and sticky? Another rains of kinpira with chopped burdock root, also burned. I guess I'd forgotten about that. For some reason, my mother overcooked everything. Summer is dangerous if you don't let the heat in, was a favorite phrase of hers. She would cook steaks until they were rock hard. And even when she made fish, she'd turn half their insides to ash. Bro, it's to make sure we don't get salmonella, bro. Even Satoko was better than that. At least you know how hot to cook things. Oh, and when I learned how to cook from Hanyuu and started to make things better than my mother, she must not have been happy. It tasted terrible too. No presentation either. If Mion decided to have a bento contest and I only had this, I'd end up in last place. But there was no club in this world, so I didn't have to worry about that. Stoko's happy laughter not being directed at me made me feel sad. Suddenly our eyes met. Did my feelings get through? Stoko burst out of her seat and glared at me. Be nice to me, Satoko! We're best friends in the other world, I promise! Can we be friends? Rika, that was your in! Satoko, be nice! She definitely was. Getting gross! Stoko and her friends began whispering amongst themselves while looking at me. Couldn't hear what they said, but I could easily imagine them enjoying themselves. Damn. Damn. Disrespect on the cream croquettes? It's fricked up, man. I angled my desk a little so I couldn't see Satoko and the others. Could you imagine watching as she picks up her desk and shifts, like, into the corner after getting ridiculed like that? Oh my god! At first I'd call this world Satoko cold, but it looked like I was mistaken. This world Satoko either didn't like me or outright hated me. And the other kids close to my age seemed to have formed a community around her, with no place for me in it, so they all hated me too. Oh, you are used to being the queen, huh, Rika? Now Satoko's the queen bee. The hardened ash-like steak tasted of salt. Why did I have to feel this sad and lonely when I ate? Now I dare you to say that you don't like club activities? What do you mean? This shit's lit. I love it when people... Dude, this shit's awesome, bro. It's terrible, but it's awesome. You know what I mean? In all the other worlds, all the club members would be enjoying lunch together. Stoko would be there, and Rena would be on Akechi. Everyone would be having fun and spending their break cheerfully and noisily. That was when Rena came over and appeared in my bento box. Oh. Look at Rena. Oh, it's so nice. Dude, Satoko being a dickhead is so funny. How would you feel if one day everyone you considered a friend hated you? I've thought about that before. Like, a lot. I think I'd lose it. I don't think I'd lose it at all. I'm such an independent Andy. Like, something I truly believe... Chat, tell me if this is unhealthy. Something I truly believe is that everybody I know could turn on me, and I would be able to, like, move away and, like, restart my life from zero, and I'd be able to find happiness again. It, like, wouldn't break me. And, like, I would be able to flourish again, you know? It wouldn't, like, even cripple me, you know? It would be bad. It would suck. It'd be miserable. But it wouldn't, like, be able to do, like, permanent damage. I'd be able to, like, come back from it. That's something I believe very, very, like, fervently, you know? And so, like, and I've kind of done the, like, that's one of the like, oh my, holy ReZero reference! My guy is Subaru! Holy! No, it's not trusting anybody. It's, like, I do trust the people around me, and that would never happen. But, like, if it did happen, it's more like I trust myself so much that I trust that I'd be able to handle it on my own. Right? And what it means is that all the relationships I have are out of want as opposed to need. I don't need anybody. I'm enough on my own, but that doesn't mean I'm, like, that's the end. No, being enough on my own is just the beginning. I'm awesome. I got the shit locked in. I can make it happen, man. And so now, whenever I spend time with people, it's because I want to spend time with you. Not that, like, I'm desperate. Yeah, like, either of those, recover, start anew. I mean, yeah, like, I imagine, like, moving away, new location, from zero type shit. Homeless for a little bit, but find a way to do it. Oh, recover mentally? I mean, both. I think I'd be able to recover. And that's just I have a very strong independent spirit, and that's, I think, the spirit of that. And I mean, that's, like, low-key where Rika's at, where, like, she's having, I mean, like, that's her position. This world, largely, isn't here for her, and she's, like, very, like, kind of antagonistic towards her. But she still is believing in herself and, like, locking in and making moves happen, you know? As opposed to, like, letting it, like, halt her progress. Whereas, but me, I push it, like, way farther, because I'm a little crazy. It was clear that Reina had come over to try and comfort my distress, and for some reason that was frustrating, so I didn't want to answer her. When I stayed silent, she held out an octopus-shaped sausage in front of me. She's so real for that. Oh, it's a terrible trade, but she's making it for Rika. Reina trying to be nice as I ate lunch alone, hated by my classmates. I just couldn't accept it. I suddenly said I was going to wash my hands, then left, and in the bathroom stall, I covered my face with toilet paper and cried. Oh. Sudden hatred would have an impact on my self-concept. That makes sense. It would, I think, have an impact on anyone's self-concept. I think I would double down on my self-concept, like, excruciatingly hard. I think I'd be like, oh, well, clearly everyone sucks and I'm the GOAT of all time. And I would, like, way, like, inflate my ego until it, like, was able to handle it. I don't know if it'd be healthy, but I'd make it healthy eventually. Anyways, we're crying in the bathroom alone with toilet paper. Dude, why are we doing it with toilet paper? Just cry into our hands. I feel like toilet paper, like, it would, like, stick to your face and be, like, gross and, like, man, don't do it in toilet paper. Just cry into, like, your shirt or, not your shirt. Just cry. Honestly, just let it fall into the toilet. Cry over the toilet straight into it, dude. The tears soaked through the paper and crinkled it up. It's so gross. But I didn't care. This was fine. It was better if I didn't have friends in this world. I had plenty of friends in the one I needed to return to. There, even Satoko was my irreplaceable best friend, and all the club members who would never leave me alone during lunch hour were waiting for me. Why would I be sad that some Satoko I didn't know was being mean to me in a world I didn't care about? Why would I be... But despite the lies I told myself, I couldn't stop crying for a while. I decided to steel my resolve and wait for school to end. Then I'd run back home, say I was going out to play, and sneak into the Ritual Implement storehouse again. That was the only way I could get back to my original world. I had to try and do my best for that purpose alone. Okay, I looked into the mirror in the bathroom to see my face red from crying. If Chie saw me like this, things would probably get even more complicated. I washed my face and spent the rest of lunch break quietly in the corner of the classroom. Did Reina give up? Ouchie mama, dude. Ouchie freaking mama. After school, I literally dashed out of the building. It would be a huge pain if I ended up getting caught in the rush of the other classmates if they headed out to go play. I think Satoshi called after me, but I ignored him. He was probably just trying to apologize for his sister about what happened during lunch. I didn't care about that. Me when I lie. I didn't want to stay in this horrible world a second more than I needed to. I ran full speed back to the house, ignored my mother when she asked, as usual, if I had any homework and searched for a lantern. Yo, get her in the Olympics, dude. Then I told her I was going out to play, and without warning for a response, burst out of the house. Dude, they're gonna follow you. Then I went around the shrine and looked for my father. I saw a note hanging on the assembly hall that said there was a shrine association meeting. I could hear my father's voice amidst the lighthearted chatter. It was the same opportunity I had yesterday. Today I'd have to be careful not to let on that I was inside. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up the tree I'd gotten the hang of yesterday. I'd been scared of the height before, but I wasn't afraid any longer, probably because I'd cried my eyes out and resolved myself during lunch. What I really had to be afraid of wasn't heights or my parents or the cold-hearted Satoko. It was not being able to return to my original world. The next scariest thing would be losing contact with Hanyuu, I think. In the darkness of the storehouse, I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. Its weak glow seemed a little more energetic than yesterday. Maybe if she rested a little, her power would come back. Nevertheless, it was still weak. If I wasted on fruitless conversation, the light might go out entirely. I firmly squashed down the desire to check and make sure I could still call her and turned on the lantern. It was time to go treasure hunting. Was there anything around, anything only I could feel? Something that felt the same as this crystal ball somewhere? I closed my eyes, honed my senses, and hoped. But all I heard were the cries of cicadas. I hadn't expected anything else. It looked like this would be a tough nut to crack. Searching the entire storehouse, how much time would that take? I didn't want to imagine it. But I had to do it or I couldn't go home. I do it systematically. Smart? Start in the corner and go in that order. Without knowing what it looked like, I'd start in the corner and go from there, not even letting water pass. And despite all that, I had no proof it was even in here. I feel like it'd be easier to just fight Takano in the mountain dogs again. Yeah, needle in the haystack type beat, dude. Beat type. Type beat. I love this song. This is one of my favorite OST beats. It's like very melancholic. I also just frick with the music box, bro. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Also, chat, have you noticed that I actually have a slight delay off of the audio of the game? And, like, I think what appears on screen with the game? I have no idea how. It doesn't make any sense to me with my own, like, stuff I've done. But, like, if I sing along to something, I'm always a little bit, like, off of it. It's very strange. Oh, we're talking to Hanyuu. Okay, W. It's very strange. Alright, lock in. Hanyuu, what's the play here? You just gave us curse knowledge. It's super hard to tell. It's like, it's only noticeable. I was testing with a metronome the other day. It's like less than a second. It's like half a second, you know? I think it only matters if I'm like singing along to something. Because every time I sing along to something, I'm a little bit off. And you can tell because it's supposed to be exactly aligned. Yeah. It's like it's really small. No, I pulled up a metronome and played it. And then recorded it. And like lined all the stuff up. And it was just a little bit off. Which is very strange. Yeah. I've also had a metronome in the past, though. I used to play percussion. I was a drummer boy. Little drummer boy.
つまり相変わらず弱々しくしか届かないということね。こんな無駄話は不要ね。
いいえ、今の理科には無駄話も必要と思いますです。
かもね。ありがとう。こちらから話す。
Man, if she does ow ow ow, then I can show y'all what I mean. Because I think it'll be delayed for stream too. I'm almost certain. Wow, really? Okay, that sucks. Full week.
何しろ
Give me an
探している
ow.
ものの形がわからないんだもの。仮に見つけていたとしても
Brutal.
私は気づかずに放置しているかもしれない。
Wait, that's probably not gonna be good enough. How lined up was it? How lined up was it? Because from me, it's like exact. You know? It's like exact. But for y'all, it's probably a little bit disjointed, right? It's not like I'm exactly on it. What's the status report? That was a tactical ow, not perfectly lined up, yeah. And that's really weird to me. It's like it's like half of a second, little less than half of a second. It's very strange. You know, do better ows. That was not the issue. That is not what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, and so I think I'm gonna. I need to mess with it more, but I'm gonna add like a micro delay to the display visual and the display audio. Are we finishing today? I don't know how far we are because I don't know how long this is. Like, I know how long it is roughly, but I don't know how far I am in that length. I'm like solid right now. I am definitely kind of tired, but like I am solid. I'm mostly just tired because I got up early and I'm on low sleep, but I'm doing good. Sound like you were saying 6, 7 and all ease. Do you want to? I'm happy to. As long as it's not like, I don't know. If I'm really not far at all, then that would suck. But like, yeah, I'm doing good. You're at a good pace. I would assume I'm at least halfway, right? Would we say at least halfway? A bit less than halfway? Oh god. Ship it up to 7 hours then. I guess, well, no, I started a little bit late. It's probably like 3 more hours. It's probably like 6.5. Sheesh. That's looking though. Closer to 1/3 than 1/2. Oh god. I just need to not talk. Started 37 minutes late. Man, I'm gonna hit you. And you're gonna like it. I also did some yapping. I do want to finish it though. There's no way I'm doing 3 more Higurashi streams. We gotta get moving to Umineko, man. Oh? Do we... Ooh, maybe the fragment's like in a person. Leaving like 30 minutes of content for next stream is bad. Agreed. You should be yapping. Agreed. It's just a balance. Well, that's my. I've talked about this a little bit. My least favorite part, or one of my least favorite parts of like streaming like a story game, is that like there's this weird push and pull where like I want to yap because yapping's like the point. That's like what I'm here to do, bro. And I like to talk because that's why I'm doing it, you know. But also, if I'm trying to reach a certain point and I'm like limited on time or like kind of tired, then there's an incentive to not yap because then I can reach the point quicker and then leave. Like, as soon as my leaving kind of becomes correlated with something else, then it can change the way I approach the content in order to reach that point faster, which I think is super bad. I don't like that. And so that's why I like try to really make sure that I'm comfortable with just like ending stuff whenever and being like, suck it. Like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Sorry, man. Because it like makes sure that that doesn't like pervert the experience, you know? But that's like a thing I've had to think about. It's crazy. There's so many like weird little interactions that this entire dynamic has. It's pretty fascinating. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. I like that logic though. I like that logic. Maybe we need to befriend everyone again. Befriend Satoko. Good about anime actions that you can always just yap after the episode instead of midway. Where VNs you could yap after each subchapter. Man, I mean, I feel like the chapters are so long. Like, sometimes, like, a chapter will be, like, an hour and a half. Right? Yeah, and this one doesn't have sub-chapters. Like, you could do it after every scene, but even then, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think it doesn't work with the format very well.
それも完全な形でなのです。
Wait, we have to kill Satoshi. It's Satoshi.
人の世からなくなることで神の世に送ることができるのです。
質量保存の法則って知ってる？完全に
Yeah,
物を
I'm a yappa,
不
man.
可能よ。
いえ、ですから形を壊せばいいのです。わかりますか、リカ？古来から人が神に物を送る方法の中でそれを満たす方法がありますのですよ。
Oh, like an offering. I get it now.
そうか。
Like a sacrificial
わかった
offering.
わ。
A way ancients sent tributes to the gods, a way to get rid of something from the human world.
焼けってことね。焼いて灰にして天に送る。
そうです。
But what is it?
焼いて
It's
灰に
maybe
す
a
ることで
feeling?
形は失われて意味を失い、人の世から消え去りますのです。
なるほ
What's
ど。
the word? Sublimate?
か
What's the
けらが
word? Is it
宿る何
sublimate?
かを焼いて灰にしろってのね。
Kind of. Is this a sublimation? I feel like there's a... Okay, maybe... Yeah, sublimate is... Yeah, I think this works. In chemistry, undergo state from a solid to a gas, like kind of like burning something, right? Like burning a piece of wood and then turning it to gas. But kind of like this. Divert or modify a instinctual impulse into a culturally higher or socially more acceptable activity. I mean, that's like rising up. I feel like I've seen the word sublimate used in like a divine way before. And so I think it does work. I mean, divine. Sublimate. Sublimation. Sublime. That's where we get sublime. Ooh! Sublime! Higurashi.
その何かが簡単に燃やせる
Please
も
don't
の
be
で
a
あることを
person.
祈るわ。
Please don't be Rika self-immolation at the end.
岩だった日には溶鉱炉に
He
で
can
も
sub
放り
for
込ま
my
なきゃなら
leme.
なくなるわね。
I wish he would sub
実
for
は
my
リ
leme.
カ、
Wait, what was that last line? I'd have to throw it into a blast furnace.
そのかけらが宿るのが物で
That's
は
what
な
I'm
く
saying, dude.
人である可能性もありますのです。
なるほど。かけらは思いなんだもんね。物に宿るばかりってわけじゃないかもね。でも羽生、仮に人だったらどうするの？まさか焼いて灰にしろって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Takano must be burned to ash, just like her fake death.
命の形が失われた時点で
Right? What if Takano
失われます
out in bum anywhere is like secretly somehow messing with it still? And then we throw her in a barrel and burn her to ash.
もしかけらが宿っているの
Let's
も人だったら。
It's kind of like sacrificing Hanyuu too. Way back, like the Watanagashi. I believe Nintendo and I have been searching for an object, but maybe it doesn't even have to be that. I'd have no problem burning an object. But if it wasn't an object, but a person...
嫌な話ね。この世界どういうわけか嫌な想像に限って当たるのよ。
僕もそうでないことを祈るしかないです。
嫌な想像は大抵当たる。お逆手にとって先にそれを探るのも手ね。仮に人だったらやっぱりお社様に縁の
I
近
mean,
い
it could
人。
be the parents, maybe?
おそらくは
But we really just don't
それ
know.
が私自身とい
I
う可
think
能性
great
は
question. Yeah, self-immolation? Nope. Nope.
リカ
Okay.
自身が僕を拒むかけらだったなら
Fair?
こうして僕と
I
話す
guess.
こともできない
Though,
は
is
ず
it like
な
a
のです。
feeling inside of Rika? Or, I don't know, like... Who's got a feeling
フ
that's
ルデ
messing
神
with
社
it?
神主の父か、
Mm.
フルデ家の血を継ぐ母。
Rika burned down your
もしそう
house.
だったらぶっ殺せばいいってわけね。
Would you kill your parents to hang out with your friends again? Crazy. My human morality refused the idea of killing my parents. But that was nothing a world-crossing witch needed to think about. LOL. For someone of the true world somewhere else, this was a false world. Meaning it was the same as a dream. Yeah. Yeah, these aren't people. These are dreams. Murdering someone in a dream was no different from doing it in a delusion or daydream. There was nothing to consider about committing the sin in this world. So we delusional. Hanyuu was making sad ow ow noises, so I told her how I felt.
偽善者ぶるのはやめて。ならあんたは元の世界へ帰るのは諦めてもいいって言うのね。あんたは卑怯よ。手を汚す決断を私にだけさせて。
Dude, she can't. It's not like Hanyuu can come kill her. Okay.
罪を誰か一人にかぶせれば。
Rika, you're projecting because you don't like the idea of having your hands dirty. Hanyuu can't come in and kill someone for you. Like, you're the only one that actually could even do this. Because Hanyuu's on the other side of the veil. Right? So it's not like Hanyuu is going to force her to dirty her hands. All Hanyuu's doing is ow ow owing. You know what I mean? Hanyuu's just hitting him with an ow ow ow. Though we hate this. I mean, obvious reference. We hate this. This is unfortunate. Hanyuu, drop a bar, please. I felt those words were a little harsh on Hanyuu. Then apologize. For a short while, she remained silent, not saying anything. But her breathing made it sound like she wanted to say something, but was hesitating. Rika, be nicer to Hanyuu. Please.
どこまでの努力が許されるんだろうってね。私はその努力に限界なんてないって思った。
But Keiichi changed that. There's no limit to effort. But you have to talk to a lot of people to get their advice on whether your efforts are misplaced or not. That's why I was talking about it with Hanyuu, the only one who shared my current situation. And Hanyuu said that if the object possessing the fragment was a person, I had to kill them. I would want to avoid that, of course, if there were any other way. But if she said that that was the only way, then I wouldn't hesitate. That was all. Dude, this reminds me of the wasn't it 2 girls that, like, tried to kill their classmates in order to, like, appease Slender Man? I feel like Rika about to do that to appease Hanyuu, but, like, you know what I mean? She's gonna be thrown in prison and be like, Hanyuu told me to! Oyashiro-sama! Oyashiro-sama! I was doing it for Oyashiro-sama! Brotato chip. Oh, Yashiro-sama isn't real. But the curse of a Yashiro-sama every year! Psh, that ain't happened since the ancient times, bro. Calm down. Unlucky, dude. Did you hear she escaped? No? What? There's no way. Oh, wow. Morgan Geyser, 23, one of the perpetrators of the 2014 Slenderman stabbing, escaped from a Wisconsin group home in November 2025 by cutting off her GPS monitor. She was apprehended almost 24 hours later in Illinois and is now being returned to custody. Alright, so she escaped, but not for long. Oh, yeah, okay, you clarified here. And then got recaught. LOL. Oh, that's crazy. Yo, what are we doing, Morgan Gayer? Gazer? Wait, did they originally stabbing a classmate? But she didn't actually kill the classmate, right? She just stabbed him. I feel like I remember the classmate surviving by, like, dragging themselves through the woods or something, like a freaking goat. Dude, I love those stories. Any story of, like, true crime where the victim, like, crawls to the... crawls and then gets saved. It's like, you're the GOAT of all time. You were just a person one day, and then you were a person with 19 holes in them, and then you lived? Like, that's awesome, dude, that you lived. I'm like, I don't even know you, but you're the coolest person I've ever met. It's, oh man. It's like inspiring, dude. It's inspiring. Like, that is some will to live, man. I respect that, dude. Good on you. Thank you, apologize. Thank you, Rika. I was looking for that. Thank you. Thank you. Rika is so mean to Hanyuu all the time. Welcome to Higurashi hell. W hell. W hell. Yeah. Oh yeah, we are deep in it, Super Mew. We are deep in it. Yeah, I got bad news, bro. We're actually at the end of the map. We are at the end. Yeah, I do have, the playlist has all of them saved, though. So the playthrough is saved. But yeah, no, it's been a really good ride. Wait, do I? Okay, wait. Just to make a point. I love flashbanging people that enter with this. So this is the cork board. This is how I've been keeping track of the theories, by the way. Yeah. Is this Tomatake, by the way? Okay, anyways, let's log back in. Trains don't grin, remember that. That's chapter 1 corkboard, right? Yeah, that's just for chapter 1. Oh yeah, Rika bullies Hanyuu consistently, bro. Oh, that was sweet. But look, it's character growth. She apologized. Like, this is character growth. This is actually character growth. W Rika. I see. I sort of understood why she said chatting could be important. Hanyuu was the only one I could talk to from my original world. If I lose contact with Hanyuu, maybe my very connection to that world would weaken and my memories would blur. And that would simply give birth to a miserable, broken-hearted girl living in a delusion that this world wasn't the one she belonged in. My sweet little ow. Oh, it's a super understandable crash out. Yeah. I couldn't hear Hanyuu anymore. I just want them to be friends. It doesn't come from hating Rika. It comes from loving their relationship. The crystal ball's light had grown weaker than ever, but as long as it had its otherworldly glow, then I could keep believing this wasn't the world I was supposed to live in. Before, I might have shed a tear or two by now, but all the tears I could cry had dried up. I gripped the crystal ball tightly, savoring the cheer Hanyuu had given me. Do your best. Go for it, yay. I moved over to a spot with a pile of old documents. If I could interfere with Hanyuu, it had to be related to the legends of Oyashiro-sama. If it could. So maybe I thought a clue would be written in one of the documents in that pile. Maybe even if the thing I searched for wasn't in here, I could find a clue to it instead. I took a few documents from the pile and packed them into the knapsack I brought with me. I could read some, but couldn't understand any of the others. If something important was in one of the indecipherable ones, I would have no way of knowing, but I shouldn't think about that right now. I pulled out the few documents I could read and decided to read them in secret at school and in bed. I used to do that, bro. I used to lay in bed and read Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like, way late into the night instead of going to sleep. I have a friend who I made watch several video essays about Higurashi, and she went from liking Keiichi and calling the girls by their hair colors to calling the girls by their actual names. And Keiichi became Keith. Bro, how did your friend evolve from calling Rena, like, Orange into calling her Rena, but then Keiichi somehow devolved from Keiichi into Keith? Like, the girls went up and Keith went down. What is this, like, alchemy from Full Metal Alchemist type beat? What happened, man? Shout out my boy Keith. As I went in and out of the storehouse, the chance of my parents finding out increased. In that sense, this would lower that risk, which made it a little easier for me. Maybe parents did understand their children best and would be the first ones to help them. But that was when they were a normal and not a witch like me. If their daughter started babbling about not being from this world, they'd probably tie her down and summon a noisy ambulance. If I were a little more cunning, I could flatter my parents and put the work in to make this world a little more bearable. But the more I thought about this world not being the one I lived in, the more apathetic I felt toward interacting with those who were here. I feel like that's part of the key, though. Like, if the fragment could be in someone, like, we gotta, like, interact with people, dude. Typo, understood. That's funny. That was probably why it seemed like I was being more and more isolated in class. Of course, maybe you could say that it was my own fault. That was the kind of world this was at the moment I arrived. I won't dare let anyone say that this is my fault. Of course, not a single person could tell the difference between Rika Furude and me, anyway. That's an interesting separation, right? Who is me? Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Yo, Rika, I had this conversation like an hour ago, bro. We doing it? We getting in there? Okay, let's have some self-concept talk. The me that isn't Rika Furude. Who is she? Hit me with some spiritual music. I came around to a quiet electric beep. Oh, wait, we're not having a conversation about that? Unlucky, dude. I looked at my watch and noticed it was already evening. Being in here made me lose track of time. The other day, I was out way past curfew and was scolded for a long time. The alarm on my watch was to prevent that. Letting my relationship with my parents grow any worse would make everything else more troublesome. I should call it quits for today. With practiced motions, I climbed the bundle of chains and head through the exit in the roof. The VN didn't, but you can. I already did, bro. I don't need to go down that loop again, okay? Whenever I returned to the main house surrounded by the cries of Higurashi that I'd grown completely tired of, there was a tightly packed case of beer near the front door and 3 bottles of wine. The beer case was probably for a drinking party at the Shrine's assembly hall or something. Oh, yoink a bottle of wine? Ah! My father didn't drink beer because he liked it, so I knew it had to be for the assembly hall. They delivered it here because before the party so you could chill it beforehand in the assembly hall refrigerator. And the wine probably belonged to my father. My father enjoys Western spirits and wine most of all. And wine at the same time was something I enjoyed as well. Say beer again. Before, after my parents had died in 1981, I'd gotten wine by bringing it from the main house, but my parents were alive in this world, so I couldn't do that. I stared at the bottles longingly as I tried to open the door, receiving the clack of its lock in response. Took a key from my pocket, unlocked the door, went in, and saw a note addressed to me right upon entering. It was from my mother. The note said an accident had suddenly occurred at the Kimiyoshi house, and they had gone to help with a memorial service. They'd be late coming back, and so on and so forth. Huh? I'm dealing with discount Oishi. Lamau. Lamau. Written as a postscript was a notice that the brewer would be bringing alcohol and to take it inside the front door once I get back for them. I see. That must have been referring to all of this. If the person had come while I was here, I could have told them to put it inside, but I couldn't bear to see them outside like this, put here before I got back. And it'd be a pain if my mother started rambling about me being inconsiderate later. I made a sour face, not caring who saw, and pulled the case of beer through the front door. Let my boy Super Mew speak, bruh. Free my boy, free my boy. Or girl. Free my unknown person. Talk about it. Next, I stood before the wine bottles and solidified my thoughts. Couldn't there have been a slip-up with the order? I knew you want a piece of that wine, bro. It was a brewery in a small village. If my father called to say he ordered one more bottle, they'd probably bring over another one without a second thought. So what would it matter if one of these disappeared? I always diluted before drinking so I'd be able to enjoy one bottle of wine for a pretty long time. Despite being in the entrance, I belatedly looked around, grabbed a bottle, ran into my room, and pushed it into the winter futon in my closet that I wouldn't use for a while. Lola! Actually, my parents live here too, so I won't have many chances to drink. We get in schwasty! I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, ice, a corkscrew, and a carton of orange juice, then ran back to my room. Ew, orange juice wine? What? Yeah, just drink it straight, bruh. Well, because she's a creep. She's a freak that likes it for the taste, dude. Rika, that is the most El Rika take I've ever seen, dude. I only drink for the buzz. I put the corkscrew in the wine bottle, and I was overwhelmed by the urge to wet my tongue with a nostalgic flavor as soon as I could. How was I supposed to survive in this world without enjoying a good wine? Okay. Hanyuu across the dimensions. Ow, 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 ow. I poured some into the glass, and just listening to the orange juice splashing in to fill it up made my mouth water like a dog. If I dilute it this much, it'll just look like orange juice from the outside, but it was a nostalgic flavor that belonged to my world. At one time, this had been the flavor of my tears of defeat shed for the unbreakable June of 1983, but now, even those tears of defeat felt sweet and tender. Those dead-end worlds were very painful, but I was still surrounded by my kind friends. I had the leeway to choose to surrender to Kano and continue lazily living in that infinite loop, but even that warmth was absent in this world. This made a week now since I came here, with no prospects of returning to my previous world. I'd resolved myself to staying here for a long time, but a week in, it had already driven me to drink. It'll be fine. Those worlds had driven me to the same state. And I still managed, lazily doing my best as I soaked in wine, right? In before she ends up finding the key when she's like 65 years old. Took a lot of self-control to pick the number 65 specifically. I hope you understand what I go through for you. I need to be released from this Rika Frude quickly. Nobody in this world would understand that, even if I explained it. That meant I had no allies here. If I told someone, they'd think I'd gone crazy. But considering this world's Rika Frude, that was only natural. This world's Rika Frude was a dour girl without a single friend. And one day she'd been hit by a ball in the schoolyard and started saying she didn't belong in this world. If that big doctor, Yamamoto, had heard about this, he'd probably make a huge fuss about the impact having caused brain damage. But that would make the most sense to the people who live here. At the very least, until I arrived, Rika Frude was Rika Frude, the correct being for this world. Maybe it was more appropriate to say that one day I, someone different from this world's Rika, appeared then took over Rika's body. Yeah, I've been saying. Right. Am I not Rika Furude? Well, no. This world's Rika Furude was this world's Rika Furude, a different being than me. I'd simply been interpreting her as being the same as me, even when I was in different worlds until now. You don't have her memories. When I thought about that, leaving aside whether I'd been living happily, I felt like I'd done something bad to this world's Rika Furude. Of course, it was too late to apologize now, and I couldn't give this body back to her anymore. If there was a way to apologize, it would be to acknowledge this world's Rika Furude as a being of her own. Because if I called myself Rika Furude, the girl who already existed would vanish from this life. Which meant the only way to apologize was to not call myself Rika Furude. Oh, I'm on chapter 3 of Higurashi? Bro, you gotta get out of here, stat! I don't want you to get spoiled, dog. Or are you talking about a different thing? If you're talking about a different thing, then you are free, you are free, you are free. Oh, I think you're talking about, wait, you're talking about what? Chaos Head? You're talking about Chaos Head. Okay. I was about to say! Get out of here, man! Okay. I'm looking out for the lad. Well, that had been bothering me for a long time. I've long felt that my young self, pampered as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, and my old self, who had awakened and traveled countless worlds, had different personalities. That is a bold claim, Super Mew. That is a bold claim. But if I thought of them... yeah, people are gonna fight you for that one, dude. But if I thought of them not as personalities, but as different beings entirely, right now I was no longer Rika Furude. Who am I? Stared vacantly at the wine bottle. Did I like this brand? My father always loved to drink this wine. As a result, I borrowed it in countless worlds and left to drink it even now. Dude, this is so real. I had this conversation the other day that, like, the only thing that makes me me is preferences towards certain things. So, like, I prefer certain stimuli, and that's really all the me. That's all there is to, like, myself is the preference of stimuli. And preference of stimuli, like, what does that matter? You know, like, I'm a big, like, the self is illusory kind of guy nowadays. Like, I'm a, like, I don't know. I feel like ego death type shit is probably closer to reality than, believing in the self. Don't you also act on the world too? Right. I mean, that's you pursuing certain stimulus, right? It's like, I prefer to be sitting, like, right now, I prefer, well, your actions are defined by your interests. Like, that's kind of the point, is that, like, your actions go back to your interests, so you don't, like, separating them isn't even necessarily important. I would just put actions under the umbrella of interest, or, like, interest as the origin of action. Like, yes, but that's the connection that I make, though. Like, me being here at this computer doing this is simply a presence. Or, like, it's simply a, preference of mine. Not always. I would say literally always. I would say everything you would do goes back to desire. I don't think you can do something without desire. That's like a tenet I have. You can have contradictory desires. That's probably where that comes from, is, like, contradiction. Yeah. Do you have an interest in specially moving your head in that specific manner? Something in here did. There was something. There was some sort of thing that happened in there. Like, it's subconscious, whatever. You know? Like, desire doesn't mean intentionality always, right? Like, I don't... Like, I'm not intentional in my desire to be hungry. I just am hungry, you know? So, like... And then if, you know... Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at with that. The reason I even bring that up, though, is I think her, like, saying, did I like this brand, is, like, her being, like, she's trying to figure out her sense of self, and the first thing she goes to is, did I like this brand? Like my preference towards this thing. And that's a place that I have gone to recently, of, like, oh, I don't know what is the self, and I kind of landed on preference, and so it's really cool that she had the same question, who am I? And then she immediately asked about a preference. That's pretty much all I'm trying to say with that. Right now I couldn't even be lazy without borrowing the power of alcohol, and this wine comforted me just a little. Greek philosophy head ass. Yeah, I do have the degree in it, huh? At this point, I couldn't go on living without this wine. So in other words, I wasn't alive, but the wine was, which meant I wasn't Ricafrude and that I was the wine. Oh my god. Oh, yo, we're cooked, dude. We already have become wine? Okay, dude. Our self-concept is so weak. Which is not bad, but like, oh my god. That's crazy. We've gone from being the thing that prefers the wine to like, I basically am the wine. I started at the Western letters of the brand name. I mean, could I get my brain to go there and feel that to be true? Wait, am I? See, it's weird because wine's an object. I think it'd be like, what I would find to be intuitively true, that's in this degree, would be not, I'm the wine, but rather, I'm the drinking of the wine, right? Which would kind of be what, like, Sif was saying earlier about, like, interests and you're defined by interest and defined by action, that like the action of drinking the wine is closer to me than anything else. But of course the action of drinking wine is provoked by a desire to drink wine in some regard, right? And so that's why the desire plays in. But it'd be action oriented, not like object oriented. It also goes to my like my anti-Descartes thing of like I think therefore I am, I think is wrong. Because all you can be assured of is that something is happening. So, like, something happens would be, like, my different foundation to philosophy. TLDR, that's why I'm, like, action-oriented as opposed to object-oriented, which is why it's, like, I'm the drinking of the wine, I'm not the wine. I am wine being drunk. I fuck with that. I think that's cool. Drops of wine anime called Drops of... Huh? I started the Western letters of the brand name written on the wine label, which I didn't know how to pronounce. I thought to myself that it was the name of me. Yo, I fuck with this. This is awesome. My name is Ricafrude. No, not that, but this. Berncastel. Berncastel? Driving in my car. Da, 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 da. I don't know what that means. Do you know what Ricafrude means? Maybe I'll ask my father. Oh! Oh! Well, that was cute. Oh, you sly little Ryukishi. Frederica Berncastel. Ah, whatever. What a silly name that is. Ah ha ha ha. You little sly dog, you. My thoughts began to slur and meddle. Cheers to this shithole of a world. That was cute. That was cute. I liked that. I'd love ads. Please give me more Twitch. I can put more ads on. You guys want more ads? W? I almost wanted to spend more time in that. That was like a crisis of self, dude. I kind of want to spend more time in there. I don't think I have much more to add. But I'm the wine. Yeah, I mean, well, oh, I'll tell you. Okay, my ad stream, please. Working on it. I got you, Bree. My equivalent, because I've had this breakdown myself, when, well, how do I say this? I was having a moment. I was having an extreme moment, an extreme and unusual moment, I guess will be how I describe it. And I was looking in the mirror, which is what you always want to do when you're having extreme and unusual moments. And I was thinking about the nature of the self and like diving into it. It was like I was wrestling with it. And I had this thing of like, oh, I am my name. I am, like, I kind of was thinking my name. I'm just not, I am Pink Cubed, but like, it was my name. I am Pink Cubed. I am Pink Cubed. I am Pink Cubed. I was like, okay. And I was like, well, but maybe I cut out Pink Cubed because I just am. I am. And I was like repeating that in my head, and it was like burrowing into my skull. And then I was like, well, but maybe there's no I, right? Like, I assumes a self where I don't think there's necessarily a self that I can just assume. Like I think it's fine to assume it, but I don't think it's like 100% true, you know? I'm not like locked in on it. So it's like, oh, it's not I am, it's just am, right? Just the verb. M, and like a powerful expression of M was like reverberating around in my head. And then, and this is the goated part, And that's kind of like the Burn Castle thing a little bit, where it's like changing what you even think you are. It's like I escaped from my name, I escaped from the idea of I, and then I was just this verb of am, and then I had this thought, or rather the emptying of thought, to escape then from language. And it wasn't am, it was just, right? It stopped being am, it stopped being the verb, it stopped having linguistic form, and it was just raw, itself expression me. But like me is wrong because there's no self. Me implies self. And it's not like I was, because was implies is language. It was a without language, like the way that a dog would be itself, right? In its own head. And I like got like fucking locked into that mindset. It was kind of crazy. Yeah. So that's like my equivalent of this that I've had. Nipa. Ow, 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 ow. When there is no self, what is there? Like, at least in that moment for me, there like it was a thing beyond language. There was no like, putting it into language bastardizes it for the thing there. If I had to put it into language, I would say just happening, like occurring, like being, like a verb. Some sort of verb would be what I would use.
どうしたの急に。母の日はとっくに過ぎてるわよ。
Oh, she said thank you. Is that just what it is? As I thanked my mother and patted her shoulders, I brushed her head. Oh, that's nice. It was all a show, of course. If she had the same power inside her as Hanyuu, then by touching her like this, I'd be able to sense it, even if it was feeble. No, be nice to her. Like, you can be nice with your mom. If I did feel that power from my mother, could I kill her on the spot? I wouldn't hesitate to kill, but I couldn't say I wouldn't hesitate right here and now, because I would rather she not have that power inside her. And at the same time, I was uneasy about what to do next if she didn't. My mother laughed like it tickled, but contrary to what she thought, I was carefully checking if I needed to kill her. That's so sad.
ありがとう。気持ちは十分伝わったから、もう許して。
Please get off.
くすぐったくて辛いわ。
My mother told me that was enough, smiling in a way that was not as dissatisfied as her words implied. Aww. But there's a sweetness. Even after being so scrupulous about touching her, I couldn't feel any trace of the power. My mother wasn't the one who held the fragment, and I'd already felt my father's head. It wasn't him either. Frick. If it wasn't either of the two people closest to the legend of Oyashiro-sama, then it is improbable that the fragment was in a person. Improbable? It was a happy thing not having to kill anyone, but that meant one of my clues was now meaningless. That said, even though the possibility was unlikely, I still have to touch the heads of the other people in the village every chance I got just to make sure. And at the same time, I had to continue my deciphering of the pile of documents in the ritual implement storehouse. Whichever I was supposed to choose, the labor of reading through that entire mountain or the sin of killing someone, I was going to need much more than a little time. Driving in my car. Yo, call Oishi. Where Oishi at? I'd lost track of how many mornings it had been since I drifted to this world. And this morning was frustratingly the same as the last world, the one I knew. They said next Sunday was the Watanagashi festival. This was the first time I didn't care whatsoever about it. Okay, so they are having Watanagashi. Well, that's kind of obvious after the other stuff, but yeah. For Inamizawa facing total eviction by next year, this would be their very last festival. They were apparently planning to put on a magnificent show to end things with. Can I say that I appreciate that you read the words? Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I have worn out a few years of lifespan on this larynx of mine. My normal world responsibility of performing a dedication dance as the last survivor of the Furude family didn't exist in this world either. It's like putting mileage on a car, man. Still, I wasn't expected to simply go off and have fun. They would have me help with things that kids could help with, like giving out boiled rice and answering the phone. I'd gotten used to going to school alone too. When I went to school with Satoko, it was always a lively morning with us running and falling everywhere. But that too was beginning to feel like a memory of the distant past. With several days already behind me and my mind settled, I'd stopped crying about small memories like that. Everything I did was for the sake of returning to my original world. I might curse the trouble it was taking, but I would never cry again. So even when I met Satoko at the school gate and said I thought that said goon morning, only to be bluntly ignored like always, it didn't make me sad. Real Satoko was an incomparable friend of mine. Even if a fake Satoko ignored me, it wouldn't hurt me inside anymore. Fake is so interesting to say. Like, I wonder if if there's something about, like, accepting that this Satoko is a Satoko. Like, fake Satoko's crazy, you know? Mion wasn't outright cold like Satoko was, but she didn't seem to think of me as any more than one of her many classmates. Reina seemed like she was actually trying to talk to me, but that was because I was isolated. She was acting out of a kind of pity, and it seemed sadder to accept that. So I'd started reacting nastily to Reina's unwanted attention. Rika, dude. Even if they aren't your friends. Okay, we're expanding the concept of friendship out to, like, strangers, kind of, right? Like, you are strangers to each other in this world. But just like I was saying earlier, because you've been friends before, it proves that you can have a friendship with them, which means you should be nice to them. They are worthy of being nice to, not only because they are your friends in the world when it happens, but also because, like, you could be friends, and, like, you should treat people well because of that. Like, we're trying to expand between being nice and trusting your friends, well, being nice to your friends, and try to expand it out into, like, being nice to just people generally, through the idea of, like, strangers could be friends, you know? And, like, that weird relationship. So be nice to her, man! Basically. Gotta go, but be safe. Later. Good seeing you. Bye-bye. After just a few exchanges like that, she realized I didn't want her doing this and stopped bothering me. Unlucky, dude. I'm gonna cry. Being all alone wasn't sad anymore. It was only natural I'd be alone as an outsider to this false world. In fact, the less annoying acquaintances I needed, the easier it was for me. That's right, easier. When I started feeling that way, then even if nobody talked to me during lunch, nobody invited me to eat with them, and nobody asked me to play after school, I was totally okay with it. With so few students in the classroom, if I took out a book not related to the class, Chie would confiscate it right away. I probably wouldn't be able to read the old documents while she was teaching. I feel like the key is that we gotta befriend everyone again, right? It's like as soon as we accept that we might have to make peace with this world is exactly when we're gonna be free from the world. As soon as you let go of control, then you've, like, kind of inadvertently gained control. But if you do it because you're trying to gain control, then you never let go of control. You know what I mean? You're only free when you let go of the chains that are binding you. But it's all about you letting go. It's all about accepting that, you know? And part of that might be, like, being nice to Reina. So all I could do was wrap them in covers I made from flipping over leaflets and folding them, and spend my free time at school pretending I was reading a regular book. We weren't allowed to bring comics to school, but the unspoken agreement was that you could read novels as long as you didn't do it during class. If I could just ignore the hustle and bustle, lunch break was the time I could focus the most. Somewhere in those countless worlds, there was a time when I got bored with my daily life and read a lot of old documents. Thanks to that, I knew the gist of their contents. I just hoped there was a clue somewhere in them about the fragment rejecting Hanyuu from this world. It had been raining since midday. All of my classmates had stayed in the classroom for break, venting their pent-up energy indoors. Thanks to that, it was a bothersome, loud, and uncomfortable day for me. Are we gonna get bullied by Satoko? Are we dead ass? We're getting bullied by Satoko? Yo, I wish your brother was dead! You would be humble if your brother died! At the same time as those words, my old document was taken from me. And there was Satoko's face, smiling evilly. You've ascribed the evil to Satoko? She was your best friend in another world, bro! Satoko looked at the old document she'd stolen from me with disgust. Well, someone as ignorant as Satoko had no way to understand it. She's calling her evil and ignorant, man. I'd learned how to read classical Japanese from my father, and even I had to go over each line several times to figure it out. Of course, for Satoko, it wasn't about what it said. She seemed more amused at how unsanitary it looked, with dirty letters written on the dirty paper. Don't rip it up. But even if it was nothing more than a filthy book to her, to me it was something that could hold a clue. When I tried to snatch it back, she threw it at another friend as though she'd seen the attempt coming miles away. Oh my goodness, they're being so mean to her. It's like tossing. Oh man, this is the classic. Where's Tomita and Okamura, bro? The girl who caught it threw it to another kid, and that kid, after his face scrunched up at the filth being given to him, grinned like an idiot and threw it to someone else. Mion, I swear to God, if you don't hand it back to Rena, I'm sending you back to the 9th layer of hell for betrayal. If you pass it to Satoko, you're going to hell. Several of my classmates threw it amongst themselves whenever I chased after it, teasing me. At some point, Miona joined their circle and it turned into classroom-wide bullying. Are we dead ass? It is kind of like Takano, true? Charu? Mion, really? Mion! This isn't funny, bro. What about Reina? Reina, are you doing it too? Oh, come on, man. Rika, this is why you don't push away your connections, man. You try to form them, even if it's, like, hard. Because you're gonna get your ass bullied if you don't. It's out of, like, need, dude. Not that that is Rika's fault at all, but, like, bruh. Today wasn't the first time this had happened. Actually, maybe before I came here, it was always like this. Even in a classroom with just 10 people, as order existed, and so did cliques. An order existed, and so did cliques. Belonging to none and not wanting to, I was the weakling in the room, and thus clearly the one it was okay to torment. Reina was the only one who said they should stop, but nobody listened to her. W Reina, dude. New theory, all Mion hate is justified. Dude, that's not a theory, that's just fact. I was just waiting, bro. Every single time I've said, oh, Mion's not in hell anymore, I forgive Mion, I was lying. I was just waiting for this to happen, so I'd be justified in my hate again. Good hate knows when to go undercover. Okay? That's how a real hater hates. Mion, you never left hell. I put you in the illusion of heaven. You've been there the entire time. This is the bad place. My classmates wanted to fool around, and they probably wanted to tell her that I was the only toy in the room. Crazy line. Crazy line. So why shouldn't they play with her during lunch break? But in the last few days, it had left heartwarming territory and moved into aggravating territory. The Satoko clearly treated me with spite. I see. When I thought about it now, the accident with the ball in the schoolyard that brought me into this world, she obviously been aiming for Rika, who had just been standing there in the yard. Yo, Satoko. Ugh. Masako always this oblivious to the pain of others? She'd understood people's pain best because even though she said mean things, she'd been through the worst of anyone. I see. In this world, Satoko's parents were alive, and the villagers didn't torment her. I wish she got tormented! It would have made her way nicer. Ah, yes, trauma's actually good for you, by the way. See, that's a dangerous idea. That's a really scary idea. It can be, like, kinda, if you, like, use it a certain way, but, like, I still am super against trauma, like, always, you know? In other words, she hadn't been through the worst of anyone. Personality isn't wholly determined from birth, true? It's also something cultivated over many events and experiences. With all her lucky dice rolls, this is how Satoko's personality had turned out in this world. In other words, this Satoko is only the same on the outside, but a completely different person from my best friend on the inside. Once I understood that, the sadness of Satoko tormenting me disappeared. And in its place, she began to look like a horrible brat, just getting in the way of my haste to return to my original world. Don't bother me. I don't care what any of you do in this lunatic world, but I'm desperately working to return to my original one, so stay out of my way. The old document made its way back to Satoko again. This time, Satoko started teasing me, waving it around and saying to come get it. She held her nose and made a sour face like she was holding up something filthy, earning laughs and jeers from the rest of the class. I went straight for Satoko. Bro, we can't be falling for their game. You know the real tech? Just fucking start crying. Dude, just start crying. And, you know, fuck it. You want to be mean to me? Well, I'll cry like a bitch. Then what? I win. I win because I'm crying. Yo, fuck you. Ah! That's how, that honestly, oh my god. What else do you even do here? Just don't engage. I feel like low-key sobbing is tech. Because, like, that would make Reina probably be like, oh my god, like, you guys have to stop. And then, like, Mion would probably be like, oh man, we're really not doing something good if we're making the girl cry. You know, that might be able to, like, switch some of them in. And then we killed Satoko. And I went straight for Satoko, and of course she threw it to the next one in line. She must have thought it would make me go over there next. So when I said kill Satoko... Okay, I mean, it's not a bad idea to, like, if you're getting bullied, to, like, square up with the bully. I don't mind that. It's called being the GOAT of all time. Usually it's good if the other stuff doesn't work, of, like, actually trying to, like, do conflict management and be like, hey, can you stop doing that? I just want to be friends with you. You know, like, boom. If they're still a dickhead, then, like, yeah, I'm fine with, like, escalating a little bit. It's called being the GOAT. But I didn't care about where the document was. Instead, I charged straight at Satoko. I tucked my nails into the bases of my fingers and clenched my fist. If we're beating Satoko's ass right now, Rika, are we dead ass? Dude, if we make contact with Satoko and realize we have to kill her, I'm gonna cry. I decided this was the fastest method to explain how important this was, to make her understand and prevent any reprisals, all in a very short period of time. I swung my right fist at Satoko's face. Oh my god. What happened to us? We used to be friends. Keiichi, where are you, Keiichi? Well, and Keiichi's similar. Dude, Keiichi is similar. Oh, I won't even say my next line because shout out Skip. What's up, Skip? Hello and goodbye. Good to see you. I hope you enjoy the answer arcs when you play them. My full playthrough's on YouTube if you ever want a companion piece. But yeah. Alright, good seeing you, man. Good seeing you. Low-key, mute the stream. I'm gonna keep talking about Keiichi in a way that you probably don't want to hear. Alright. What I was saying, though, is Keiichi, a large reason that I think he would actually be defending this would be, like, he would defend Satoko in this scene, but that's specifically because he's guilty about shooting the girl in the eye, and, like, the girls in the eyes, and, like, stuff, right? Like the BB thing. I think that would be, like, one of the main reasons why I would say that. And so, but in this world, if he didn't have that happen, if that didn't happen for whatever reason, and he was here, then he might actually be part of the bullying, you know? Like, developing empathy is kind of something that you only spawn in with, like, some degree of empathy, yeah. W-mans. The tip of my fist plowed into her face below her left eye, leaving an imprint that wouldn't soon disappear. Oh! I promptly grabbed a clump of her hair and pushed her to the floor, then took a nearby... Oh my god, that's escalation. Punching her once is fine. I'm fine with that. But punching her, grabbing her, slamming her to the ground, judo over your back, people's elbow, bring out the metal folding chair. Oh, we dead ass! This is like some Shion behavior, dude. I promptly grabbed a clump of her hair and pushed her to the floor, then took a nearby chair and raised it over my head before smashing it into her a few times. Rika, we have to talk to Hanyuu and repent. We have to repent to Hanyuu, dude. Satoko didn't know what had just happened. Confused by the sudden violence, she just curled up like a turtle. He looked a little crazy hitting her with a chair like this, but it wouldn't hurt her very badly. I raised the chair and slammed it down over the top of Satoko's upper body, exactly as if to hold her to the ground. I lifted my foot above the chair and stomped on it like I was hammering in a nail.
Satoko, あんた少しうるさい。私の親友と同じ顔してるから。
You look like a friend of mine. Oh, Rika, we're doing the opposite of what I think the important thing is.
以後、私の半径1メートル以内に入ったら、言い訳なしで即ぶん殴るから。
But it also is like W, like to cancel out the bullying. But I think we could have managed this differently, man. Don't hurt her again. Stop. I stomped on the chair again and finally saw an expression of fear arrive on Satoko's face. That, and you know what's crazy? That probably reminds you of the Satoko you know more than anything else. I knew this was the best answer. When given the chance, I had to give it to her straight, but it made me mad. I was the last one in the world who wanted to see Satoko looking like that. I was the one who was forcing her to make that expression. It made me sick. But it was fine in the end. This Satoko wasn't the one I knew after all. Bro, but that's every Satoko you've ever met. Isn't the one that you like, you know what I mean? Like, you've always been meeting new Satokos. And one day I'd leave this world for sure. Even if I killed her on the spot, it wouldn't have anything to do with the Satoko of my world. What if we, like, sacrifice, like, all of our friends in order to go back to our world? And then they're like, hey, so what did you do to get back here? Yeah, it's, Even I killed her on the spot wouldn't have anything to do with the Satoko of my world. That's why it didn't hurt inside at all, seeing her look at me so terrified. Me when I lie. It made me mad. It made me sick. It didn't hurt at all inside me. Me when I lie. Thank you, Rena. Rena plucked the document. It's interesting they're still using Rena instead of Reina. Like here. Plucked the document from a bewildered classmate and returned it to me.
さとこちゃんを許してあげて。少しやりすぎだよ。
ふん。なら、私の大切な本を奪って貴重な読書の時間の邪魔をするのは大してやりすぎではない。
そういう意味じゃなくて、
当事者じゃないなら引っ込んでて。私はこれを取り戻せて満足よ。
She's on your side, dude. Kicked the chair over, indicating to Satoko that she'd been released. But even that action made her so scared that she was frozen in place. I didn't waste time going back to my own seat. Then Satoko began to bawl shamelessly, and Satoshi ran over, making a big overprotective fuss about the nurse's office and whatnot. Dude, like... the word choice is so sad. Like, overprotective for Satoshi, shamelessly for crying. The noise quickly reached the faculty room, and Chie and the principal soon burst in. This is why I said that we should have been the one crying, Rika! Crying's OP when you're a little girl. If I was a little girl, I'd be crying all the time, bro. It'd be freaking win condition. Respectfully, I don't even mean that to, like, condemn. Like, that's lit. Yamamoto mentioned! While Chie was talking, the principal must have asked Mion. Well, and this is reminiscent of, like, the stepdad and Satoko. Or, like, Satoko and the aunt, right? Like, where, like, Satoko isn't acting in a very nice way because of, like, L5 and all that shit. And then it causes, like, the relationships to super break down. And then, like, so Sotoko's being kind of, like, not great. And then people don't interact well with her, and then shit gets worse. That's kind of what just happened, but without, like, L5. I assume nobody's got Hinamizawa syndrome. I mean, maybe they all do, but, like, I don't think they do, really. I don't think Satoko is, like, tweaking at all. I think she's normal. While Chie was talking, the principal must have asked Mion what had happened in the classroom. Mion spoke to him in hushed tones, glancing my way. She was probably saying she had no part in this. Nasty Mion might say that. Okay, this part's actually starting to piss me off. This inner dialogue being so against her friends. I know it's not like your friends, but like it could be, you know, like they have some part of the person you love, and like Reina's proof of that. Nasty Mion. Yo, Mion's just, I know she's being kind of a dickhead, but like that's still your girl Mion. No, I mean it's not, but like it could be a little bit. I thought you were hating on Mion now. Yeah, I'm lying. Yeah, fuck you, nasty Mion. Rot in hell. LOL. She didn't betray my expectation. The principal came over to me and told me to come with him to the principal's office. This usually happens when a bullied child happens to bully back. A side effect of the bullying, perhaps. I was seriously fed up with everything, but my goal had only been to scare Satoko off from bothering me ever again. Reflection of how Pink views his Discord members. Who's who? I'm Satoko? No, you're Satoko. Wait. Who's who? Huh? I'm Frederica Berncastel? I'm the wine? Now that I'd done that, I decided I need to calm the situation down. After being brought to the principal's office, he kept asking me why I punched Satoko and lectured me that violence was never the answer. But regarding her taking my book and tormenting me, he admitted that she was at fault, and I felt a little relieved. Oh, principal, are you about to be goated? No. That's not what we're talking about, yeah? No, principal, talk about, like try to help her. I don't know, man. Chie, we've seen in timelines Chie be the goat. I want to see the principal be the goat. Please. Holy sass. He likes it, though. He likes it. His behavior wasn't one out of interest in the book so much as an act dripping with pity, like he wanted to ease the mind of someone alienated and bullied in class a little. Accepting that would do nothing but further amplify my current unhappiness. I get it, because I hate getting pitied too, and whenever I feel like someone pities me, I want to, like, unironically bite their throat out. Like, it actually activates, like, a primal thing in me. I think for me, it's because I have a very strong sense of pride, which is, like, I would say my biggest of the 7 deadly sins. So it's something that I try to temper. This is my long-winded way of saying, hey, Rika, maybe let's, like, try to, like, be a little bit more accepting of people trying to, like, help you out. Calling it pity is a good way to, like, spit on it. And you don't want to, like, look the gift horse in the mouth too much. We need a therapist. Rika, do we got a therapist? Is Ide a therapist in this world? Lobotomy therapy? Ide's a therapist in this world. Call him. I'm sorry, Pink, that must be hard for you. I can tell you're not even pitying me, you're rage baiting me. And that's worse. They're not my friends.
ここにはいないので興味ないです。
その手痛まないかね。
え？ああ。
I didn't realize it until the principal pointed it out. I must have scraped the skin on my hand when I punched Satoko as hard as I could. Like, what are we doing, dude? Also, accusing someone of being persecuted is a good way to actually feed their persecution complex. Am I right or am I right? It's like self-feeding, right? Because if I have a persecution complex, and then somebody says I have a persecution complex, them saying I have a persecution complex is persecuting me. Say that 10 times fast. A little bit of blood was seeping from my right
保健
fist.
室に山本先生が来てるから行って手当てをしてもらいなさい。
そうします。
フルデ君、学校は勉強するだけのところじゃない。
Okay, he's right,
友
though.
達を作るところで
He's
もある
actually
ぞ。
right. That's like important. Like learning to socialize is so big.
失礼しますです。ペコリ。
This word's principal wasn't the principal who was allowed to lecture me. Damn. So I didn't have any desire to listen. Persecution complex infinite loop. That's funny. On my way to the nurse's office, I passed the classroom. I met eyes with several students inside, but they immediately looked away. Maybe this will work out. I'm more comfortable with them being scared than teasing me. When I went to the nurse's office, the doctor was putting a big piece of absorbent cotton under Stoko's eye. Chie, who was with her, looked at me, then walked over with a scary look on her
さ
face.
あ2人とも
Okay, Chie, we about to break this down?
さとこさんはご本を取ってごめんなさいと
Stoko is not going to be able to do this that
フルデ
well.
さんは殴ってごめんなさいと
What about the chair? Wait, what about the chair and the people's elbow? Stoko had been scared and weak in the face of the sudden violence earlier, must have calmed down since she now looked dejected. She looked like it didn't make sense to her, how she was only teasing me a little and then I suddenly went crazy for no reason and hit her. If she was like that, there was no way she would apologize first. Of course, I had no duty to apologize either, so I wouldn't apologize first. Rika! We are like, you called yourself a centurion earlier, which means 100+ years, and now you and an 8-year-old girl are having like a fucking stare down about who's going to apologize first. We gotta just be aware of where our life is at, dude. We gotta take a look at the mirror. I'm a 100+ year-old witch. I'm not gonna apologize first. She was being rude. Like, dude.
ほら2人とも
Like, you're actually like,
お互い謝らないならいつまでもこのままですよ
Chie yelled at us. Clearly making a sour face, I held my bleeding fist out to Yamamoto.
出血してるじゃないかね。座りなさい。消毒しよう。
Nasty Mion. Nasty Mion.
先生の言うことが聞けませんか謝りなさい
Stoko about to say something crazy. Since that if we kept making Chie mad, she might tell us to stay after school. And that would really cut into my reading time. What does she think this was? Like, hell, I'd let some school I don't care about do their little lecturing nonsense at me. Every second of every minute is precious. I can't waste a single one. Once I understood that, I was the first to act. Are you going to apologize just to, just to get it done with? Which is valid, I guess. As Yamamoto disinfected the wound, I smoothly gave her my
北
apology.
条さん、殴ったりしてごめんなさい。
And stuff. Even I was appalled at how insincere my apology was. Chie probably felt the same way, but she at least appreciated the words.
ほらフルデさんは謝りましたよ
And stuff.
さとこさんも謝りなさい
Sorry for taking your book and stuff.
ご本を取っていたずらしてすみません。
Playing a joke. Holy minimizer. Playing a joke. I'm sorry for playing a joke on you. Oh my god. Like, bro, you were being so mean to me. That's why we were supposed to cry, Rika. That's why we were supposed to cry. Punch her again. Stoko's own apology was no less disingenuous than mine. I glared straight into Stoko's eyes, warning her never to bother me again. But Stoko was in her rebellious phase. It would take a lot more than that to make her wince. She returned my glare in kind, as if to say she'd get me back next time. Chase sighed, unable to do much about our insincere apologies, and then the bell signaling the end of lunch break rang.
ではさとこさん教室に戻りましょうフルデさんも手当てが終わったらすぐに戻ってくるように
Jay folded Stogo and left the nurse's office. I didn't give them so much as a glance and just held my right hand out to Yamamoto. The stinging pain of the disinfectant was somehow weak. The hand receiving treatment didn't even feel like my hand. I suppose it wouldn't. It's Rika Furude's hand. That's crazy. You're okay, dude. This is the risk of you ascending beyond your physical, like your yourself, but without proper grounding. You're escaping from your concept of the self, right? As we saw earlier, but you're not grounded, and so you're escaping out of your body and what's it called? Where you like disconnect with the world around you, like disillusioning, disconnecting. What's it called? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, it's tongue in my tip right now. It's tongue in my tip. Dis. What is it called? Dissociate. Thank God. Yes, dissociate. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Dissociate. She's dissociating from her body. She's escaping from her body. It's not even my hand anymore. That is too far. Your body, you must be, your body's important. Treat your body well. Your body, like care for this thing, you know? Your body is like, I'm fine with even separating yourself from your bodily concept, because I do that shit. Like, I don't feel that connected to my body. All right? Like, it's like it's a tool, or it's like a vessel, but it's something that communicates with me. And I respect it as whatever entity it is, I respect it and I listen to it and I try to stay immersed within it. But, like, is this me? Like, it's just, like, I could cut this thing off, you know, and then it's just a hand, right? I'd have to pick it up with the other one, right? Like, I don't feel very, you know, but I try to care for this thing. Eats Doritos and drinks Dr. Pepper like it's water and protein. That is me caring for it. It's just you. Well, okay, but what is me? You starting to understand? Like, I don't know. I don't feel super attached to this thing, so I kind of get it. Well, let's see. Give me more lines, not mine. Okay, there wasn't more lines. I used to feel this way when I went on a trip some years ago. I was constantly feeling as I wasn't myself, and everything that was happening wasn't real. That is so real. Yeah, no, that would do it. That would absolutely do it to someone. You are your actions made up by morality to send you more responsibility. Chat, it's all made up. Nothing's real. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Ground yourself in your body. That's why breath is so important. It grounds you into your body and into the experience of having a body. Don't you feel a little bit better? Timed with the rain, too. That's why I be meditating and stuff. It's so I can, like, be in my body and, like, connect back in. You know? Yeah. I be meditating and shit, chat. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, I think it's I don't know. It's just a vessel. I see it as a vessel. I see the body and the self as like a warped piece of glass, pretty much. The weekly hydrate just dropped. It's like a warped piece of glass, and so it's not like, it's like beautiful in its own way, but it's not the core or the pure heart or something. Holy shit, I'm way more spiritual than I thought I was, saying shit like that, like, unironically.
君もだろ?
別にそういうわけじゃない。
住み慣れた故郷が湖底に沈むんだ。悲しくないわけがないよ。君たちの気持ちもよくわかるさ。
That must have been Yamamoto's interpretation of the strained atmosphere in the classroom. Well, okay, last thing I'll say on the self is, I think it's normal, or not necessarily normal, but I think it's possible and or frequent for people to feel disconnected from their body and all that. Grounding exercises like breathing is huge. And also, like, I mean, that's the biggest thing. There's also this, like, I was talking to a friend about this the other day, and they said something that was, like, really, like, I've kind of had as a mantra, a little bit, which is, like, especially in context with, like, going on a trip or whatever, right? Where, like, every day you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be in your same body and you're gonna be in this reality, in this world, you know? That's what'll happen every time, right? It's happened every time up to this point. It's gonna happen, you know, you're gonna keep coming back to this reality. And so that kind of forces you to make peace with it. You know? Like, it's not like you can escape from it. You can feel disconnected from it, but you won't be able to whisk out of it and whisk away. The ironic thing is Rika actually kind of can by going to a different universe, a different world, you know? That's kind of like, I think, the lure that's like pulling her out of her life so much, as opposed to like living this life. You know what I mean? So that's, I think, actually what's like leading her to this point so much. Like, she's living, her entire point of this life for her is to leave this life, right? Isn't dissociation usually, not all the time, a symptom of re-experiencing trauma? Probably. I couldn't say. I would agree with that intuitively, but I don't know. I'll admit. It's good to be able to admit you don't know. No shame. Chat, I even felt a ping of shame. Isn't that crazy? I felt some sort of like anxiety thing in saying that out loud, but guess what? That's okay. My body's trying to tell me something, okay? It's like, damn, we don't feel the greatest about not knowing something. And then I have to come in and be like, no, it's okay, bro. Deep breath. Right? Let it course through you and feel it, and then let it go. Let it process, and then let it leave. GG, win the game. Say it with me now, for free. That must have been Yamamoto's Yamamoto might go. Interpretation of the strained atmosphere in the classroom. If he was convinced of that, then maybe it was fine. It didn't matter to me.
ちょっと前までは友達がいっぱいいた。でもたまたま君と特に仲がいい友達がみんな揃って転校しちゃったんだよな。君が突然一人ぼっちになってしまった寂しい気持ちはわしもよくわかる。
仲の良かった友達ですか。
ほら、富田君や岡村君たちさ。
I miss him, bro.
いつも仲良しの男子たちと一緒にいたじゃないか。君はこう一点で随分可愛がられていたと思うけど。
I see. Even Rika Furude had friends for a while in this world. And thanks to a stroke of bad luck, they all transferred out together and left her behind.
でも友達は彼らだけじゃないんじゃないかね。寂しい気持ちもわかるし、来年までの仲かもしれないけど、クラスの他の子とも友達になって楽しくやっていった方が君にとってもいいんじゃないかい。
別に。
Oh, because then she'll have to let them go too. Oh, it would be easier to leave if you hate them. If she actually forms good relationships with them, it'll be so sad to say bye to them. True. I didn't think about that element.
遠くへ行ってしまったわ。とてもとても遠くへね。私はそこへ帰りたいだけ。
リカちゃんはいつからそんな大人びた話し方をするようになったのかね。
まあ気分です。
先日君がボールを頭にぶつけて気絶した一件以来、君がこれまで見せなかった暗い表情を見せているような気がしてね、心配してるんだよ。
Infinite, yeah. It also depends on what the streamer wants. Like Northern Lion, bro. Bro is a dignified giga yapper with no holds barred, and he's also, I think, one of the best streamers to do it, right? So it kind of depends, like, what you're trying to do. I try to, like, balance it and keep it, like, tied to the story, more or less. But I obviously am more yap heavy than, like, a lot of people, right? I didn't know how close this Yamamoto man was to Rika Furude, nor how much of her he knew. But judging from his words, he seemed to be the kind of adult who understood children's feelings, just like Ide in the previous world. Aww. Oh, I'm worried about you. Oh.
あのボールが当たった時、多分フルでリカは死んだと思うんです。
What a line! That is a crazy thing to hear from the child you are tending to. Are we laughing at that?
あれくらいで死んでたらドッジボールもできないよ。じゃああれで死んでたんなら君は亡者というのかね。
Yep, I'm a corpse walking, bro. They call me the Walking Dead, bro. Squirrel. There's enough for all of us, squirrel. Yamamoto laughed a little, but not completely to tease me. It was just to urge me further along. Also, Yamamoto wasn't just the doctor at the nurse's office, but a mental counselor for students at a susceptible age. It looked like he wasn't Ide's replacement for nothing. For some reason, I felt like opening up a little to him. Maybe it was because he didn't exist in the world I knew. Okay, you know what? It's working. Right now, everyone who was in the world I knew, no matter who it was, made me uncomfortable. That was why I felt like opening up specifically to someone who wasn't in that world. After all, Yamamoto probably thought I was just a girl hitting puberty. Oh my god, I bet I'm actually... Dude, we're gonna go back to the real world, and then the guy's gonna get out of the car and be like, oh my god, I hit you. I'm so sorry. And it's gonna be Yamamoto. That would be so funny if he ends up being the guy for some reason. That would be so funny. For no reason, too. Because the Hinamizawa thing wouldn't even make the most sense. But, oh, please, 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 please. After all, Yamamoto probably thought I was just a girl hitting puberty. Whatever nonsense I spouted, he would nod and agree.
山本たちの知ってるフルでリカじゃないんです。
それはどういうことだね。じゃあ君は誰なのかな。
とりあえず
Asgore,
ベルンカステルって名乗ることにしました。フルでリカって名乗ったらこの体の本来の持ち主に悪いので。
ベルン横文字かい。まるで宇宙人みたいだね。
How far away are the Germans? There they are. I see y'all. Got it. Nobody panic.
君はどこから来たんだい。
別の世界からです。例えるならイフの世界。同じひなみ沢だけど歴史や成り立ちが全く違う世界。この世界ではダム計画が決定して村人の立ち退きが決まっているけれど
She dropping all the lore.
私の世界は違う。ダ
Oh,
ム
we
計
get
画
in
に
charged
村
in a
人が
mental
結
hospital
束して
forever.
立ち上がり計画を打倒する。そしてダム計画は無期限に凍結された。そういう世界から来ました。
では君の来たひなみ沢はダム湖には沈まないわけか。
そうです。昭和58年の後もずっとのどかな生活が続いていきます。
いいひなみ沢だね。わしもこの土地をとても気に入ってるから立ち退きは本当は心苦しい。だから君の来たという世界のひなみ沢に憧れるよ。
I like the way he's handling this, I think.
この世界のひなみ沢をもう少しわ
He's
しに
trying to
教
get
え
to
て
know
く
her
れ
better
ん
by
か
playing
ね。
into her thing. Because, like, if he just denies it, then the conversation will end. The first step in counseling was to agree to whatever absurd story the patient came out with. Well, there we go. Apparently I'm a counseling goat. If I didn't know that piece of trivia, I might have teared up at Yamamoto telling me to continue. But I couldn't resist the temptation to keep going. Dude, she really, like, an intellectual person that, like, knows what they're doing at therapy would be great. Like, a therapist going to get therapy would be like, I know exactly what book you're reading from. I feel like that would undermine it. That's, like, part of the reason I've never gone to therapy. It's like, I feel like I'm just not going to trust you because I know you're doing your job. So it's, like, inherently, and I think that's unhealthy of me, right? Let me make that clear. I would not advocate for that, but, you know. He encouraged me and I kept pogging my pants. Kept talking. In that world, there was a big protest movement called the Damn Conflict, and it took years for them to withdraw the proposal. And through that conflict, the villagers came together, everyone got along, all the students were friends, and we even had a transfer students come in from outside of the village. We made a club where we would play games with Mion as the president. Masatogo was very unfortunate, she was good friends with me. This is gonna sound so sad for his perspective, dude. You know? Like, for him, he's hearing about this alternate world where, like, nobody moved out, and she's good friends with Satoko, we're good friends with Mion. It's like, from his perspective, he's gonna think that that's what she really wants or something. Oh. And then...
さとこちゃんがかわいそうだな。 なんでさとこちゃんが村中からいじめられなくちゃいけないんだい？みんな幸せな世界なんだから。さとこちゃんにも意地悪しないで幸せの輪に入れてあげなよ。
And that's just like how she is now, bro. Because Rika on the outside. They should have let Rika in the happy circle.
別に意地悪で言ってるわけじゃないわ。
No, he's cooking, bro. He's cooking. If everyone happy, they shouldn't have been mean to her. They should have let her into the happy circle. They don't say those things to be mean.
私の世界
That's just how my world is.
そうというだけの話。
That's just how this world is, Rika.
それにこの世界の里子よりは辛い運命をたどるかもしれない。
Like you know what I mean? Like there's like a thing going on.
その里子は私の一番の友達で他に比べるものなどない唯一無二の親友。
Okay, Rika. Lol.
だからこの世界の里子の顔が余計に腹が立つの。
その君の本当の親友と同じ顔で君に意地悪をするのが許せない？
そう。
Yamamoto heaved a heavy sigh and stared out the window with his arms folded. It looked like the rain outside had let up somewhat, but it was still drizzling. After keeping his silence for a few moments, Yamamoto spoke up.
つまりここは君の世界じゃないということかい？
そうです。私は元の世界に帰らなければならない。ここは私の世界じゃないんですから。
確かにそんな楽しいひなみ沢なら一刻も早く元の世界に帰りたいよな。でも帰る方法はあるのかね？
あります。でも探すのはとても大変です。
ほう。そりゃどんな方法だい？
I have to kill someone and burn them in
この
fire.
ひなみ沢のどこかに
Maybe. I don't
か
actually
けらが
know.
落ちてい
I
ま
don't know who they
す。その
are.
かけらのせいで私を元の世界に戻す
Tell him more
力を
about Hanyuu. Make an ow 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 for us. Tell him,
お社
Rika.
様がこの世界へ来られないのです。
お社様って古出神社に祀られてるあの
Yeah,
神
she's
様
actually
の
my
お
friend
社
and she
様？
looks like my
説
age
明
and
する
we're
と
like,
長いですが、
yeah.
そんなところです。私は彼女と一緒にあまたの世界を巡ってきました。
Let's see,
この世界は
maladaptive daydreaming.
その結果に漂着した世界の一つでしかありません。だから彼女が来てくれればすぐにでも出ていくつもり。
急に
Man, she
話が
sounds
大きくなったね。つまり君はお社様と一緒
I've
にこ
been
の世界
the
へ来たわけ
counseling
だ。
before. If I ever win again, I'd probably rage bait the fuck out of the counselor. Here, I got something for you. Alright.
ところが君をこの世界から連れ出せるお社様がどういうわけかこの世界に入れない。つまり君は船が漂流してしまって取り残されたようなものということかね。
The counselor was inside you all along.
彼女をこちらに呼びたくてもそれを見つけ出して焼いてしまわないと私は元の世界へ帰れない。
そのかけらというのはどこにあるんだい？
どこかにあるの。
It did cross my mind to time you out for that, yeah.
重い。
But I decided to be better.
そ
You
れ
should
が
go to a
宿る
therapist and
何
show them your Higurashi corkboard. That'd be a funny YouTube video. I went to therapy and convinced my therapist that Higurashi is real. So I'm from a village, right? And let me just tell you about these kind of crazy goobers, okay? I got plenty to tell you about.
どんな形をしているものに宿っているのかわからないし、宿っているのがものという保証もない。
Showing the Higu corkboard of points
人
redemption?
間に宿っているの
That
か
sounds
も
like a
しれない。
pain,
何もわからない
honestly.
んです。
君は物だったら焼くと言ったね。
Maybe, but probably not,
人だっ
maybe.
たらどうするんだい？
I'd also like there are spoilers on there, you know. So like randomly showing it, like pulling it up in other streams would be like spoiling other streams, which doesn't feel great. Though I mean it's such a mess that'd be a little hard to like tell what is a spoiler.
羽生は
Dude, telling the doctor guy that you're thinking about killing other people to get out is crazy.
その羽生というのは誰だい？新しい登場人物だね。
No, that's Oyashiro-sama. Yeah. Come on.
親代様
Catch
の
up, bro.
別名よ。むしろ
Doctor's currently
羽生
making
が
his own
本名。
corkboard.
親代様なんて名前は後世の村人の誰かがつけた適当な名前じゃない？
なるほど。
She is talking to somebody, which is great. Yeah, this is great. I mean, this is like the equivalent of trusting in a friend, right? Except, you know, this is all we can do. Yamamoto's arms remained folded, and he groaned in thought. Another silence settled, with rain being the only audible sound. Maybe I'd gotten nervous. I knew it wouldn't solve anything to talk about it, but I did anyway. That's okay. Yamamoto was probably wondering if something was wrong with my brain. I could guess that by looking at his complicated expression.
そのかけらは見つかりそうかい？
わからないわ。羽生に干渉する力なのだから、親代様にゆかりのある何かにヒントがあるんじゃないかと思って、
Just like Keiji
古文
talking
書を
to
読んで
Ide.
いると
Yeah,
ころ、
facts.
探し物のヒントを探してる。そんな状態ね。
そうか。見つかるといいね。でも、それが人だったら、君はどうするんだい？まさか、本当に殺しちゃう気なのかね？
そういう風に聞かれると返答に困るけど、それしか元の世界に戻る方法がないなら。
I'm glad you're able to admit this, but that is a crazy thing to say.
どうせ私の世界から見れば。
It's just a delusion. No, it's an entire world. Point of view? What do you mean point of view? That means from this point of view, your world's a delusion.
関係ないもの。
Oh, you're treating life like it doesn't. Rika, you've fallen from grace so hard. What the fuck is happening? Whoever dies here, they'll be alive in my world, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god.
なるほど、なるほど。でもちょっと待ちなさい。君にとってこの世界は夢の中なのかもしれないが、
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
わしにとっては
It's a thing of
ここは
perspective.
自分の世界でね。たとえ誰であっても殺されちゃ困る。
理屈は分かってるし、私も人殺しなんてせずに帰れるなら、それに越したことはないわ。
話題を戻そう。君に元の世界への帰り方を教えてくれるその羽生はどうやって君にそれを伝えるんだい？お告げみたいなものがあるのかい？それとも夢枕に立つ？
そんな曖昧なものじゃない。会話するのよ。ある水晶玉が羽生と私の通信機の
Oh
役目
my
を果たし、
god. It sounds so crazy when we put it
わ
out
しも
loud.
その羽生と話すことがで
Okay,
きるかね？
honestly, that would be the fastest way. If you could talk to Hanyuu directly, that would be enough to prove my nonsense true. But it felt uneasy. Even if I could talk to her, Yamamoto might not be able to. Those kinds of magic items come up pretty often in stories. But maybe it was worth a shot trying. I took the crystal ball out of my pocket.
そのビー玉が通信機かい？
やっぱりそう思うわよね。私もビー玉だと思ったわ。
The crystal ball's light was extremely weak. As it got dimmer, it was also taking longer to restore it lately. After talking to her several days ago and the light weakened again, it was having a hard time recovering. This much light wasn't quite enough. It looked like it needed a little bit more time to recover.
このビー玉に光が宿ってるのがわかる？
どうだろう。光の反射じゃないかい？でも綺麗なビー玉だね。
Yo, like cup your hands around it, block out the light. Come on. Oh, those are yummy drinks. Yummy.
フルデ神社の至宝、カムのなんたらとかいうありがたい宝だそうよ。ラムネ瓶の玉に見えるって点では悪いけど、私も同感ね。
フルデ神社の。
That's an interesting idea. I haven't heard that
これ
Muslims
で
believe God
どう
speaks
や
to
っ
us
て
through
羽生
dreams.
と会話を？
Yeah, I haven't heard that at all. Interesting.
私は額に当てるようにするわ。すると声が聞こえるの。
Yamamoto immediately tried. He shut his eyes and let out a low groan. Gotta go to work. Enjoy work, oi. I'll see you as a VOD later, probably. It probably wouldn't work. I couldn't tell if it was because it wasn't me or because the power was too weak. Also, my phone is getting blown up. My goodness. Okay. I'm gonna ignore it all. Probably wouldn't work. I couldn't tell if it was because it wasn't me or because the power was too weak.
申し訳ないが、わしには君はどうだね。
羽生と話すにはある程度の力が回復してないといけない。貸して。私でもダメね。まだ回復しきっていない水晶玉では羽生の声を聞くこともできない。
Where are we? Pushed it tightly against my forehead, but all I felt was a cool sensation. I couldn't feel the power in it.
そうか。それは残念だな。
日数を重ねると多少は力が回復するようなの。時間をもらえればきっとまた会話ができるようになるわ。その時もう一度試してもらえれば。
I heard this in a TED talk by a Muslim converted to Christianity, and to him the dreams came true all the time. Interesting. I have so many crazy dreams. I've had a lot of dreams that I can't even like tell if it was reality or not. Sometimes I confuse reality for my dreams. It's actually bad. My memory is just so shit. I'm like, wait, did I dream that or did this actually happen? Jeez, man.
じゃあもし会話ができるようになったらぜひ。
もちろんよ。
My bad for cutting off again. GG.
頭が変になったおかしなことを思われて終わりだもの。その失礼な誤解を解かなくちゃ後味が悪いわ。
They're not even necessarily hyper realistic. I mean, sometimes, but yeah. Yeah, I guess so. But that makes it sound bigger than it is. My memories just aren't super locked in, so like it's kind of like has the same vague ambiguity of dreams sometimes.
もう一晩も待てばひょっとすると大丈夫かもしれない。力が戻ったらあなたに教えるわ。
ありがとう。待ってるよ。もし羽生と話をさせてくれたらわしも君が元の世界へ帰れるように協力しようじゃないか。どうだね。
You gotta tell Hanyuu about like giving Shitoko the people's elbow, and then let her like talk you down. The simple word help made a deep impression in my mind. If someone other than Hanyuu were around to understand me, it would obviously be a reassurance. With two people, the time it would take to go through the piles of literature would be halved. Oh, he's not gonna be doing that, dude. I'd welcome the help of a cat at this point, so I was really glad. On the other hand, I had to think about what Yamamoto felt. For Yamamoto, right now I was a dangerous person who said she might even commit murder over a delusion. Yo, what? I had a dream where I and a group of people were trying to assassinate Pink because he was evil or something. You had a dream trying to assassinate me? Why? What did I do? Why would you ever think that? You were L5, dude. You were L5 tweaking out of your gourd. I had a dream you were streaming a VN and you had 250k viewers for some reason. You mean Umineko episode 1? Because I am getting 250k viewers for Umineko episode 1. Yeah, I write down my dreams every morning. I have a pretty strong dream journal. I don't remember that, yes. I had a dream last night about Pink streaming. Dude, that's so crazy. You were like possessed? Then help me get unpossessed, bro. Yo, fix me, man. I asked him why stream was only 2 hours long. Bro was dreaming about complaining about the stream. Really? We dreaming about backseating now? Yo, bro. Can't get enough of it here? He was only speaking to me in such an understanding way to keep the communication going. Didn't really mean he actually believed me. But if Hanyuu and Yamamoto could talk, it would clear all those fears away, and then he'd have to believe in the supernatural phenomena of Hanyuu and me. But the real world doesn't usually work out that well. After all, even if I made Hanyuu talk to him, it could end in the way it always does, with Yamamoto not hearing anything. I could convey what she was saying, but he wouldn't believe it. But that didn't mean I had the option of not trying. I wouldn't give up before doing it. I'd try everything. Wasn't that the lesson I'd learned from this 100-year journey? I don't think it was I would try everything. I think it's like... It takes a village and a lot of belief. It takes belief and friendship and people believing and trying their best. Not I'd try everything no matter what. That's how Keiichi was acting in chapter 3, actually. You know, that was when he brought a bat to Teppei's head because he was willing to try anything. You know what I mean? He asked God for a dream on which path he should take, Muslim or Christianity. In the dream, he was given a visualization of heaven as a narrow door, which is the doorway into heaven is described in the Christian Bible. Interesting. You have a strong dream diary right now. I don't do it anymore, but it's quite confident in my skills anyway. I'm built different, ultra rare, self-glaze. I do a dream diary, but I can't even remember my dreams instant wake up. Yeah, sometimes they escape me before I can write them down, but the more I write them down, the less they escape me. Like, I didn't dream last night. I also woke up to getting called, so I was really immediately locking in as soon as I woke up. But that didn't mean I had the option of not trying. I wouldn't give up before doing it. I'd try everything.
約束よ。ちゃんと羽生と話ができたら信じて。
I do crazy lucid dreaming. Yeah, I've lucid dreamed a good amount too.
およそ神様っぽくないやつ
Lucid
だけど
dreaming's
ね。
fun.
約束するよ。羽生と話をさせてくれたら君の話を信じよう。でももし羽生と話ができなかったらどうする？
I didn't actually think he'd reply like that, and it confused me.
どうするって言われても。
君が勝ったら君の話を信じる約束になってる。
Oh, he's making it like a little
じゃ
game.
あわしが勝ったら君がわしの話を信じるという約束にしないかな。どうだね？公平だろ？
Oh man, and it's actually tech.
山本の
That
何の
you hit your
話を
head and you're
信じろと。
confused? Oh no. Well, I can imagine it without having to ask. He'd probably tell me to go to a largest hospital and they'd get my head a proper look at. Of course, there was absolutely nothing wrong with my head, so it'd come up with 0 results. When that happened, maybe they'd say I needed to take care of my mind to give me psychotropic drugs or something. I heard this from Reno once before. It's a drug that makes you incredibly lethargic, unable to do or even think anything at all. Dangerous patients think terrible things and sometimes actually do them. The drug stopped that from happening. Whoa, that's crazy. Last huge lucid dream, I 100% confirmed my own mind is avoiding me from talking about some stuff during them and shuts me off. Like a character's head exploded to shut him off. That's crazy. Oh, the last, I think, lucid at all dream I had, it wasn't, like, fully lucid. Like, I'll have, like, my full lucid dreams will be, like, I control the dream. Like, I'm in the passenger seat, and I'm like, oh, like, let me just walk around and experience this. I'll have that sometimes. But then sometimes I'll still be, like, stuck in the dream, but I'm aware I'm dreaming, which, like, changes how I interact a little bit, but I kind of lack, like, the control. And so I had one of those, the lack in control one. I have both. Yeah, I have both, Sif. And I have the full control, like, pretty rarely, but I've had it a few times, for sure. But, like, the semi ones where I'm, like, I'm fully aware I'm dreaming, but I can't, like, I'm not, like, the one driving the plot. And it's kind of, like, things are happening to me, but I'm still kind of aware. I remember having a conversation with somebody that I haven't seen in, like, how old am I again? What, like, 13 years or something? Like an elementary school friend that, like, I lost connection with, right? And I was talking to them, and I remember asking them, like, do you think you look the same, like, in reality as I'm picturing you right now, like, all grown up? And they were like, yeah, I think you probably did a pretty good job. And I was like, thanks, man. I don't know. Like, we're literally commenting on my ability to picture them in my dream state, in the dream. It was, like, crazy. And there was honestly some, like, bro, that dream was actually freaking lit, dude. Wait, I kind of want to pull it up. That dream made me feel so, like, comforted. That dream was awesome. I wonder if I could, like, really quick find it in my dream journal. I also have a lot of dreams that are very, like I'm getting chased or, like, I'm injured and confused. Those are really shitty, but, like, I'm kind of used to them, so I don't mind. This dream starts with the 3 words, I was Shinji. Dude, have you had to, then where you try to escape the dream, but wake up but you can't, kind of like sleep paralysis? Dude. Okay, 2 stories really quick. 1, the worst nightmare I've ever had. I used to have, like, chronic nightmares. Like, they were so bad, as a kid. Like, I would pray before bed, and I would literally, like, beg Jesus Christ that I wouldn't have nightmares. That's, like, how bad they were, right? It was, like, an entire thing. This shit fucked me up. one of the nightmares I had, I was fully lucid, but I couldn't get out. And it was like, I was like in a FNAF, I had a lot of like kind of FNAF coded dreams that was like large scary thing chasing me in like location that should be safe. Kind of. And I had like a FNAF nightmare where I was fully aware and I just was getting like spam jump scared. It was like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? That's not fair. Like, give me rest, man. They were just back to back to back, like, and it was freaking me out every time. It was like a schizo nightmare dream, dude. That was like FNAF 4. 4 is the one with the kid, right? I'm forgetting between 3 and 4. I've had that one, but with Foxy. I don't even remember which animatronic it was, dude. FNAF or Shipwrecked? It was far before Shipwrecked. But the craziest thing, I'm fully lucid, and I am like fetal position in my own dream as I'm getting fucking like over and over and over, getting fucking harassed, and I'm like trying to wake up, but I can't. And then I had the craziest sensation where in the dream I closed my eyes, and then it felt like I like shifted backwards deeper into my skull, and I felt like a new pair of eyes that were different from the ones I had just closed. And when I opened those eyes, I opened them in reality. Holy, that shit was crazy. I literally like had to reach enlightenment just to escape the dream, and had to I crawled my way through my skull into my actual nervous system. It was fucking crazy. Yeah, no, that was so bad. And then the other, wait, I forgot the other one. Oh, the other one was like, I had a nightmare. It was like zombie apocalypse. Like everyone was dying. It was really horrible. And then I had the same nightmare a few days later, but I recognized it. I was like, oh my God, I'm in my dream. And then I tried to like leave the nightmare. And whenever I left the area, it was like this long road, and I like turned at the end of the road, and it was like black void. Like I literally hit the edge of the dream. And it felt like that the entire dream was just like a level in a video game, and I walked out of bounds. It was super trippy. Used to get sleep paralysis 2 times a night, every night. That's so fucked. That is so fucked. I don't know if I can find this dream or if I really care. But basically it was lit, and it was super sweet, and it was really cute. Oh, wait, no, here it is. I'll read this a little bit. I was on a roller coaster with a bunch of people I knew in the dream, but don't actually recognize in real life. It was those spinning seats that go up into the sky. I ended up having a rather intimate and real conversation about self-worth and not knowing whether to invest in the world around me due to not being confident in how real it is. It got somewhat lucid as I talked to person from elementary was there. I asked her if she thought that she looked accurate to how she actually looked in real life, and she said she probably looks pretty close to reality despite not seeing her in a long time. The people around me were very determined to hear me out and support me. There you go. That's a little dream journal there. Yeah. My, like, dream, like, all these, like, dream people comforted me about, like, not feeling confident in investing in reality. Shit was awesome. Yeah. I might have missed it if you responded, but do you find your nightmares are all lucid? No. I don't really have nightmares anymore. Like, well, I'll have, like, I'll have dreams where I'm getting chased or in danger or, like, hurt or, like, whatever, but they don't scare me. They used to scare me. They used to, like, wake me up, like, sweating and like freaking out. But nowadays I'll just have like horrible dreams, but they'll be kind of fun in like a survival horror way. Like my nightmares have become like horror movies, and so they're kind of fun. I don't mind it really, and it's more like I wake up and I go, damn, that was a crazy ride. But it was like it's positive now. Yeah, I eventually made peace with it, bro. Do you ever dream of being a murderer and being chased? I've killed people in my dreams. I've also died in my dreams a handful of times. And I kind of felt... One of the times I felt like I actually died. Like, I woke up from that being like, holy shit, that's what dying feels like. Like, I was convinced. Alright, let's lock in. Dreams are fun. Dreams are crazy. Lucid dreaming, super cool. Bit of an actual tangent there. If they made me take that, it would be the same as killing me. It might seem like a fair condition, but it looked to me like the skills weren't in my favor to begin with. I shouldn't have told this stuff to a man I barely knew. After all that, I began to regret my decision. Did you not wake up? I felt myself sink into death. That'd be the easiest way to describe it. And I existed in my dead state which I know is counterintuitive and like counter, but I existed as being dead for a moment or a time, and then I woke up. So and of course my conception of dead is something my living brain came up with, so like, wake up, wake up, wake up. So it's like a little bit, who's to say, or like a lot of it, who's to say, but like, when I woke up, I was like, oh, that's probably what death feels like. Like, I'm confident. That's the closest thing I got. Yeah. Crazy stuff, man. Also, by the way, when you said wake up, that actually lightly provoked like a feeling of horrible dread within me. I want you to know the power. The power. I snapped out of it, but I had a moment, I looked, I saw wake up, and then I actually like felt my body for a second. It like ricocheted through me in like a way. It was like ricocheted like awareness through me. I was like, oh god. Oh god, my vessel. My vessel is rebuking me. Wake up! Wake up! Well, now I'm fine. Now I'm used to it, but like, damn. Could I fool him if I said it was all a joke? Lol. Did you believe me? Lol. Nipa. Lol. Pink, wake up. Lol. That was going to be my last resort. I could use it in my attempt to have Yamamoto and Hanyuu communicate. Failed. How would you feel if I insta-deleted it as it appeared? About the same. Yeah, about the same. I couldn't abandon the possibility that Yamamoto could be my ally without trying first. I was so tempted. You gotta lock you in.
じゃあ明日はちゃんとリカちゃんのために予定を空けておこう。それでいいかい?
Looking back at the spirit of my dead body. Type shit. He made a suggestion, taking a notebook out of his coat and going over his other appointments. I nodded and said I agreed. Tips? 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 Yo, are we not gonna get a happy ending? I'm starting to get the feeling this is actually literally just the, what they called it? The malicious difficulty? This shit's just kind of going bad. Oh, hi, my beautiful Satoshi. Can you give me maybe a kiss? Can you talk to Shion? Can you go kiss Shion? Where's Shion? Are you guys not dating? Oh, it's a bad timeline. They're not dating. After school, I was about to head home before the rain started up again. Satoshi called out to me. I looked up and saw Miona and ran it with him. Okay, wait. This might be good. I have faith. If Rena's part of this, Reina. Okay, we're back to Reina here. Reina and Satoshi, and then Mion's probably like looking and being like, holy shit, that was really wrong of me to do. I trust them. I've been stopped by the upperclassmen brigade. Stop using antagonistic language. Their expressions weren't exactly gentle ones, and I suspected I was in for some sort of punishment after what I did during lunch break.
何かご用なのですか?
少しお話ししたいなって思って。
お昼休みのことなのですか?
それもあるし、
さとこをお椅子で叩いたりとかして。
And stuff, by the way. And stuff, by the way. Hey, chat. Sorry for not uploading and stuff. Sorry for being late to stream and stuff. Yo, I should use that. I spoke the words fine, but didn't bother to hide my glum attitude.
怖がらないでよ、リカちゃん。別に私たちはリカちゃんを叱ろうとか、そういうつもりで呼び止めたんじゃないんだよ。なら、どうして呼び止めたのですか?
まあ、単刀直入に言うとさ、みんなで仲良くなるためにどうしたらいいだろうねって相談だよ。たださ、一応理解してほしいんだよね。
Mion, I feel like you should apologize for joining in the bullying. Okay, like you're technically right, but like, I don't know.
こういうのを教えてあげるのも上級生の役割だと思うけどな。違う?
This is freaking me out a little bit. We're good. Lock in. There's my Satoshi oomph. There it is. I've been waiting for that. This conversation didn't look like it would be a fun one. If I blew them off, it'd probably only get worse, so I decided to just pretend I was listening. Ukulele and apologize. Reina took my silence for me being dispirited, and she started speaking in a much more lighthearted tone.
リカちゃんだってみんなとお友達で楽しく遊べたら素敵だって思うでしょ?
They're trying. It's sweet. They're trying.
それでね、みんなでね、
Club?
仲良く
Can
遊
we
べ
do
る
a
ようには
club?
どうすればいい
Can
の
we
か
play games, maybe?
私た
Can
ち
we play
考え
games
た
at the
の。
club?
なんだと思うかな？わかりませんです。
リカちゃんは知らないと思うけど、ミオンってね、いろんなゲームを持ってるんだよ。
Club?
ね。
Let's play club.
まあ、 あ昔の趣味だけどね。
Yeah?
小さい頃
Bring
に
in
どういう
the
わけか
classic?
ボードゲームとか
Bring in the
カードゲー
club?
ムをすごく
Having
集
fun
めて
with
た
our
時期があって
friends? We'll
ね。
fix everything?
最近
Games
は
fix
全然
everything?
興味ないんだけど、
Yippee?
まあ捨てるわけじゃなし、大量に在庫があったりするわけよ。
Come on.
楽しそうなゲームがいっぱいある
I'm
のに
trying to go all the way,
全然
yeah.
遊んでなくて誇りをかぶ
Unless
ってるの
things are going really
もったい
bad
ないよね。
timing wise, then I can change that, but
あ
I
の
am
泥棒
kind of
役
planning
が
on
サン
it.
グラスかけて遊ぶイギリ
Unless
スの
you're
泥
trying to
棒
tell me
ゲーム
like
や
you're
ってみた
still
いな。
not halfway, then it's gonna be like, okay. Still closer to a third than the halfway mark, by the way. British burglar game where the thief puts on sunglasses? Hell yeah.
僕は木の枝をどんどんつなげていくあの積み木みたいなゲームをやってみたいよ。
Yeah,
ロード
yeah,
マ
if
ニ
you
ュ
guys
ア
have
ル
a
も英
time
語
estimate,
なんだ
that'd be
けど
cool.
な。シオンの野郎がそういうののマニュアルを読むのだけは得意だったっけ。シオンに聞けば早いけど学園行っちゃったからな。
FBI, shut your mouth.
みんなで読んで理解しよう
Like
よ。
60%? Wait, I made 20% in 2 hours? Is it true? Is it actually true? Are we actually real? Yo, what is happening, bro? I feel like I didn't yap that much. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Do I really yap this much, man? Oh, sorry that I take so long to, like, say the lines out loud. Like, my voice isn't instant, man. Is that on me? Oh, God. We're in hell. We're in hell. No. No. Lockin'. I want to at least finish
そう
this.
だね。みんなで同じルールでゲームするなら、たとえ間違ってても公平だしね。
I want to finish the scene, if nothing else. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I'm fine with it taking longer. It just kind of throws off the timing a little bit. Oh, what? She goes to... Oh, they mentioned Shion. Hell yeah. That Shion, reading those manuals was the only thing she was good at. We could just ask her, but she goes to another school far away. Was the only thing she was good at? Are you... Oh, that's Mion saying that. I thought Satoshi said that. Okay. I was getting excited. I was like, why is Satoshi being mean to Shion?
楽しそうでしょ？
Oh, no. Okay.
放課後にみんなで集まってゲームで遊ぶゲーム部って部活を始めようって思ってるの。
You can't deny after school game club, Rika. Let that bring light to you. Come on.
クラスの誰もが参加できるんだよ。そこでみんなで遊んでいるうちに、きっとリカちゃんもいつの間にかみんなの輪に溶け込んでると思うんだ。
クラスで一人だけ浮いちゃってるあんたを溶け込ませてあげようっていう上級生の心遣いってわけよ。
Maybe I should end stream just to spite FBI. I think that would be the funniest. Alright, lock in.
最近は少し気の毒な感じもしてきたけど、実際のとこ私は
Yo, Mion, you're gonna drive me fucking nuts.
多少自業自得なところもあったんじゃないかって思って。
This is your upperclassmen being considerate and giving you a chance to fit in. I felt a little sorry for you lately, but I actually think some of your current isolation is your own fault. That you're doubling your... This is what you said 4 lines ago. Some of the responsibility of things ending up this way belongs to you. I think this is some of it is some of your own fault. Can you apologize for being mean to me? Can you apologize? Please? Like, you were one of the ones throwing my shit around as I was jumping around. You were... My own fault? I mean, like, there is an element of truth in it, but like, before you start throwing shit at me, at least take on your own shit. Reina and Satoshi fell silent after hearing that. I guess everyone in class shares Mion's opinion.
自得なのですか?
Of course, though this was about me, I had no idea what they meant by that. They were talking about the Rika Furude before I came. To me, she was the same as a stranger. Dude, no. You've been here for a while and you hit Sotoko with a chair. But to them, it must have seemed like my surprised tone was just me not understanding because I was young. They sighed a little. It was an unpleasant sight, like they were telling me to look at myself. Okay. I wanted to be freed from this as soon as possible.
まだみんなが引っ越してっちゃう前さ、リカちゃんってさ、お姫様だったよね。
お姫様ですか?
そう。お姫様。リカちゃんは男の子たちのグループの中で何でもチヤホヤしてもらえるお姫様だったよね。自分からは何もせず、常に彼らに何かをさせる。
And now Sotoko's the princess. And that's me.
あの二人なんかは特にあんたが好きだったみたいだから、 あんたが言うことは何でもしたよね。あんたはその上にあぐらをかいて涼しそうにしてるだけだった。そしてあんたに好意のある男の子たちを競わせるようなことをして、いつも玉のりのような感じでちゃっかりとこうしてる。そんなのを不愉快に思ってる子も少なくなかったんだよ。だからそういう男の子たちが偶然にもみんな引っ越しちゃって、あんただけが取り残された時、ざまあ見ろって言ってる子もいたんだよ。
None of that was about me.
リカちゃん。
That's yeah.
君にしてる話だよ。みーちゃんの話、聞いてあげて。聞いてますですよ。聞いてないよ。リカちゃんは自分とは関係ない話だと思ってる。
You don't understand. I got hit with a ball and now I'm a different Rika. Like, I'm not even Rika, dude. I'm freaking Burn Kestrel. Whether Rena or Reyna, she's just as sharp about the fucking, what'd you just say? About the weirdest things. I wanted to believe it was just a wild guess, but she had hit the nail right on the head.
レイナもよしなよ。リカちゃんはもうそれを十分反省したと思うよ。
どうかな。反省したとはまだ聞いてないし、その様子からだと私たちに言われるまで気づきもしなかったって風だよ。
だからよしなって。僕たちはリカちゃんをいじめたいわけじゃないんだ。本当の意味でリカちゃんと友達になりたいって思ってるんだよ。それには僕たちもリカちゃんもこれまでの関係を変えていく努力をしていかなくちゃならない。
I like that tag. For some reason, I was upset. Because it was as though they weren't talking about Rika Furude. But about me. There we go. Me. A princess. I jump to one world where I don't have Queen Bee powers that make people automatically like me, and all of a sudden people don't like me as much. Wait a second! That's not fair! There's no guarantee I wasn't one until now. I loved the most of all the club members, Ren and the boys in the class pampering me, laughing at Satoko and Keiichi's failures as I coolly profited from their conflict. Without giving anything myself, I just greedily devoured the goodwill people poured upon me. They were right, that was me. I hadn't wanted to accept this sad, lonely world and set myself apart. But of course, they couldn't have actually been talking about me. So, though I didn't know the reason, I was still upset.
部活にはね、サトコも加えようと思うんだ。サトコだって意地っ張りだから直接はなかなか言えないけど、リカちゃんと仲直りしたいって思
Yeah,
って
she
るん
has
だ
a
よ。
funny way of showing it, but I'll let it slide.
ゲーム部の部活にリカちゃんも参加してみない？きっと楽しいと思うよ。
こんなあたりからでもさ、自分を変えようと小さな努力を始めてみないってこと。
Oh my god, Mion is, I don't know, dude. I really like the way these two are doing it, but Mion is just I don't know if I'm wrong for this, but it's just not working for me, Mion. Yeah, it's just not quite working for me. It's just a little bit too saucy. Just a little bit too much sauce on that burger, dude. Do you want to, or think of it this way, do you want to start putting in a little bit of effort to change yourself? A little bit of effort to like, why are you saying it like that? Be nice to me. You took my book and bullied me. You were mean to me. You didn't say, you should tell me sorry. And then say, but also we should work on these things together. Like, make it collaborative, like what Satoshi said. Yeah, well, like, you gotta, like, work with me, man. Like, being mean. I just, like, dude. You are like you're playing like good cop, bad cop, but frick you. We're killing her. Guys, I found where the fragment is. The fragment is Mion's heart. We have to rip it out and offer it at the altar.
でもね、きっとそのうち仲良しになれると思うの。
Like, I don't mind her like calling him like a princess, actually, and like being like, yeah, you had those boys wrapped around your finger. That's actually kind of fine. Like, that's kind of nice. But like, just give me a little bit more breathing room, please. Just a little bit more breathing room. Just a hair, just a little bit.
リカちゃんもみんなとお友達になりたいと思ってるなら、双方が手を伸ばし合ってるんだもん。届かないわけない。
もう 僕たちは伸ばしてるんだよ。あとはリカちゃんが掴むだけ。
I feel like Keiichi said something a lot like that in some other world. Those words probably made Rika Furude really happy. But that wasn't me. All this only applied to the Rika Furude from before I possessed this body. No. For me, this world was fake, a dream world, and besides, I was in the middle of a hunt. I didn't have time to hang out with them. But they weren't faking their feelings for Rika Furude, and I found myself without an answer, at a loss for how to respond to them.
リカちゃん、ごめんね。実はさっきお手洗いに行くとき、保健室で山本先生としてる話、ちょっとだけ聞いた。
You eavesdropped on me trauma dumping? Reina gave me an apologetic look. I never thought others would be listening to that conversation, which must have sounded like garbled nonsense to anyone from this world. I'd understand if it weirded them out and they didn't want to come near me. Well, that did the opposite. But I couldn't quite understand why it had resulted in this. Well, this stuff about like wanting to be friends with Satoko and stuff.
みんなが仲良しのとっても楽しい世界なんだよね。リカちゃんはそこへ帰りたいって言ってたよね。だからね、私たち話し合って、リカちゃんがその世界に戻れる方法を考えたの。
The funny thing is, this might actually be the key. Like something feeling, something fragment. As I've been saying, like the entire time.
うん。元の世界へ戻ることって誰もが望むことだと思うけど、それって絶対できないことだと思うの。え？
That startled me. There's no way Reina knew about me and my old world. Even still, her words felt full of meaning and they echoed in my heart.
壊れたコップのかけらをどう未練がましく拾おうとしてもね。かけらはかけら。一度砕けちゃったものは。
W analogy?
でもね、コップは一つじゃない。壊れたコップは惜しいだろうけど、また探せばいいんだよ。
Though also, what about the world that we fought for 100 years and then Rika gets run over? I kind of feel like we need to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, ironic. Like, at the same time, that kind of sucks. It's a mix.
そうして作った世界は、リカちゃんの元の世界に限りなく近い世界になると思うの。もちろん全く同じにはならない。でもね、それが一番元の世界に近づける方法だと思うな。
そうすることでさ、前よりも素敵な関係を築けるってことはあるよね。雨降って地面がなんとやらって言うでしょ。
What?
どう？リカちゃん。
Satoshi, I love you so much.
リカちゃんがみんなに早く馴染めるよう応援する。だから、僕たちと一緒に
Satoshi, you
頑
become
張ってみ
my
ないか
goat.
な。
I'm not gonna lie. Those gentle words would have been tear-worthy if they had been said to this world's Rika Furude. But now that I had possessed her, she was gone. The Rika Furude they were talking to was no longer of this world. I thought to myself that I should just give this body back to her. If I did, the me living in this remote parallel universe would have the chance to change her fate and make this world a happy one, if only little by little. If I went back to my old world and gave this leftover body back to Rika Furude. But I couldn't do that. Because for me to leave this world would require the same method as returning the fragment from this world to the world of the gods. In other words, my death. You make a good point. Only my death could make me go away. Which meant at the point I took over for Rika Furude, she was the same as dead. Hey, Hanyuu, can we like maybe... Yeah. But maybe, just maybe, there is one way to return this body to Rika Furude. That would be for me to die a different way. I wasn't a parasite or anything. That is so funny with context. In difficult to understand terms, I was an individual personality aware of other universes. Or maybe I should call myself a memory aware of other universes. And that meant that if I could forget about the other worlds, that would represent the same thing as me dying. This world was the only world for Rika Furude, and she would live the best she could in it. If so, I would gradually forget, eventually losing my grasp on which world I had lived in, and try my hardest to live in the world I was in now. Okay. You'd basically go back to being her before the change. which meant that giving up on my previous world and living in this one was possible simply if I decided to do it. Yeah. Like Reina said, it might be a different world than my old one, but it was the closest I could ever get. It might be a little different from my old world, but the club would still form. In exchange for Keiichi and half our classmates, Satoshi was here. That's a crazy trade. I wasn't best friends with Satoko, but depending on how we interact in the future, we could at least become regular friends. Hinamizawa would sink underwater in another 6 months, but I could work hard to make new friends in my new home. That cruel destiny wasn't Rika Furude's alone, it was an impartial destiny, shared equally by all who lived in this world. Only I had the luxury of being a special case and jumping between destinies at a whim. I didn't know. Which world should I devote myself to? This is a fucked up question. This is just insane. I don't even know what you do here, dude. Reina's words came back to me. A broken cup never went back to normal, and I couldn't find another one as long as I was lamenting the first. What did the cup represent? Cups were for filling with water. The water could simply be called happiness. The cup broke and the happiness inside was scattered everywhere. The cup was broken and I was at a loss, unable to fill it with happiness again. But if I could change the way I thought, and rather than be attached to the broken cup forever, fill a new cup with new happiness, it could open the door to a new world. Still, while that world might be similar, it wouldn't be the same. My heart had weakened and I'd been discouraged. Wasn't this only so tempting because my search for the key to go back was so difficult? Before, didn't I swear I'd put in any effort I need to return to my old world? If I broke that oath, Hanyuu, gambling on my fate, would be left behind for all eternity. All alone, and I'd be the only one so selfishly happy. Yeah, I feel pretty shitty about that. About where that leaves Hanyuu. While I didn't have any responsibility to make Hanyuu happy, she was my ally and partner who stuck with me for 100 years. And my friend. Thank you! I was gonna be mad at you if you didn't add friend. So even if I wanted to give in to temptation, I'd have to ask Hanyuu. Which meant right now, I had no right to answer their proposal.
本当にありがとうです。とても嬉しく思いますのです。
大丈夫。僕たちがきっと守ってあげるから。だからこの学校が廃校になっちゃうまでの時間、いっぱい楽しい思い出作りをしようよ。
いえ、少しだけ心の整理をしたいんです。
That's valid. I like the way that was declared too.
はあ
？Patience is a virtue.
乙女チックなこと。
Patience is a virtue.
別にサトシがあんたに告ったわけでもないでしょうが。
みーちゃん、余計なことは言わないの。
Thank you, Rena,
私
dude.
はリカちゃんの
Thank
気
you.
持ち、ちょっぴりだけわかるよ。
Thank you, Reina. Thank
リカちゃんの
you.
心の整理をつけるの。待ってるからね。
Man, I love your conflict management skills most of the time.
お願いするときはどうかこのフルでリカをみんなの仲間に加えてやってくださいです。
I bowed apologetically. Here and now, that was the most I could do. I liked that scene. That was cute. Pufferfish test. Hell yeah. After refusing their suggestion that we all go home together, I left on my own. I will never forget. Chat, I am a grudge master, dude. I was a dwarf in a previous life. Into the book of grudges you go. It was Rika Furude's right, not mine, to enjoy going home with them. It wasn't something I, Federico Berncastel could accept. We still doing this? Alright. What was I anyway? I wondered if another ball could fly into my head like before. That was how this world's Rika Furude was possessed by me. So if I got hit again, would I vanish and the pure Rika Furude who lives in this world return? If only I wasn't me, I wouldn't hesitate to take them up on their offer. This world truly was far sadder than the one I'd come from. But this world had something all its own, and the opportunity to become a happy world in its own right. If I hadn't known about the other worlds, I wouldn't have been able to contain tears of joy at the mere premonition of happiness I might once again attain. Were these conflicting emotions those of this world's Rika Furude sleeping inside of me? Those emotions made me angry, and I blamed myself, asking why I'd put their offer on hold and went home all alone.
Tadaima.
Oh, you're gonna actually talk to your parents a little bit? That'd be cool. My mother always immediately followed that up with a, do you have homework? But not today.
Rika?
Her voice was vaguely cheerful and light. I wonder what it was. Did she want to surprise me in a good way? But I couldn't remember today being special. planning to do it tonight or not? This might be a good stopping point. Oh, gee. Okay. Let's do some math. Man, the thing is, I do be a working man now, technically. And so I kind of feel like I need to be responsible for my second day. But I don't want to. But that's where I'm stuck, dude. That's where I'm stuck. Because it's like, I want to finish it, dude. I want to finish it. And then we can freaking like, that'd be so glorious. But also, I need to get 8 hours of sleep. Like, or like, you know, at least. Okay. So, let's break it down. Yeah, that's a new thing, by the way. I have become an employed person very recently. AKA, today was my first day doing employee stuff. Yeah. It's like an entire thing. I woke up at 10:30 or 10. I woke up at 10. And I'm on 4.5 hours of sleep. You've got about 4 hours left? People were saying that at the start of the stream. Oh my god. People were saying that 5.5 hours ago. Oh my god. And I didn't yap for 5.5 hours. I yapped for like maybe 2 hours. I yapped for maybe 2 hours, right? Total? Yeah. 2 hours, yeah. I feel like I was sitting here just listening or reading for at least 3 hours. Right? That's crazy. No, bro, no. No. It can't be 3 hours long. It doesn't make sense. It actually does not make sense. I need to, like, see the YouTube video and, like, actually see the length. You know? There's no way, man. Like, I guess if you play it on auto and don't touch it, listen to every voice line and let auto cut everything, it's 3 hours? The YouTube video is 4 hours, 22 minutes. Okay, that sounds somewhat reasonable on pure autoplay. That still honestly is crazy to me, but that I would accept. And I'd be willing to accept. You are near 3 hours out of 4 hours, 22. So so I'm 2/3? That's 2/3. I'm doing math. Oh god, dude. That means I have like 2.5 to 3 more hours. Oh, bro. And that, dude, what that means is I'd end stream, eat dinner, and go to bed. Fuck. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Let me put it this way, chat. Let me get your take on this. 250, 422. Jesus. And let me put it this way, chat. Let me do a save. To just be safe. I have been liking this chapter. Well, I've been kind of I like this chapter. But I'm still unsure if it's an addition to the ending. Because the ending I was pretty happy with, right? I was pretty happy with how chapter 8 ended. And so I'm kind of I'm reserving judgment until this like kind of ends and like really like pops off before I like declare, because I haven't liked what's going on, but it's like, I don't know, anytime you do like an extra bit onto the end of like something that's already complete, it's kind of like, it can be kind of like, what was the point or something. But I've at least liked some of these individual scenes, so that's cool. Let me ask this. One thing, what I'm dedicated to isn't necessarily finishing this today. What I'm dedicated to is finishing the Higurashi experience on stream next stream, right? That's what I really want. And so, do we think that it's reasonable to do the rest of this, and then whatever the anime stuff, the manga stuff, the tier lists, in next stream? That sounds kind of reasonable to me, because this will probably take, let's say, maybe 2.5 to 3 hours for this. Let's call it 3. Maybe like an hour for tier lists. I think that's reasonable. Hour for tier lists. And then an hour to like look at clips and make like an hour. Like that's like 6, like that's good. And I think 6 hours is the perfect stream length, you know? Just under 6. That's actually what I've heard online when I've done a little bit of research. That just under 6 is perfect, you know? So I feel like that's a good balance. Did FBI push you into that? No. I just think we'll be able to, like, probably feel good about it next time with that amount of time, probably. You know what I mean? And it's not like we're done talking about Higurashi forever, because we can talk about, like, Umineko, probably, if that's what we end up doing. But yeah. Man, I should probably call it. You want to do that everything into one stream? That would be the idea. I think I can. Do you think that's unreasonable? I think it's possible. I don't think... Dude, why isn't there background music? Now I sound like a crazy person. Yo, Brickett, go to cam chat. Go to cam chat. I think that sounds reasonable. Yeah, hour for tier lists. No, I mean... Oh, you mean about finishing it off. I just also wanted to finish it, but, like, I'm also fine to finish it next time. I just don't want to do a 2 more Higurashi streams. I want to, like, keep it moving, you know? 8 hour? I don't know about 8. I mean, 6. I feel like I could do it in 6. Do 2 4 and 4s? No, I don't want to do 2 more streams. That's the thing. I want to finish it next time. That's the big thing. I think it's possible. I think we got it under control. Wait, AG, what's the good news? AG, what's the good news? All the wrap-up stuff? Probably. I mean, what is there to do? I mean, the finale of Chapter 8 was, like, the big stuff. I think the wrap-up is just, like, looking at clips and stuff. Unless y'all got, like, way more than I thought. But, like, I'm thinking, like... Yeah. The mega tier list, I thought it'd be best to let your thoughts simmer. I don't know how much this chapter is able to move my thoughts on, like, the characters too much. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I think I believe. Chat, yeah, no, I'll make the executive decision. Wait, okay. All anime OPs and EDs, all VN OPs, all characters. Okay, I don't know about all character songs. Do we care about that? What is all character songs? I don't need to sit here for 4 minutes and listen to me sing. The subchapter is about to end. I'd also be fine to go, like, a little bit longer. I just don't want to go more than, like, half an hour, probably. Because then yeah. All the character songs are important. My life's a sick joke. So we're getting copyright striked. Is there, like, you want me to do a little more for the subchapter? I'm fine to go to the subchapter. Is that close? Is that cool? How we feel about that? I mean, stop here, TBH. Do we have trouble in paradise? Because I'm kind of curious what's going on with Rika's mom, bro. I want Rika's mom and Rika to get along. I think that'd be a beautiful thing. $20 to finish it? No. Low. Oh yeah, I mean that sounds reasonable. Char. Let me save again. Did I already save here? I already did. I like okay, I already kind of said it, but I want to say it again, I guess. I like the conversation on Rika and herself. And it's, like, necessary, I guess. As a non-Higurashi reader, just do you. Yeah, no, I'm ending. I'm good. I'm good to end. That's probably the more responsible thing to do. So I'm going to do that. The big thing, though, is... I think... I'll talk about this lightly. Because this is, I think... It's not like a criticism, because I still am curious how they're doing this. And it's kind of already a thing of the plot. But it's like, I usually don't like alternate universe stories, because the more alternate universes you have, the less any individual universe seems to matter. Where it's like, oh, we finally won. We finally conquered fate. But what about all the billions of other universes where we did not win and did not conquer fate? It's like, oh, damn. Well, now I feel like my win sucks. Or like, oh, we lost, we failed. But what about the universe where we didn't lose and we didn't fail? Well, that's cool, I guess. You know, it kind of like neuters everything to, like, go into alternate universes too much. That's why, like, I think, like, comics multiverse, like, falls apart so frequently. And this, like, time travel doesn't inherently do that, because when we're going to an alternate timeline, you can kind of think, like, oh, this is the only one, and we're kind of, like, doing... That's every chapter of Higurashi. I mean, kind of. I think this one has, like, kind of done it, like it's, like, opened it up even more, though. Because, like, with, like, there's this, the way that we've been carrying, information from previous fragments forward makes it feel like that the previous, like the other universes, like end, and then the next one comes after, as opposed to just being like wide. Like they feel like they're stacking on top of each other, which gives them all a through line, as opposed to just all scattering into the void independently. And I think that's where like there feels like there's some meaning, right? Like Keiichi regretting not trusting his friends because of that timeline is like relevant in the current timeline, and that ties together the two timelines so that there's like one story, as opposed, which keeps the story's value like consistent between all the timelines. But what, like this chapter has kind of like, I think, blown that open even wider. And not to say it wasn't already blown open, which is kind of what I was trying to say at the start. But I think like this timeline is so different, and literally like every problem we've ever had doesn't exist here. So it's like, like we've been so locked in on trying to fix these problems we've had, but dude, they aren't even here, man. Except it doesn't. What are you doesn't-ing? Are you doesn't-ing that the multitude like eliminates value? Because I would just say you're wrong and I'm right, but like I don't know what you're doesn't-ing. And it's also personal, obviously subjective, so GG, right? But yeah, like this universe feels so separate that it's like, I feel like it's kind of like we have like the main universe and then we like jump to a separate thing. Chapter 7 is completely irrelevant because Rika doesn't remember it. Chapter 8 has no problem we've ever had other than Takano. No, because that's wrong, because chapter 8 they stopped bullying Satoko. Like the village was nice to Satoko, and that I think is a direct consequence of chapter 7. And then Hanyuu learned something, so Hanyuu gets to carry on the meaning of chapter 7 into chapter 8. So like that's what I mean by it's like progressive and it stacks on top of each other, right? As opposed to all being separate stories. And this here, it's like still progressive to a point, because like Rika's the progressive agent, and she's from like the first 8 chapters and like has been keeping the continuity, and is like bringing it in here. But everyone else is like doing something completely different, so it feels a little like disconnected. And well, and I think most it's like it's just, it's such a big what if that it almost feels like a different story. And we were even talking about it. Like, that's, I think, one thing it does good, at least, is that by, like, in going really, like, crazy and jumping to this crazy what if, that by doing that, we've also commented on that by having Rika be like, who am I? And having that whole thing, right? I think, so they've still commented on that and how crazy it is. But yeah, I'm still kind of, I think, waiting for it to pay itself off. There's a much more thematic conclusion that actually builds on everything. And that's why I'm like reserving final judgment for actually finishing it, you know? That's my biggest hesitation with the chapter so far. But I'm still cooking on it. Still cooking on it for sure. At least I do like that they're engaging with it, if nothing else, as opposed to being like, lol, this world's crazy. Yeah. Though it is, I kind of want to know what exactly changed it all too. There's been like some level of like a magical logic and like a divinity logic with the time going back in time and like carrying memories because of like feelings and like guilt and stuff and reaching enlightenment through karate or whatever. Like those all kind of sew together. But this was like, we still don't know exactly how Rika got separated from Hanyuu, and other than like banging her head in like 2 different worlds at the same time. One on, I personally don't care if y'all are hostile, by the way. I think that's fine. You know, I think it's cringe, but I'm not gonna like police it personally. A little bit of blood sports. But yeah, what was I saying? I forgot. Anyways, GG. That's what I'm currently curious about. And well, I think they're building up, like, I think they're also building up on to, like, she's becoming friends with everyone, which is something that I've been, like, from the beginning, like, yay, friendship is big. That's, like, the key of the story. And so this is, like, Rika kind of grappling with it additionally. So I'm glad that this scene is going on with the friendship, like, all coming together and, like, working for that, even if it's different Satokos and whatever. So I like the direction it's going. But yeah, that's just a little bit of thoughts for the chapter. GG. Win the game for free. Char. I believe in the power of us finishing Higurashi for good. It's not necessarily that evil sounding, but I believe in the power. Next stream, we will make it happen. We will make it happen. Chapter 7 is amazing. It might be the best chapter. We will have to see when we rank them all. Yeah, chapter 7 is really fun. Believe, chat. That's the entire point of Higurashi, is to believe.
1.
Thank you for the $, Kaiji Outer Wild Scooby-Doo. I wonder what Kaiji Outer Wild Scooby-Doo would want me to play. I've watched one of those. I did Outer Wilds. I did one episode of Kaiji. Thank you for the $. Thank you for the $, Bill, $. But chat, I'll be back for more streaming on Thursday. Limbus Company, good stuff there. Exciting stuff. We are in Kanto 7, as I've talked about before. Otherwise, I'm just trying to get my content out, man. I'm just trying to do my thing. I'm excited for next stream, though, to hopefully wrap this up and then start moving into the Umineko territory. Should be fun, chat. That's the plan. Oh, frick, I failed Ice's mission. Didn't Ice tell me to do this today? Oh, frick, now I gotta refund Ice. Ah, frick. Ah, frick. GG, lose the game for free. We'll make it happen, though. GG. GG.